2-0 aus 3 ist crazy. Alright. So, Drafts. Taubert. Taubert, Genji, bitte. Ich brauche das jetzt. Ich brauche den absoluten Downfall jetzt.
Balance, and it's more about what you prefer as a team, right?
Absolutely.
Like, and I was of the opinion, like, oh, first pick's really good for the first few games, and then you want to get counter pick when Fearless is going to eat up all of those blind picks and stuff like that. I don't know whether that is even necessarily as powerful as it used to be with the amount of science that our teams have done with all these pocket picks that they have.
My favorite right now is to pick blue side, because they usually take first pick, and then you end up getting the counter picks as well as the ability to play through that blue side pry out in the bottom lane. But even if they do take second pick and do the blue side first pick, you could shift your draft around that as well.
Whoa, blue side first pick? That's novel.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy. But we're going to be checking out our little...
2-0 Australien. Nee, ich schwöre, ich komme nicht darauf klar.
Yeah,
the mascot
Daejon's mascot.
Daejon, yep.
They have a Ramyan as well that they made, Daejon, recently with this mascot, and I've been trying to get my friends in Daejon to get their hands on it. It's apparently really hard to find, so I'm hoping that I could get my hands on it pretty soon here during MSI and taste that.
Wow.
But,
can you put a word in with Shadow for me too?
yeah, I'll try. I've been trying.
Okay,
I've been trying to get that Ramyan unlocked. It's hard to find.
Kranker Scheiß.
If anyone else has any orders, just make sure that you just send Wolf. And also, if you're into pizza, he does make some of that as well over here in Korea at the same time. There's a little bit of a delay getting into this pick and ban, but we'll be there as soon as we possibly can. As thankfully, we didn't actually have anything in the draft just yet, so we don't need to worry about you know, going back and restarting things because nothing had actually started yet.
I am just a little bit curious because we had that, you know, we talked about it with the space before, the homework copying.
Yeah.
Bei NBA knapp.
Ziggs, Rise drafts.
Yeah, with the Jason to the Ezreal, Karma, Sion. I'm wondering if game one is going to open it.
Oder auch one-sided.
And we're going to get like the third series in a row where game one is kind of
So
defined.
both teams are going to be playing Ezreal.
So, Draft Start.
They might try to. Maybe we get the Ezreal denial from the Karma pairing.
That's a good point. As here we are finally on to...
Das Spiel gestartet, so geil, so viele Chancen, war auch recht dabei, das rein Ausland gemacht, sie waren trotzdem lustig. Scheißegal. Lustig ist es.
This is where Hanwha Life Esports had the initial Camille pick, though, right? And that's where the woes for T1 kind of started draft-wise, right? Was right in that game one. T1 were able to bring it back a little bit, but Karma's gone, so we're not going to have that set up anymore. But this, for me, is a bigger look, a bigger temperature gauge as to what T1's read is after some pretty...
Yeah, Blue Side 51.
A few days ago. What's the transition here? What's the new prio?
Well,
Nocturne ist offen.
It's going to be Cassiopeia, I would assume.
Ja, Cassio ist auch.
Still available, of course, as well. Genji are always going to ban the Bard against Keria.
Well, it's interesting, actually, because they had Bard ban against them 100% of the time. Now banning Bard in this situation, which is understandable being against Carrier, but I wonder how much they shift that and try and get the...
Game 2 oder 3 wird Bard First Pick Prior dann für die.
As well. The Jace ban too, so T1 says, look, we've done those drafts, both of us, we're getting out the way.
Okay, wir gehen nicht Rise, richtig, wir gehen Cassio. Wir nehmen die Cassio.
Cassiopeia, Rumble, Jarvan, all big picks that are available now. And we're going to see what Genji going to take fifth.
Rise also has been jumping up in priority, and he's available too as a pretty safe blind pick.
The thing is, it's really hard with the Cassio available. And we just never see it, right? Like, we've seen Rise first picked all the time because the Orianna Cassio are always banned away, but the Insect will be the first pick.
Do it for Insect!
There we go! Thank you for bringing him along, Chijik. We really appreciate it because his champion is played in the very first game.
With no Vi here, you know,
Einfach 0-2 gegen Australien.
You're playing Rumble into Keen Sante, probably in that situation as well.
Deutschland darf nicht heute Abend verlieren, sonst das ist so schlechtes Karma. Aber vielleicht ist das einfach der Ausgleich für 3-0. Vielleicht ist das jetzt einfach das Karma für 3-0 hinein oder 0-3 hinein. Hast du kein Spiel auch gesehen? Null Chance. Keine Chance. Das war ein Arschloch war.
And now for T1, a pick for Ona might just come through here.
I mean, they've got Cassie or Jarvan. feels pretty good. If they do want to go there, obviously they can.
Nee, Cassio Jarvan ergibt keinen Sinn.
Like to, but we don't often see that until games like 3 or 4.
Owner doesn't prefer the Jarvan.
Boah, das ist aber auch schlecht.
Right, he had a negative win rate on it.
Er sagt, gehen sie jetzt Ryze gegen Cassio, willentlich, weil Anivia ist jetzt nicht mehr so geil.
Games the most of our top junglers right now. So instead,
Ich bin schon am Boden, hallo Rainbow. Wow, wow. Das ist crazy work, Mann.
a larger reason here as well.
This already feels like a very control-based composition from
Holy fuck, dog.
with these 2 early picks, but the Trundle's interesting because we saw it initially as a counter specifically to Xin Zhao in the meta. Then it moved up to being a bit more like, oh, well, if they have
Starke first three.
played. Now
Starke first three,
on
Mann.
the other side, Genji go for Ambessa Galio. So Galio a pick that does have setup for Lee Sin. Not the most fun though, playing Galio into Trundle Cassiopeia. This is not a great time.
No, and we just saw Faker do this, right? Into HLE, and it did not go very well at all. In that particular matchup, Zeka kind of having a field day. Cassio went completely ballistic. So this could be a little bit of a risk here in game number 1 as the Vayne is the answer into the Amber.
Wow.
I thought it was almost 100% always going to be a ranged top
Okay.
here into the Zambessa. Could have been the Gnar, could have been the Vayne.
Okay.
I mean, in a crazy world, it could have been the Tristana, but this was left available, and T1 already have so much consistent damage with Cassiopeia. Now they have 2 threats.
I mean, es ist sehr solid, right?
Later on in this draft.
Das ist,
For GENG, you
das ist ein sehr solid Vayne-Engel. Ohne Spaß.
have a lot of consistent damage for Ruler. Moving into the second phase, though, T1 likely to target
Sehr guter Vayne-Engel bisher.
setup for GENG's draft.
Yeah, I really like the Rakan ban because he
Aber es ist Doran, ja, aber der Vayne-Engel ist trotzdem sehr gut.
getting onto this backline, even though
Aber es ist Doran.
into Cassiopeia. With how the draft has played out so far, having this triple melee topside into Cassiopeia, Trundle, Vayne, you're going to need to get on that backline, those backline carries. That's going to be the goal for GENG. And GENG's bans are things that will stop that, make it even harder. Things like the Poppy coming through as a denial away from Carrier here. I think both teams have pretty clear goals so far, but I think GENG are the ones who really need to bolster what they have so far to get on top of these key carries.
Yeah, I think a powerful bottom lane is going to be pretty important here for
Nautilus?
GENG. We need a lot of damage, and yes, the Nautilus is going to be a big one. Maybe something worth banning away here for T1.
Lucian Mili, oder?
Do want to get rid of it.
I just
Carrier
think-
obviously has a lot in his quiver.
If GENG go for Nautilus, it can't be Nautilus Misfortune. You know, you need a little bit more consistent damage.
Was macht Genji gegen Lucian Mili?
Consistent damage threats here for T1. If the MF combo doesn't work, you will always just get rolled over by the follow-up damage you'll never be able to compete with. Poppy going to be taken away first, so we'll see what this final ban is now for GENG.
Kann Vayne Lee Condemn auf sich springen? Ja.
I like the Ashe ban. Works
Yeah.
really well with the front
Kann
line
sie.
they have.
I think Ashe as well has that longer range engage. You don't have to run
Okay, Lucian Mili raus.
here to get
Gut.
it off. They banned the Lucian, interestingly enough, in this situation. I was wondering if a Lulu ban would end up coming
That's
out
what
here.
I thought.
Yeah.
Because I think if you
Oh, Yulara Lulu.
the Lulu here, it weakens the Ambessa pick for GENG, and GENG need that consistent damage pick, like, for example, Yunara Lulu. But T1 always have the first pick priority here, so they could grab it for Keria. Instead, it's just going to be Ziggs. Pretty weird Ziggs angle here in a
Blind pick.
yes composition.
It's kind of cool,
think-
though, because they already have an 80 carry.
I think
Yeah.
the theory
Oh,
is
gegen die Jhin?
Yes, and Ziggs
Aber Karma ist raus.
controlling melee short-range compositions. You have the minefield, the satchel. He's going to be hard to reach if FaZe is playing it well.
And if Ona's playing it
GENG,
well, the pillar can be amazing in this composition.
this is so much a control comp for T1, and now GENG have to find a way they can break that open. Silver's going to give them movement speed as a good matchup into the Ziggs, does give them that sustained damage.
Ja, die gegen Jhin.
Ooh, I don't know about
Okay.
this.
Yeah, they go for the Jhin as well. We've seen the Jhin as
Ah,
follow-up.
nicht der größte Freund von Genji.
In, and that is
Draft.
what GENG needs to do, but
I think there's too many things Jhin
Yeah.
has to kill. He doesn't have enough bullets. You know, there's three
There's going to be
targets
5
to kill.
champions, he's only got 4 bullets.
I
Wolf.
think Keen is going to be so important in this draft, regardless of what
Yeah.
the support ends up being here. He is going to have to do a ton of damage. He's going to actually be having to help kill those backline targets. And if he's behind, this gets so tough to play out. And they're going to go for the Camille
Camille.
support again.
Ja, das ist eher Deny, ne?
I find this draft here for T1 to be really strong and a much better read than what we saw on Friday, but it's so unusual. Speaking of unusual,
Wait a second. Who's playing Jax? Who's playing Trundle?
you know, Carrier has played Jax.
Geil rein. Das ist fein für Botlane.
They're just doing a top lane matchup in the support role. Supportal combat has never been this brutal before.
Mag die T1 Draft mehr, to be honest. Also, ja.
A different look, but the thing that this Camille gives GENG, which is really important, is the Camille Galio combo. And unlocking Duro on the map can be incredibly devastating.
Mal sehen, vielleicht sind sie besser, aber nicht der größte Point von dem Draft hier bisher.
Especially now with Stand United, makes things really, really difficult for GENG to make their composition work.
Yeah, you have the shield on whichever targets hit.
Du Pech um 10 Uhr schon, Mann.
So the first one needs to go down incredibly fast, and if you can get a decent amount of damage done, maybe it cleans up, but I don't think the Jin really ever does into what T1 has.
This feels like a lot of takeaways from T1 from their match against HLE, where they play this melee-heavy composition into the Shen, into the Cassiopeia. Now
11 Uhr, nein, 10 Uhr.
with the Cassiopeia, with the Shen, yes,
Wurde vorverlegt, gestern war auch um 10 Uhr. Keine Ahnung warum. Um 10 Uhr ist Top Esports gegen BLG.
To close the distance, and especially when you're playing Ambessa into Vayne. Vayne was such a strong early lane. Cassiopeia on the other side of the Galio. This is going to be a tall ask for GENG in Game 1, I feel.
Jax ist sogar besser gewesen. Shen gibt ja viel mehr auf der Map.
And I think the GENG's is going to need to be a little bit better than it was even yesterday, based on what we're seeing here in the draft. This is a lot of comfort though. Chovy's Galio has been legendary in the past, and it's Keen's Ambessa. He's on a carry. Let's see whether they can make it work as we get onto the Rift for Game 1. All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. On to the Rift for Game number 1 of this best of 5. One team will go to MSI and the other will go home. That is what this one is all about.
Ja, bin vom Draft noch nicht überzeugt. Seitdem wird so problematisch. Exhaust plus Shen Ulti.
Ward coming in to spot out Canyon.
Bei der Vayne.
Faker doesn't have as much safety as well, so I wonder if they're trying to set up for an early gank to come in.
Monpachi.
Obviously, if Galio can just flash onto the Cassiopeia, the Lee Sin can be there for the follow-up.
Now, there's also another question here about lane priority in this draft, with the Cassiopeia's early levels going to smash the mid lane here, obviously, into the Galio, and then the Vayne into the Ambessa favors Doran in this early game, too. He's gone for the common exhaust. And down here, depending on how you play this Shen, if you can get level 2 first and you can control this lane, you can have a lot of
Wow, schön.
That is a lot of damage.
Wow, schön, er ist tot. Wow.
But it's just Duro that gets the work done first.
Wow, das gibt mir gerade wieder viel.
Just not respecting the level.
Monfred, wow, das gibt mir gerade wieder sehr viele Guys.
And Carrier just gets caught out, especially the burst damage from the Jin. Didn't have his dash available.
And the Ziggs is never going to be able to match that damage. I think you really needed level 2 if you were going to actually go into on this. Space is going to have to satchel his way out. That was a great reaction. But I think you really needed to play that very differently as T1 if you wanted to look for the early aggression. It was too soon and way too close to that level 1 Camille, as you mentioned.
3 Camp Space für Lee Sin. Relativ Standard Practice inzwischen.
Starting to get tricky already. Duro thinking about going for a back, but he is not going to be allowed to. As we check in towards his top side, this should be a matchup that Doran will eventually have a lot of control in. Certainly in the early levels will have a lot of control in, but it's still Ambessa, right? As Chovy, not going to have a lot of control in this one. There's a taunt though, Shadow Dash from Carrier. As they pull Duro back, they look for Carrier.
Carrier's wieder tot, ne?
And now Ruler needing to grab this kill to try and
Oh yeah.
he'll find it.
I mean.
His pace runs out of buttons and this...
Ja, ist schon okay.
What feels great here is that Ruler gets the kill in this situation.
Ja, eben, ja.
The one who got the kill onto the Camille. They also commit the ignite from Carrier there and just end up trading 1-for-1. So they find the aggression, but they're not able to come out ahead. And you see here,
Okay.
uses the Q for the shield and then has nothing left.
He's got nothing.
Auch dann den All-In-Engel zu sehen gerade.
Flash there. Now,
Interessant.
too, you can see there's a little bit more playmaking power here. Carrier is able to get the taunt, which sets up the satchel, and Duro is zoned. But all the while, Ruler is free hitting onto Carrier, so he has to sacrifice in order to get this kill. So it's not really a trade up for T1.
Ja, einfach 0-2 gegen Australien. Nee, Ren Free lebt das gerade in meinem Kopf. Da scheiße ich auf meinen Kicktipp. Wirklich scheiße ich auf meinen Kicktipp. Das ist zu fucking funny. Am besten mal 3 Camps mit Lee Sin, weil der richtig OP in Skirmishes ist mit seinem Longshot, deswegen. Ist man trotzdem Pass gibt. Genau. Also bist ein klein wenig langsamer, aber du gewinnst halt das 1-1 dadurch gegen einen Channel, beispielsweise.
I think Galio definitely picked more for composition rather than for lane, though. So we'll see what Chovy can get done as he is able to leave that laning phase. And Canyon, I think we're going to need to have a microscope on in this game. I think that this Lee Sin needs to be so proactive when we get to, especially the mid game, but even hopefully earlier than that.
Camille sneaking around here, by the way. Great pathing from Duro.
Yeah, he is going to look to make his way in as Doran probably going to
Schön, Doran ist tot.
There is the sweep, and he's just
Schön, Mann.
doesn't even
Duro macht ein sehr geiles Game.
He's going to go down a 2-1-1 Camille now in this game.
Für Support gebracht? Nee, aber also, Six Camille haben wir gestern und vorgestern gesehen. Das ist halt eine relativ starke Kombo später. Camille Ulti drauf, Six Ulti drauf, Gegner tot. Das heißt, die picken Camille quasi als Deny-Pick. Und die haben auch Camille Galio damit, right? Also, actually, wow, warte mal. Haben auch Camille Galio und Ambassador drauf. Wait, eigentlich ist die Comp voll geil, oder nicht? Also, das Problem ist halt wirklich die Vayne hier. Also, die Vayne ist wirklich ein Problem hier, oder?
I believe he used the satchel a little bit earlier, so didn't quite have a back off cooldown.
Gotta keep that defensive satchel into a Camille.
So I'm starting to wonder, is Camille support the strongest support in the game? Hold up.
Well, let's see whether Chovy can be strong.
Oh wow, sein Evo den Kämpfen.
Doesn't work. He goes straight into the canal as he looks to heroically charge his way out, and he will.
Ja, warte mal, honestly, die Combo ist einfach, also, die Comp ist voll geil. Also Vayne ist halt ein Problem, aber wenn die Vayne geshutdown bekommen mit der Combo, dann passt, oder? So, wir wissen, dass der Shen irgendwo MIA ist. Oh mein Gott. Ein Glück hast du gemisst. Ein Glück hast du gemisst. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Aber warum lässt er sich nicht treffen, actually?
Yeah, Doran actually getting traded on here with the electrocute coming out of the Ambassador. Nice little tech to make sure that these short trades are deadly. Doran is still able to get this one shoved up, taking plates. Does have a little bit of a CS lead. It is going to be a gold advantage over to Keen, though, based on that assist that he was able to pick up as Carrier and Duro both parked in this top lane.
Sie haben mich klarerweise gekillt.
The other, but they're both aware of what's going on, and so I don't think anything should eventuate from this. Doran holding onto his ult right now and the exhaust, so has a lot of power, but his health is fairly low here, so risky to commit. I think this is not going to end up being anything. Owner is coming up right now, however, it is unseen. Wrapping around the backside here as the Ziggs is very self-sufficient without the support, but Ruler has Prio on the bottom side. Let's see if Owner can find something here.
Yeah, they're just both of these top laners are just trying to act. You know, it's just a bit of an acting class towards his top side. Like, yeah, no one's here. No, we're just laning. It's normal. It's fine. Everyone knows everyone.
Everyone is 100% aware.
Yep.
Everybody knows. Everybody knows. Fuck him.
Like, you're aware that it's acting, but maybe it's good anyway. As Pays and Ruler, like you say, just very happily farming off against one another. And this is kind of why you pick the Jhin, is to allow you to kind of equalize the amount of left alone to do what you want. And it's why I kind of like this this Camille support angle. Even if it is a Jhin, it's not something we necessarily see paired alongside it as much.
And of course, the combo with the Galio.
Yeah.
Chovy did have to use his ult defensively earlier, and obviously Duro doesn't have his yet, but when that combo comes together, pretty devastating. We're seeing so much more, I feel like, this weekend since the patch hit, of just our supports abandoning lane and being super far behind in levels.
Yeah, just becoming a second jungler, effectively, and looking to, and without farming, of course, and just looking to be an extra engage button to get the lanes ahead. And when one support roams, you have to match, or you have to dive that lane, right, and look to punish the AD carry. And with the Ziggs, it's really difficult to punish him because he has so much wave clear, he has his ult. So we're just going to see the Camille, who wants to be more aggressive anyways, lead the charge, and it's just a follow here.
So interessant, wie beide Supports nicht auf Botend sind, right? Also, sie haben es ja gerade schon angesprochen, dass du halt quasi gezwungen bist zu reagieren als auch Roam-Support.
And right now, you can see they're very aware T1 that they cannot actually.
So, jetzt müssten die checken, dass sie swappen.
Plate gold going over. Can they kill Keen, who has no flash here? He has his ultimate.
Well, can be hard to outplay it.
Was? Ach du Scheiße.
There's a heroic entrance as Chovy's going to join in, and that will be enough to defend their top laner. It is going to be grubs taken here by Owner. The Dragon just secured from Canyon, and Genji retained that slight gold advantage that was built by the bottom lane early.
Gute Instant-Antwort aber mit der Galio Ulti Rate.
Really changed too much. I think the stabilization has been commendable here.
Müssen ihn diven?
Oh, they're going to try again.
Well, if at first
Aber Duro ist halt da, ne?
see whether you can do it with the Camille there as well, as he does have the hook shot. Mega Inferno Bomb able to lock down the
Lol.
but it's two already.
Well played, Genji.
As Ona wanting to go back, they're trying to get this reset.
Ja, natürlich ist voll charge, geil ist.
So much damage from the tower.
Und Canyon kommt, by the way.
Camille.
This ends up being a pretty big fail.
Ja.
There was a...
Oh, they're collapsing.
Hä?
In so much
Dear,
trouble.
there's a Galio coming as well. The little Ziggs does avoid the Sonic
Flash kick.
Wave, but he
Ja, Pace wird sterben.
And so I think that will have sealed his fate. And it's going to be a safeguard over, wanting to do
Okay.
an assist, so it's going to be a solo kill over to Canyon.
Okay.
Lock that one down.
A 1 for 3 in that situation. T1 the ones making the proactive play, but they get punished massively by GENG. And the thing is, the initial dive was prevented by Chovy, but they went back for it again to try and make it happen.
I think
and the cost is so dear.
I think the rationale behind this play...
Was macht der denn?
Jovi's TP'd mid.
Wow. Wow.
He's ice skating.
Wow.
I think the rationale is Ziggs can do better than a Jin pushing
That's
that wall.
crazy, man.
Short fuse. We might be able to get a lot of plate money here. If we can kill Keen, the value will be immaculate. But Keen is able to survive here, right? Duro does so much work, and eventually, yes, you get Keen on the follow-up, but the turret ramp is insane, and Pays is a Ziggs, right? Like, he doesn't have consistent damage, he has to wait for his cooldowns. That last turret shot really seals their fate, and because it takes so long and they can't get this kill onto Duro, it gives plenty of time for, yes, the Galio teleporter, but he's coming up, he's walking up, here comes Canyon, and Pays just doesn't have any outs.
The wave was so small as well when they went for that. It was definitely a rushed play. They're like, we need to get this kill now and get out, and just weren't able to disengage. You saw from Carrier having low HP, he went in with that taunt knowing he was just dead. There was no way he was getting out. And I think the game plan was 1 for 1, but did not factor in the extended turnaround from GENG. We do now have level 6 being hit by Carrier. Duro's about to come in. Big playmaking tool for the Camille, but the ult from the Shen, so much value.
Certainly is. And Duro's sacrifice means that even Ruler is level.
Vielleicht ein Kicktipp abmelden, aber es ist worth it.
On GENG's side, outside of Duro, who hasn't quite hit Hextech Ultimatum, will now finally do so. And that is a huge cooldown that they now have access to. Keen looking for Doran.
Oh, er ist eigentlich gemischt.
Here. Bone plating does go down, but now Canyon's in trouble. The bouncing bomb somehow misses, but the Mega Inferno bomb is not going to. That's a bigger circle. And so the Lee Sin is going to get pushed away.
Das ist ja 6-7. Ich habe 7 Punkte.
For Ruler to actually try to continue anything here, even though Keen has his ultimate, he's isolated on top side, so it should just be the scuttle control, and now they're going to look to try to...
Aber die haben immer noch Shen Ulti, right? Jetzt.
So I respect the gusto.
Ist Gassin richtig gut gekommen von GENG? Yep. Ist sie. Bin immer noch nicht 100% überzeugt von, also ich glaube Teamfight immer noch schwierig.
Really got to be careful if you want to commit.
Für GENG.
Backfire in a huge way as T1 have spent so much time and so much resources trying to get this Vayne ahead, but he's 0-2.
Mal sehen.
I feel like at this point the supports have spent more time top than bot lane.
Yeah, this is the new lane swap, I think. We've just got completely different mid laners and bot laners. Okay, Duro, looking for a bit of an angle here, but we know that Carrier is waiting in that brush. He comes out. Execution is also very good. Doran goes down. It's a 1-for-1.
Ona hat keine Ulti, die gewinnen das, oder?
For top lane, Ona flashing away. Canyon follows. He'll find the Tempest Cripple and the double kill.
Und der TP ist spät, seid mal ruhig.
And we'll be able to at least keep Carrier alive.
The teleport's so late that ends up coming through for T1, not able to turn around the play, and the target selection was just better from GENG. They take out the sustained damage off the Vayne immediately and then work through the highest priority targets. In this situation, Carrier does end up getting what could have been a great taunt, but unfortunately Keen buffers it with the ultimate.
So, der Kai los, das ist eine gute Frage. Meine Frage in die Runde, tatsächlich. Was war denn bei den Türken los? Fangen wir mal in die Runde. Wir haben ja ein paar, die geschaut haben aktiv. Und teilweise auch Türken sind. Also, wie sieht's denn aus?
And Rulers has been done for a very long time. You look at the CS, you look at the top laners, but Rulers already generated 500 gold the advantage. A lot of that in his earlier completed World Quest, and that is going to be something he's basically always going to have. He will never be able to catch up on. His World Quest is still not finished, and this is becoming a larger and larger problem here for this Ziggs that they tried to get ahead, they tried to get those plates on the top side, it didn't work out. And Pays is just not in the game state he wants.
Wie gesagt, ab 400 Millionen Türken sind aufgestanden.
Looking for a a second dragon here as Gen G. It looks like Canyon will be able to lock that one down.
Ja, gestern C9, 0-3.
His way up. They have a lot of deep vision though, and I think
Aus 3 Mal stand ein türkischer Trainer hat ohne Stürmer spielen wollen. Chillig.
for free. Fire, absolutely beautiful.
Wow. Wow.
They are very reliable when it comes to Cloud Souls, and they're getting it out of the way in the very first game.
Schiller ist auf Deutschland heute verlassen. Jetzt könnte halt alles komplett backfeuern. Heute Abend gegen Curaçao. Könnte so krachen.
And Keane feels like such a scary threat. They're still trying to four-man top lane.
There are so many bad guys here.
Was?
Doran goes in.
Doran?
They do manage to kill the Ambassador as Duro just has to get himself there. Finally, mission complete. As Duro is double for Faker. As Chovy looking to trade this one. Ruler also getting some damage down in this mid lane. The cross map is...
Kaum immer noch schwierig, ne? Also nicht vergessen, by the way. Teamfight kommt, schwierig.
Keen not able to ult in that fight, but
Teamfight schwierig.
down the vein. Imagine if he gets that kill before dying and they get the turret, would it be absolutely insane. But T1 want to turn this into a larger turret win here.
Oh, I don't know. Ich hab's Gefühl, dass T1 dieses Game gewinnen wird, by the way. Teamfight kommt.
T1 want to get this turret as part of why they want to get this play, but they're still outpaced by the pushing Galio on the bottom side. They still haven't finished this turret here top side either. So yes, you got the kills, but the gold lead hasn't changed.
Teamfights werden so schwierig für GENG immer noch, glaube ich. Ich habe nur Ergebnis gesehen.
Look at the gold, it's
still not quite there. Exactly.
Now.
It's only expanded by another 250 gold.
The more time you spend with role quest completed advantage in the bottom lane, the more that lead compounds, and you'll just never get it back as T1. You can't go back in time.
Well, Carrier is able to stand in the Spirit's Refuge. That's going to help him out against Ruler here. As Dura now in a little bit of trouble. Faker moving over as the taunt set up to try and get this Camille out. As the Rift Herald down very, very low. Secured here by the Jin as now shows up and gets so much damage. Down goes Dora in the immediate revenge.
Okay.
The curtains were called, and it is indeed curtains for T1 in that
way,
as the Herald goes over to Gen G as well.
Keen's ults this game have been so good. Teleports into 4.
Was?
Speaking of ults,
wow.
Chovy turns up.
Wow, die sind gut. Wow, die sind gut.
Even Duro surviving the Mega Inferno Bomb in the end.
It's nearly an ace, and they have a Herald on the turret.
And T1's composition, one that wants to control the pace, keep them at a healthy distance, is just struggling to do so. Gen G, so crisp with these engages. Initially, Keen, his ultimates have been so good, buffering CC constantly.
And Chovy's follow-up as well in that fight is fantastic. So watch this here from Keen, TPing into the fight.
Instant Ulti-Buffer mit Galio, die ist so geil.
Exactly how they want to play
So
this.
geil gemacht. Played, man.
A huge ultimate here from Chovy as well. He gets backline access.
So good.
Well, guess what's happening in the backline? Ruler following up. The composition is working like a well-oiled machine. And then they catch Faker here on the side and lock him down.
Look at Chovy as well. Channels the taunt. Little sidestep to dodge the ultimate from the Cassiopeia.
Oh,
so
man.
beautifully played there. Those little micro movements are just textbook.
They finally got the turret, though.
There we go.
It only took 17 minutes of trying.
No,
Hey, and because they got it late, they get the bounty.
It's big news.
Oh, you got hey, there we go. Big situation. And so now this 1,000 gold lead shouldn't just naturally extend over time. Unless Ruler continues to get kills.
You get that influx of gold when you complete it.
Well.
True. Unfortunately, Ruler picked up a bunch of gold in the team fight. So, not looking great.
Well, Chovy, again, not going to get hit by the Petrifying Gaze. And I guess
On top lane push for free.
he's already stone, like he's a gargoyle. Shouldn't Petrifying Gaze not even work on a Galio?
You would think.
Yeah.
I do find it interesting how you know that meme we used to have of like all the players turn around and Faker turn the other way and they put the Cassiopeia in front? Just
Yeah.
Faker would always sidestep it turn away. And this game, Chovy's been putting that on display. Has also picked up the Imperial Mandate, which is on Galio an insane item. 30 ability haste on every ability but your Q.
Oh, true. Wir spielen auf dem Mandate-Patch.
Pretty
Da
ridiculous.
ist auch noch zu schlafen. Ich meine, ich war um 3 im Bett, aber ich hätte mir die, also zweite Halbzeit Brasilien-Marokko, wirklich hätte ich mir sparen können. Aber in Hindsight bist du immer schlauer. Ja, und dann 0% Chance, dass ich für das Türkei-Spiel aufgewacht wäre. 0%. Wirklich 1 HP.
working at all. And now GENG have such a lead.
1 HP gerade.
With a 2-dragon lead, they're looking for soul point as they group for this prio right now. Chovy's about to have his teleport back. Keen is resetting right now to come over. They already have the control around this pit. I think T1 are just going to have to give this up, which is so tragic, so disastrous in the game state that's already been so rough for them.
Bevor wir gesagt hätte.
Back and give more.
Yeah.
Boah, das Problem ist, ich muss halt wach bleiben bis irgendwann heute Nacht wieder, ne? Also ich bin geknallt. Also, ja, geht nicht.
This Zig's draft to be able to play out this stage of the game and really take control of structures, get control of areas, utilize the trundle with the pillar and all this sort of stuff. But the way GENG has been playing has just been so fast and loose, and hats off to
Die Sache ist, ich werde
completely warping the game from like 2 minutes in. And I think because this Camille got up,
Ich werde ein 1-0 für die Elfenbeinküste heute antippen. Ich weiß, Ecuador Top 3 Verteidigung.
I mean, it's been
Top 5 Verteidigung.
and it's the fact that we have this game and
1-0.
on this weekend we had that Camille game where it was a 1-9 and it just seemed to be dying non-stop.
Oh, das wird halt 0-0. Es ist auch möglich. Maybe 0-0 anspielen. Uff. Ja, maybe 0-0 anspielen.
Again and again in this game. GENG as well, would have been a Cloud Soul. I feel like there's so much value for their team. Not necessarily champions that sync up that well with the ult to get movement speed. Jin, for example, doesn't. Oh, Ian looking for
He's going to come down here as he does have some.
Yeah.
He's going to be able to pick up that kill as Canyon now has to get out of from Faker as well. A lot to make sure that Keen goes down, but they get their man.
If there was a dragon here, I think this would feel great for T1 because maybe you could turn that into something. Instead, it's going to be here, an attempt to stop Chovy from getting the cross-map turret. They got the kill. That's important. That's valuable money. But this turret is so healthy.
Was macht?
They're going to look for more.
Yeah, Canyon.
Der Canyon.
To safeguard.
Oh, okay, gut.
The Condemn is coming down. Is now Pays. He's on his satchel.
Sehr gut.
He's just going to get wiped out by Ruler. Finds the bullet. And he's able to take him
Wow.
out.
Wow, er lebt. Wow, er lebt. Sein Arsch lebt. Wow, wow, wow. Und er geht doch den E durch. Oh mein Gott.
Here comes Duro.
Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Ja. Das gibt mir so viel. Uff. Was für wunderschöne 50 Minuten, die ich wach bin.
the side lane Jin effectively just pushing on his own. T1 think they found a successful play, but they want
Das gibt mir so viel gerade. Oh mein Gott.
In this situation, they turn around this play well. Keen very confident in the 1v1, but it doesn't end up being a 1v1. The exhaust comes in, the channel comes in. The Canyon disengages this play though.
Schau nach den Schweiz an. Nee, ich glaube, das kann ich nicht denken. Also Schweiz kann ich nicht denken.
He's just stuck.
Down here, they want more, right? There's a lot of greed, but
Nee.
control here for Duro. This
Schweiz kann ich nicht denken.
and that's all they need to do is to buy
Schweiz ist ganz großer Schwachsinn.
team fight to come through. And GENG play this so incredibly.
Wie sich Stimmung insgesamt, bisher super. Also ich scheiße auf sie nein. Ich scheiße auf sie nein. Ich bin dann mit dem Team. Also ich gehe auch davon aus, dass Sven wahrscheinlich raus ist. Oder irgendwas muss gemacht werden. Ich vermute mal, dass Sven raus ist, aber ich bin offiziell damit hinein. Es passt.
When Keen is going to be back up again, when can he punish? And that's when we back away. It's almost like T1 playing with a little bit more desperation that we've seen otherwise. As GENG now is Soul Point, minute and a half left on this Cloud Drake.
They are in a pretty desperate situation. This series is do or die, and right now this game is not in a great spot. GENG 6,200 gold lead, Baron's up, Dragons in a minute and a half. They're looking for feet.
Also ich frage mich, ob T1 gerade genug Damage hat. So generell diese Kasse auf 2 Items, der by the way, der hat so wenig Cooldown. Ja genau, der hat by the way durch das Imperial Mandate so wenig Cooldown auf dem E. Wunderschön. Wunderschön. Und da kommt eine Vayne rein. Auf die Vayne, 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 auf die Vayne. Viel zu deep, Keen.
Pretty good there from Doran, but a 2-for-1 and the turret going down. GENG still with their eyes on a potential Baron.
This draft for GENG had to be played so well. Keen had to be able to absorb that pressure topside.
Leute, CL, was die einzige zu rewatchen? Nö. Also ehrlich Antwort, nein.
Constantly but this is what it does when it's ahead, when it's firing all cylinders, when it hits all of its breakpoints. You just kind of pull them over and Ruler fires at fish in a barrel.
Also Team Liquid spielt beide, also gestern, das ist mir auch so ein bisschen zu kurz gekommen. Team Liquid spielt wirklich gut, muss man auch sagen, aber C9 ist so eine tote Nummer. Aber Team Liquid spielt wirklich, wirklich gut. Ich glaube, die können auch gegen Lion heute gewinnen. Am Ende wird es wahrscheinlich, also am Ende glaube ich immer noch, dass Lion gewinnen wird und ich hoffe auch, dass Lion gewinnen wird, einfach wegen Inspired, aber die können gewinnen. Was wurde am Mandate geändert? Mandate gibt allen CC-Spells, also Galio E, Galio W zum Beispiel, 15 Ability ist extra. Und wenn du jemanden triffst oder sie siehst, Immobile ist, glaube ich, der Begriff, dann bekommst du die Mark drauf. Oh, die dann Prozent mehr Damage macht. Oh. Ja, also wie oft er halt sein E benutzen kann und so, ist crazy work. Godblade. Es ist insane, also das ist ja eine E-Spam-Maschine gerade. Krank.
Duro does nearly 3,000 damage in that fight. He's doing so much work, saves the Hextech ultimatum till the end.
Bechina zu MSI, Top Esports und BLG.
The deadly flourish lasts long enough for them to just go in on him. He can't taunt before he goes down, and then this flank from Duro.
Camille Support wird relativ viel gespielt sogar. Und Shen ist halt eine Antwort darauf, I guess.
It's still so hard to reposition from here.
GENG konnte entscheiden, glaube ich. Oder? Weiß ich gar nicht.
The pick to kill Carrier was through really basic abilities, no expensive cool.
Oder T1 konnte entscheiden? Vielleicht konnte es entscheiden. Ist hier die T1 Hate Watch Party? Ja. Grüß Gott. LPL findet um 10 Uhr statt. Korea und China 3 Teams? Nein, nicht für MSI. Was macht Canyon? Die haben Galli-Ulti wieder, theoretisch. Das ist halt Level 16. Aber er ist halt Level 16 und da ist halt Galli-Ulti. Galli-Ulti. Hallo? Hallo? Er playt Mandate auch auf Galio W, ja. Deswegen insanes Item auf ihm. Hallo? Guter E.
And even though there's a lot of support items, like kind of for Chovy, he's still doing a lot.
I think what those last 2 attempts from T1.
Alter, wieso macht der Galio eigentlich so viel Damage? Hier stimmt doch irgendwas nicht, oder?
Chovy just seemingly not taking any damage right now.
We've talked about a split pushing Camille in the top lane, but how about a support Camille at level 11 threatening an inhibitor turret in the mid lane, and now the inhibitor.
Duro testing out his top lane career here in this game as now Owner getting taken down to about 2/3. King Tribute going to be helping him, but
Galio Base Damage ist so ein Mysterium.
The siege minion is just sitting there, hitting.
He's just got hit by a bouncing grenade.
Oh, I think.
Was macht Blood?
Trouble here goes down to the G8 double knock up there from the heroic entrance as Chovy should be able to save the lead.
Schöner Kick, Mann.
Great interruption.
Und Chovy hat halt noch seinen Seekers ab.
To save Carrier, and you guys were talking about it this whole time.
Aber die Fights sind immer noch sloppy, ne? Also es ist immer noch so ein... Es sind 11.000 Gold, aber irgendwie komm-technisch, wenn die Vayne nicht komplett gelockdownt wird, was machbar sein sollte, weil die haben Flash Camille-Ulti. Ich glaube, Owner. Super, okay. Ja, ein bisschen Mask ist mehr Damage, ja. Hast du korrekt. Im Kopf.
And it almost felt like they wanted to just use Canyon as a Chovy ult point.
Yeah, right.
Just stand near them so I can get a good ult. And he's just been walking towards T1 and setting up these traps. You know, sure, you almost got...
Ja, heute 17 Uhr, ja, aber ich bin nicht da. Ich bin nicht da. Aber, also, meine ehrliche Meinung, ich glaube, Spandau kriegt heute einen Arsch voll, by the way. Ist mein Take. Aber ich glaube, Tolly macht's. Also, vielleicht macht Tolly, ansonsten halt Prime League oder Henno. Fürs Finale wäre ich morgen wieder da, aber ich glaube, Spandau bekommt halt den Arsch voll. Hi, Jojo. Ich glaube, es wird wahrscheinlich wieder Solari gegen Galleons Rematch.
and take the dragon when it comes up.
They're just at the point where any target is easy to take down. You hex that ultimatum, the Trundle, he ults, it doesn't matter, he will just get massacred. Canyon now 3 levels above Owner on this Lee Sin.
And Ruler, Chovy, and Canyon all haven't died. So far,
Actualizer bei Faker ab.
have been incredibly safe.
Weißt du, wo man in Deutschland schauen kann? Magenta TV oder ARD. Ich habe den Instagram-Post gesehen von einem DFB. Also läuft im ersten.
But he's over a level behind the opposition here in Chovy.
Oh man, let's not look at that one though, because Canyon is almost 3 full levels.
Yeah, he was a moment ago just 3 levels, you know, on the casual, like you're.
Was soll der LCS? Ja, ich bin nach LPL-Finale bin ich weg.
And now it's 8 seconds.
Gehe mit Freunden Formel 1 schauen into Fußball. Aber ich bin direkt nach dem Deutschlandspiel, komme nach Hause und dann bin ich live fürs LCS-Finale, ja.
If ever there is a time for the T1 magic to be employed, it is right now, and they're going to need so much of it.
I'm starting to wonder if it's in game 2, actually. It might be the time.
It would be great if we had it then too. If they wanted to win game 1 though, they're going to need a lot right now.
And let's see what happens with the siege on the bottom.
Steht Formel 1 natürlich Hamilton-Sieg.
Baker a little bit extended.
Oh, public execution will be avoided here.
Ja, dieser Cloud-Move-Speed ist so crazy, Mann.
Oh no, he didn't sign up.
Well played.
Well, actually he did. He pressed on the Cassiopeia.
Das ist Deutschland wichtiger als wir, das ist absolut korrekt, ja.
Really create some problems as GENG.
Ja, auf dem geilen Balkon, ja.
And they are looking for this last
Ja.
and probably some Nexus turrets afterwards.
This should just be the game.
F1 im Free TV, kein Schimmer. Ich weiß, dass sie ein paar Rennen zeigen wollten, aber...
The sidesteps they keep getting on these petrifying gazes have just been insane. The microwave from them.
Oh, Q gonna get picked up here.
Wow.
Auf die Vayne achten.
Auf die Vayne achten. Guys. Okay. 5 Sekunden auf die Cassio. Boah, kann die finishen, ne?
Think it's going to be enough to win them this game, but maybe they won't lose just yet. As Carrier, going down. Faker with a full health bar, looking pretty good. But
ich weiß, dieser Galio ist so insanely OP, Mann. Wow. Dieser Galio ist so insanely broken. What the fuck?
And look to take game 1 here. As man. Looks like GENG are hungry to defend
Schönes Ding.
title.
Canyon looked out into the crowd and sent a wink.
Schönes Ding.
He went straight into the back line, man, and said, I'm ending this game right now. And that was the end of that as T1 had a heroic defense attempt, but GENG so far ahead, over 13,000 gold up. Just take out the Nexus. An oppressive Jin Ambessa game here, and the multi-carries, the Cassiopeia, the Vayne, and the Ziggs, right? That was so safe. It looked like they were going to be able to zone.
Siktir git! Nimm deine Scheißklamotten und verpiss dich nach Italien, du Bastard! Siktir git, amına koyayım! Siktir git, amına koyayım lan! Jungs, Vater, wir sind alle erwachsene Männer, ne? 2-0, Bruder! Hey, Mann, du spielst 90 Minuten durch! Wie kannst du eigentlich verlieren? Du verlierst 2-0, wechselst diesmal Yüksek ein, wie geht das? Was macht Medmüller da, amına koyayım? Du verlierst 2-0, du gewinnst nicht 2-0! Ist das eng? Sehe ich das falsch? Der tut Sali und Matt rein, ja? Der hat Angst vor 3. Sali, Schüchtern und Matt! Beide defensiv am Monaco! Das ist krank. Bruder, das ist krank. Sick dir geht!
Like accepting all the damage from everybody else as well. Like, is that what's happening? Is the vulnerability?
Ja.
Gentlemen, this is a best of 5. T1 are known to bounce back. And let's see whether they can as we take a short break. The space gonna break this one down. And then we'll see
Das letzte Mal, ich denke, ich hab's das Grobe verstanden, tatsächlich. Das Gröbste habe ich verstanden. Maverick. Wie war die Trophy, Quincy? Mir wurde gesagt, ihr zaubert da immer mit Production. Digga, er hat auch 100% auf jedes Spiel einen Schein, by the way. Dieser Typ hier, ne? Dieser Typ hat 100% auf alles einen Schein. Moment mal. Ja. Und er ist, glaube ich, auch noch Türke. Wow, 40.000 Viewer, was? Junge. jeder Tweet geht so hart. Oh mein Gott. Warte. Jeder einzelne Tweet. Oh mein Gott. Das wird. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Oh mein Gott. Jeder Tweet. Oh mein Gott. Fuck. Oh mein Gott. Jeder einzelne Tweet ist so scheiße lustig. Oh mein Gott. Fuck. Fuck. Ei. Alter, das war so krank. Oh mein Gott. Oh, mir tut schon wieder alles weh. Oh. Ei. Oh mein Gott. Wow. Also X-Gott Sport 1 heute Morgen sind 0,77 zu 1,3. Großer Gott. Oh. Oh, fuck, ey. X-Goals ist Expected Goals. Also wie viele Tore man hätte erwarten können, sollen. Ich glaube, das gibt quasi als Zahl dar, wie hoch die Chance ist, dass eine Situation zu einem Tor führen sollte. Irgendwie so. Wow. Guck dir bitte die Statistik für Australien, von Türkei und Australien, lass ich nicht Türkei, Australien. Ja, oh mein Gott. Ach du Scheiße. Alle 26 oder 25 Meter, okay. Naja. Funny trotzdem. Wow. Und ich weiß auch verkacken wird. Ja, Flamingo hat's gemacht, ne? Von dem muss ich mir nachher noch was anhören. Wahrscheinlich. Aber er hatte recht. Ball Knowledge. Unmöglich. Dim, 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 dim. Jetzt sage ich nur 1,38 aus. Wow.
Every sky is a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, my name.
Forever in the stars. So. Noch zwei. Mein Bruder sagt, vielleicht kommt Türkei noch weiter.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the Wanju DB Pro Me.
Aber jetzt kommen halt 3 Teams weiter, also wahrscheinlich kommen sie sogar wirklich weiter, oder nicht?
Got into second gear and made sure there was no gear possible for T1. A 12
Will gegen Paraguay gewinnen?
exclamation point to start the series. It is one
Gegen Paraguay gewinnen? Nein.
Welcome back to the desk. Degon here alongside Wadid, Huni, and Yankos. And as the T1 predictors, out of people on the global desk, there was a lot of talking right here before we set up this segment because a lot of things went wrong for T1 and GENG were impressive throughout.
I mean, I think it all started from the draft because I think it was, again, topside heavy draft here.
Well, the thing is, I feel like T1 adapted very well towards this game. They picked Cassio Chandel into Lee Sin, and then the natural counter to Cassio is the Galio, right? So they kind of predicted the Galio pick with the Chandel pick, and then the Bane pick as a counter pick into Ambessa, because Ambessa, you don't want to pick a tank, even though you're blind picking.
Sure.
So you pick Ambessa, something that has dashes that can run away from Chandel, right? So I feel like the draft is actually mega good, the first 3 for T1. But the thing is, they need a stable game. They need to make sure that Doran has a good game, that he's farming, that he's getting items, because later on, Chandel should be unkillable. Cassio is buying so much space with that miasma, and then Doran is killing everybody. This is not what we have seen, but then... In theory, yeah.
And also, I want to talk about the bot lane picks here as well, because I think in the pre-show, the bot lane pick on the 4-5 is going to be really important.
Ja, es geht durch Tordifferenz und so weiter, oder nicht? Ja, genau.
You're going to have to play
Nee, Punkte und dann Tordifferenz wird.
with the bot lane. And I think that's what happened for T1, because I think they had to pick Ziggs by themselves to deny the Diggs Camille, but you cannot pick 2 at the same time. So, like, you had to play the Camille. You have to play Shen into Camille, so I think they didn't have a great matchup, because also Genie's good matchup into Ziggs as well. So I think the whole draft of the 4-5 for T1
Das ist vielleicht der beste Tag in deutschem Fußball-Twitter seit langem. Wow. Wow.
That allowed Camille to start roaming around and try to make plays.
Oh mein Gott.
Make mistakes.
I mean, this is so tragic. Right? You're being 1v1. It's just about the where comes the jungle path, and also you need to know, like, before this happened.
Oh mein Gott. Broski-Tweet.
Anything, these guys are free.
But I feel like you can't just walk up.
Ja, und noch Freizeichen vor ja.
But at that point, if your jungle and the support came around once and you got that wave, you have to base.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's so frustrating, right? Like, because it's like 1v1, 1v1, your jungle and support was there, and you won't be able to get the base timer. It's like really tricky.
Oh.
This one was
Okay,
also,
but-
it was a free
Keria was there in the right spot at the right time, but Doran decided. It's
Top lane
Link instincts.
Yeah, that was tough. Again, a lot of focus on the top side, as you said earlier. With
Oh my
up
god.
there, try to get the bang going. and try to
Oh my
as
god.
well, but GENG were key to that plan. They were ready to go and ready to make those
Oh my
moves here.
god.
And so T1 try yet again. Up the side of the map. This one was tragic with it.
I mean, at that point, you are fully committed already. I think that's why even Pace moved towards the top lane, keeping up all the way to the bot lane. And
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Right? If you're losing the grub, wow. Try for me with the Trundle ulti, but I don't know. I mean, I guess they were just too greedy. Maybe they were trying to maximize the gold. I feel like if
Oh mein Gott, jeder Tweet.
grabs, then they can get the whole tower. But like Tony said, I feel like it's just too greedy. You need to bring absolutely everybody, and especially at that timer, Chovy had a free roam because Faker didn't push up mid lane.
Ich muss aufhören.
Don't die.
Ja, ich muss aufhören, Türken-Tweets zu schauen.
But then Vayne flashed them, then Galio came,
Oh,
then they
ich
returned,
muss
then they
aufhören,
then a
Türkei-Tweets zu schauen, das ist zu lustig.
total is
Oh mein Gott.
and the whole time ruler is just bot tower. So this is disaster.
Yeah, again, you know, T1.
Ich muss sofort aufhören, türkische Tweets zu schauen.
Genji's like, you know what? I don't need to ask any questions.
Oh mein
Just
Gott.
Go ahead, take this tower right in front of me. They then have the
Oh.
lead, and then the exclamation point so early on. This
Oh.
is 15 minutes at Herald. It was
Oh.
TP by.
And something I just don't understand here is that YT1 is even so proactively fighting there, but scaling comp
19.900 Kommentare.
because we wanna burst down
Boah.
from
Junge. Was ist denn hier los?
Fuse tumbles into Keen's ult, so Keen does just outplay Doran here, and then Doran gets locked down, Doran gets killed, and that just snowballs into even more lead for Genji.
And look at
Nee, 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 nee.
as well.
Please!
Oh.
I mean, okay, I think to be honest, the game ended already, like from the top dive. For
No, but like
T1.
you can still win if you just, you know, you can scale because they tried it, right? They tried scaling. It's just they made so many creep.
Übersetzfunktion. Türkische Nationalmannschaft.
Just take it slow.
Instagram, okay. Übersetzen, okay. Übersetzen, okay.
They tried, and we know how that went.
Well, I mean, in the past,
1700 Kommentare.
being able to
Wenn Kerem als Stürmer spielt, werden wir 300 ziehen und weitermachen. Später kann der Spieler nicht einmal den Ball halten.
they were so clean here.
Ja, sicher mal als Sturm. Wir haben den Gegner sehr unterschätzt.
Clean, like,
Ich denke nicht, dass wir sehr schlecht gespielt haben, aber dieses Spiel ist von Montella geschrieben. Der Gegner hat null analysiert.
they just waited
Okay.
for the right moment and the reactive play.
Die Jungs sind 2 Meter hoch und sich öffnen die Mitte für Kerem. Okay.
out. But I think
Okay.
is underperforming, like compared to like Keen. You know, I think Keen like just sucking the pressure from the T1, and I think again.
Das ist 2 Meter entfernt, das öffnen wir. Okay, also der okay.
Topside does not working out for them, so I think they should just pick for
Wir
the
sollten
bot lane. Doran is not like
Okay, also alle noch ein bisschen Delulu.
top lane tank and like be okay on the top lane, and I think when T1 is shy,
Ja, die waren live, doch.
they actually
Ja,
play
ja.
on the bot side.
Yeah, it's when Keria is making plays and then Paze is able to knock him down.
Oh,
after
fuck.
he's set up. But that just doesn't seem to be what the meta has been here in Wonju. Not only yesterday, not in the day before that. This includes today here, Jankos.
I think you gotta look for bot-centric draft. I think Vayne is now out. Ban the Jays like you did before, and then look for a bot draft with a weak side Doran on a Sion. He's very comfortable playing these matchups. Keen is also comfortable. I feel like in this kind of matchups, he's gonna be fine.
Wow.
I think you gotta trust T1's bot lane to really pull the team together.
Karma's gotta be up, Jason's gotta be up. I think that's gotta be the main.
Bitte Deutschland MSG gegen Curaçao gewinnen.
Happens here.
Und nicht nur so 1-0, bitte nicht nur 1-0, bitte, bitte, bitte.
For T1's extra day of prep.
Oh my
to watch Genji did not matter as
Guckt's euch an.
Genji, the number 3 seed coming into this tournament, trying to continue their dream of having a back
Oh mein Gott.
MSI championship to do so. They have to beat T1. They are up 1-0, already on the way. Let's send it back on over to our broadcast.
Wow.
Game number 2.
Fuck.
Thank you so much, Keegan, and thank you so much, gentlemen, for the breakdown of that game number 1. It is
Wow.
feeling a little dire for T1. However, the
Was eine Location, aber wow, Alter, Location ist wirklich geil.
2 more games
Alter.
to claim
Mann,
that ticket
dieses Türkei-Spiel. Türkei-WM-Spielplan.
weeks time. So still some work to do.
Nächsten Samstag um 5 Uhr morgens und dann Freitag 4 Uhr morgens. Junge, die werden auch noch so gefickt mit den Zeiten. Ach du Scheiße.
I think almost universally we all thought T1 had a bit of an edge in.
Was für Zeiten.
Could not get the execution
Wow.
down. It started with Carria's death at level 1. They fixed the draft issues, I think, in a lot of ways in that Game 1 draft that we saw on Friday.
Okay.
But the play needs to step up as well.
100%. And uncharacteristic for Carry to making early mistakes in the lane. So often for T1 this season, it's been about the bot lane, having successful matchups, coming out ahead. We've seen the meta of Road to MSI shift because of the new patch a bit more towards having the support roam, having your AD carry be independent, and that doesn't feel like the sort of style this iteration of T1 is as good at playing as previous iterations.
Well, we are into pick and ban here for game number 2. No switch up as far as sides are concerned. T1 had right of first selection in game 1. They keep it here by losing that game, and they have once again decided to get on towards the blue side. First pick over to GENG. We'll see whether that develops as we...
I mean, actually, warte mal, wann? 26. Da muss ich eigentlich meinen Rhythmus schon umgestellt haben für MSI. Naja.
Final ban
Oh, es gab ja AP Carry Viable, kannst du spielen. Ja, es gibt noch Botlane OTP auf EOS zum Beispiel.
Was banned from them in that slot last time, and that is going to be alleviated here as T1 take away the Rise instead of the combo.
Banning the Rise now because Cassiopeia isn't there. Now kind of deliberating because they banned Jace last time, but the Vi is available as well. And just a lot of picks in general. Sion banned, which it feels like they're trying to set up GENG into an early Jace pick with
it absolutely feels like that's the idea. With no Vayne, Gnar stocks are always up, but with the Jace here, it seems like a pretty obvious call for first pick here.
Ja, die wollen Yorick spielen, right?
Keen doesn't necessarily need to get that early.
Also, egal wer Yorick spielt, kriegt wahrscheinlich Yorick reingedrückt.
I mean, it feels like for Chovy.
This could be a triple flex if we're being honest. I know we've seen more mid, but we've seen the Anivia into Jace, we've seen the Anivia support, although it hasn't been as present in the recent meta, but keeps those options open. And also, if we do end
up... Was passiert, wenn die jetzt outrange werden?
Cassante is still available. Keen Sante still there, so if they were trying to bait GENG into taking it, they have not gone for that bait.
That's the thing, I think, with Doran playing Jace, you feel like Keen has more answers than the other way around, so it feels comfortable to go for the Anivia first. Vi picked up early here might mean something like Vi Ahri. Vi Lissandra probably not feeling as great with the Anivia matchup, so we'll see what Faker has decided to go with here. Could also be Annie, but probably not. It's a little bit less common with the Vi.
Yeah, the Annie Anivia, I feel like we have seen a few times, so it might be an option, but instead they're going to go for some different fire, as the Rumble will be along the way here for Doran.
And I think in this situation, GENG could just end up going for the Cassante, for Keen, or... I mean, one thing is the Galio is not an option in this situation. We've seen the Yorick into Rumble.
Javan auch offen, by the way.
Successful in terms of these options you have.
Javan auch offen.
With
Nocturne auch offen. Beides gut. Nafiri auch offen. Sayara kann. Die Sayara kann Pro finde ich, by the way, extrem sass. Wo der herkommt. Guten Morgen, Juli. Danke für die 245er Streak.
Look really, really good, and to be able to both have that added safety and deny a Rakan follow-up for Keria with how proficient he is at that champion just feels like a 1-2 punch here from GENG in a big pivot that I...
Seraphin rein kriegst du nicht mehr. Also kriegst du hoffentlich nicht mehr weit. Frage ist, was nehmen sie raus? Lucian, Milio plus Seraphin. Wow, die geben noch mehr Value für die Saya. Was machen die?
So getting a bit of turnaround, the fact that we're prioritizing this bot lane early on.
I thought you were telling me that we're going to have jungle Rakan.
Die können, by the way, diese Anivia easy Toplane flexen jetzt und das Matchup ist gut.
I think probably not likely.
Okay.
Akali comes in for Faker, so committing heavily to this dive-focused composition.
Ich hab 7. Warte, warum habe ich 7? Was habe ich richtig gehabt? Haiti, Schottland wahrscheinlich, ne? Ja.
Have more control. It feels like this, the script has been flipped a bit in this one.
Ja, Haiti, Schottland habe ich Sieg, also ich hab 2-1 Schottland. Ja.
You are all winning now on your burst up here. That's why they take away the Wukong, could just cyclone through team fights and disrupt everything T1 is trying to do. So that makes a ton of sense.
So, Kate, dann würde ich echt Seraphine rausnehmen, oder nicht? Oder Lucian Milio, eins von beiden, beides gut.
Sante, right, but you don't necessarily want to do that when Ornn is also available and Keen's champion.
Kein Faker, Kali, naja.
Is still looming, as mentioned before.
And the Java
Sag es, die können, by the way, easy TF Mitte und dann Nivea Toplane spielen, wenn sie wollen würden.
that it hasn't seen any priority at all throughout this series, as it has been first in a whole lot of them leading up to this on this.
Java ist offen, Pantheon ist offen.
Yeah, I think it makes a lot of sense.
Hello, Plop.
Originally saw Neferi come out as a Vi counter, and it's risen in priority, but especially here, would be hard to pin down.
It's probably just maybe even an Ashe ban, right? Because it's so much single target lockdown already. When you have, the Ashe comes through, the Vi follows up.
I wouldn't mind a Sivir either. I think Sivir is kind of okay here, especially when they do want to just run at them.
I think a little short ranged for the Sivir in this situation.
Ja, finde ich auch nicht gut.
I think Ashe makes
Seraphine ergibt Sinn. Lucian Milio jetzt offen, theoretisch.
gonna set in the first draft, good at
Hello, Fab.
preventing the control that Anivia offers. You just fire the arrow, cancel the ult, and everyone can follow up. So now up to T1 to decide what they're taking into the Zyra Khan.
I'm worried it's a Lucian lineup here. We had this exact same, not the exact same draft, but the same situation where it felt like FaZe was priced into playing the Lucian in the bottom lane, and it didn't work out. It's a lot of great follow-up to the Vi Rumble. The
Kalista.
I like this way more, because this is way more flexible on how it's going to team fight later on than the Lucian, which is super binary and falls behind, can't really function.
Also erneut, die können TF spielen, Anivia Toplane packen.
Largely aimed towards the mid game, but the mobility is going to be there. It's just what GENG is now going to augment this composition.
Wenn ja, wo am besten, du kannst einen Discord-DM-Request schicken.
What about
Maokai would be one of those.
Or even Poppy jungle could work here. As
Oder, I mean...
damage in the mid jungle, so the synergy between Chovy and Canyon not exactly going to be outstanding,
Those
but
upgraded Nick treads for Faker will go
Maokai.
pretty hard.
Aha.
But now a top lane pick for Keen, where the Cassante, but maybe something with a bit more damage could
Aha.
here.
Yeah, you
they
might
do have a pseudo tank already.
might need an AD.
Aha.
They end up going towards the Yorick. That does provide a good amount of AD damage.
Aha. Renata last pick.
The Yorick too.
Aha.
Looking just to be the Calista Renata. I'm coming out of this one and once again feeling like T1 have the edge in terms of draft. This time it's GENG with more the control element, trying to keep that backline safe, but
Aha.
I think the bot lane matchup is so tough for Ruler and Duro to deal with. Calista can just skirt around the grand entrance, the feathers, the mid jungle as well. So much potential to get on top of Chovy.
Also,
Merc treads are just going to make that mid jungle so hard to match into. When Faker gets them upgraded, hard to stun him, hard to get damage down with that free
geht um den Geburtstagsüberraschung für eine Freundin, die auch mal Instagram-DM.
G has so many forms of peel.
Dann mach Instagram-DM am besten. Oder Discord-DM-Request, beides. Beides funktioniert.
Grasp, and even the Ghoulie wall can be utilized to try to prevent that follow-up, so it can make T1's composition a little bit more disjointed. That's why I like the Kalista, though, because even though Kalista doesn't always do well if she doesn't get ahead early, they've got a good lane. And it also
Gerne.
can be clean up that Lucian often struggles to do.
Weil ich heute im Team-On-Anfall gratulieren. Trissi, du kannst hier nicht Reverse Psychology anwenden, das funktioniert nicht.
Around Fate's call.
Not to mention, FaZe actually has the kill record at MSI on Kalista.
Yeah, I was going to mention that as well. He is really good at this pick. With how game one went and how defensively GENG were able to basically weather the storm and then turn into an oppressive comp, I worry that might happen again here with what T1's put together.
We'll just have to find out. I do feel like there is a lot of cohesion between the champions here on T1's side, but we'll see whether the players can mirror that as we get into the Rift here for game number 2.
Wie machen wir's? Moment, Draft. Also, ist ein bisschen Fantasie mit Kalista Renata immer. Also die haben schon Full Bot in Kontrolle. Skirmishing auf Botside 4 gegen 4 von T1 ist sehr gefährlich. Wirklich sehr, sehr, sehr gefährlich. Vor allem Pre-6. Also ich glaube, Pre-6 ist nicht contestable. Moritz, danke für den 8. Mal sehen. Noch spielen die heute vor 10 Uhr. Gestern auch, weil, keine Ahnung warum. Aber spielen die eigentlich die letzten MSI-Slot von Korea.
We've seen a little bit of both, but it definitely has been more electrocute focused, especially in matchups like this, where you're laning into someone who has electrocute, and you want to be able to match that.
Und ich glaube allgemein letzten MSI-Spot, actually.
I think it has to be.
Das ist der allerletzte MSI-Spot, der noch nicht feststeht. Ja.
Especially in best of fives.
Also Seeds sind noch nicht fest bei LCS und bei LPL, aber das ist der allerletzte offene MSI-Spot. Bei den anderen schon Hanwha.
You know, this is a draft that feels like it is incredibly T1 build, right? It is a draft they have such good mastery of. So maybe that'll be enough to get.
Das sind Seeds, wo also Platz 1 von Korea zum Beispiel ist direkt im Hauptturnier und Platz 2 ist halt in der Playing Stage.
How much comfort T1 has on the rest of the map that you don't even mention the Kalista Renata for Pays and Carrier as well. Like, there is ultra comfort here for T1. I think it's a great mindset to have moving into a game 2 after you lost pretty convincingly in the first one, right? It's like, let's get back to basics. Let's do stuff that we really know. And so far, so good.
Interestingly, the Pay's not going for the cleanse, and a lot of time you see barrier for the early trades, the tempo barrier I've seen so often. The cleanse value pretty
Ja, so verraten Nummer 1 zieht in Türkei-Gruppe nicht mehr Türkei. Also außer sie gewinnen halt gegen Paraguay und USA. Ist ja auch, also ist ja noch alles drin. Die Gruppe ist ja noch quasi offen, alle Luna. Die Gruppe ist ja noch offen. Ja, Bot and Trade im Early Game ist impossible.
The position there from Ruler was really good because Hayes was trying to like hop around the feathers, but they were against the walls, so he had nowhere really to go.
They have such an advantage.
Wow.
Because they have heal. The exhaust makes it difficult to all in with bailout.
Das ist crazy, dass sie so gut skirmischen auf Bot 2v2. Schnudel danke für den zweiten. Wow.
Of this bottom side 3v3.
Impressive.
And I kind of want to go back to the draft again. I know we've been talking about it a lot, but talking about this series as a whole, I feel like the value of the Zaya Rakan pick away cannot be understated. Because Carrier was unbelievable on the Rakan pick. Duro had a great game on it yesterday as well.
Oh, was bei den Türken passiert? Ja, jetzt muss natürlich die Türken im Chat fragen. Ich bin ja kein Experte. Tatsächlich. Ich bin kein Experte tatsächlich. Das,
I think 100% Carrier picks it up if they don't take it away there for the Rumble High. We've seen this so many times. But with the Rumble on top, it's just so easy. T1 are utilizing
Fuck, das ist zu lustig.
here in the top lane really well as Doran starting.
Mann, 4-0 Türkei knapp daneben. Ach du Scheiße.
But otherwise, it's all quiet on the Rift. Ruler and Duro got through the top.
Kicktipp ist auf jeden Fall sehr machbar.
Laning phase. We'll see what happens when we start getting to these first few objectives as Dragon spawns in 1 minute's time.
Yep. So far, just some more laning to be happening here. Ruler trying to get some of these feathers down successfully. Does so. Once again, not using his own skin. Kind of makes me a little bit sad, but going for the Skingy.
Was einfach morgens um 7:50 Uhr klingelt dein Wecker, kriegst du dein Handy. Live 0-1 Traumstart für Australien. Uff. Wow. Wow. Und da stand aber schon 0-2.
As he's just flapping around, having a good time. Not going to quite find that Flash Frost, but not going to be the end of the world. Faker throws down.
Ja, ich werde meine Worte nachher bestimmt nicht fressen. In der deutschen Nation.
Now look for a little bit of a reset angle, potentially clearing out that wave comfortably.
There's a ping coming through. I think T1 are looking to invade here. They have Cryo in the bot lane, or at least get some vision down and find Canyon.
Yeah, well, they will be able to find him there with the Scryers. He's looking for the Grump, although might actually forego that.
Ja, erneut Position high. Also Early Game, erneut chillen. Einen chilligen machen. Oh. Ja. Kann man machen.
So he can smite the beginning of the dragon and finish with smite here, so he can rush it very quickly with the prio they have, and I just don't think there's any time to muster a contest. Chovy's already packed in mid lane, and this should just be break secured.
Yeah, I think the Chovy recall was the thing that really cemented that, because if Ruler, Duro, and Canyon had looked into contest, even though it's risky against the Calista, they potentially could have, but with Chovy gone, there was just no way, with the potential of Faker moving down on the account.
Oh, Kicker-Nachricht. Australien schockt die Türkei. Chalanolu und Co. beißen sich die Zähne aus.
not going to be the same order this time around, as we'd need a Mountain Soul for that, as now Canyon gets the ward down. Good Shuriken backflip is going to be there.
Ist er tot, oder? Ja, tot.
And Duro trying to keep himself alive, but it's not quite working. Ona doesn't find the Vault Breaker, as Ruler still desperately trying to get out of here, but it's not going to work. Pays rips out the sticks, and down goes the Xayah. First blood to T1.
Ja, der 500 Schweiz getippt. Grüß Gott.
Value for the exhaust on the turnaround there. Ruler has a good feather call, but that is all he has. Too isolated down there on the bottom side. Doesn't have a barrier, and is just not able to fight his way out of that one. But this is, again, a numbers advantage here, as look at where Chovy is on the rotation down. Super late here. And
Interessant, dass sie Level 6 disrespekten von der war ja auch.
some help from Duro, but it doesn't matter when the Xayah is just getting callisted there on the bottom side.
Yeah, and doesn't bring the sums, because even though Pays was low and the exhaust could have kept Ruler alive longer, Pays still had barrier, would have just been away, so holds onto those for now. Keen trying to catch Doran out there with the baby cage, but it's unsuccessful.
Yep, actually doing a great job on this Yorick so far here in this lane. We've seen this go a few different ways, right? It can be relatively even, but we have seen the Yoricks have a pretty good time into the Rumble as well. And so Keen is mimicking more that one.
Ja, der Rumble kommt die Ding nicht tot, also das passt.
That is obviously the way that you win. Slight gold advantage as
Der Rumble bekommt die Ghouls nicht down.
Is pretty even, basically. You've got Chovy being able to pull ahead as far as farm, with Fake going for that roam, but the bot lane is going to be in a great spot here for T1, so a much more even affair this time, instead of GENG just kind of running away with the game from a very early mark in game one.
And I think, unlike last game, T1 have been able to play to their win cons, you know, step by step, hitting every benchmark with the early game Callista going very well, leading to a very fast, I mean, on spawn, essentially, Dragon for owner. The bottom side prior they budgeted so much for in this draft is getting them the leads they want to have, that they need to have. Grub's on the top side here. Canyon has control there right now, so that may be the trade-off here, which is very valuable when you have a Yorick on the top side of the map. But yep. T1, see what they do. They are sending Owner over right now to at least try to deny one of those.
Yeah, Owner is going to be spotted by the sapling as Canyon looking to get himself out of there. Holds that health bar as high as he possibly can. But this is the problem. Keen has full...
Als GENG, oh my God.
Just altered the minion wave. Yeah, to get some tempo back. And because that ult is... Option. Double grubs going over to GENG. Looks like it is going to be a consolation grub.
Sehr execution-based. Wenn den T1 Draft jetzt aber wirklich nicht verkehrt. Aber to be fair fand ich den letzten Game auch nicht verkehrt. Mal sehen. Kalista Renata ist, kann hier sehr, 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 sehr hart zaubern. Gegen Yorick und so. Plus für seine Mikael bei Carrier.
Level 6 for both of these bottom laners, but not really an all-in timing. Duro and Ruler do have the wave advantage right now. Canyon does have Nature's Grasp and is somewhat nearby, so certainly could be an opportunity if they could bait T1 in here, but I think this is just going to be a little bit of a look-in.
Like so often, the hallmark of Maokai has just been that ult bot lane. As you walk in from the side, it covers off the lane. That's been such a common play. Faker...
Oh, stun going to connect the flash forward from Chovy as Faker is going to get out of there. Holds onto the flash though. So Chovy with a little...
Für jedes Tor von Deutschland Giftigkeit am 1 ab, wenn du für jedes Tor von Curaçao 5 Gift ist. Wir können kein Tor von Curaçao bekommen, Deal. Wir können kein Tor, wir können kein Tor von Curaçao bekommen, das geht nicht, das geht nicht.
Yeah, doesn't burn his flash or ultimate, so Faker feeling really good
about
the situation now with Chovy being down flash. If Ona wants to show up mid, Chovy could be a target, or for this draft.
Da ziehe ich die Grenze.
If GENG want to contest it, then mid laner will be vulnerable.
Schau, wie Curaçao die Hammer am Beispiel, Bruder, das ist egal. Der Kader hat einen Wert von 20 Millionen oder so. Wenn es hinkommt. Curaçao, Transfermarkt. 25 Millionen, das... Bro, bitte.
Defensively equalizing all the time this game as the Maiden is going to be taken out. Keen not protecting her that well.
Der Torwart hat einen Marktwert von 50.000 Euro. Okay, 150.000 Euro. Bitte. Bitte, bitte. Bitte, bitte, bitte. Das sind so zweite, also actually so zweite Liga Niederlande.
something crossed if we're gonna give this Dragon up.
So, also actually zweite Liga in den Niederlanden. Warum ist Kalista, Renata Kombi gut, spielen gut aufeinander ab. Der W von Renata gibt Kalista eben die Möglichkeit, so richtig deep zu gehen. Kannst füreinander peelen. Die haben beide diese On-Hit-Passive, Kalista plus Renata.
A Chemtech Soul, which doesn't bolster your composition.
It's great for Kalista, though.
It does help out Kalista. That is true.
Especially with Bailout.
It's for
Schau mal von Katan, ich hab's gesehen.
investment towards the bot side of the map.
Yeah, and GENG are going to double down on this top side.
Ja, Swapper gibt Sinn, ne? Kannst Botter nicht lane.
Doing the same thing in this bottom lane, as we can see here. Just
Wie war gemeins Arschfick?
himself. Things very even as far as farm is concerned, but that first blood going a long way for this Kalista. Now augmented with a bunch of extra money as he takes crockery from these structures. And Ruler is now going to have to back away, scries some stuff first before he does head back home. First items, though, have been collected by both of our AD carries.
I think going back to the Chemtech Soul point, for T1, it's not necessarily about the soul you're looking for. It's about how much you want GENG to force fights for it when you're at your strongest in mid-game with mid-game Akali and mid-game Kalista, right? And that's where you want to be forcing GENG in those uncomfortable fights. And GENG can look at this and say, you know, I will give you Soul Point if we don't like that fight, because we're going to scale up with our Xayah, with our Anivia, and we're going to be more powerful later. The fact that it's not a Hextech Soul Point, for example, gives GENG the ability to say no. Yeah, and I think that's what feels so unfortunate about this, because T1 right now, they have a significant gold lead here, but they need to win team fights with that gold lead to hold on to it, to maintain that advantage. And if GENG avoid those fights, that's when it gets a little bit trickier.
Yeah, Leandries is now done for Canyon as well on this first strike. Maokai.
Mal schauen, vielleicht können sie zaubern. Wenn GENG jetzt zaubern kann, dann wäre ich glücklich.
Gold advantage over time. I think the Canyon should be able to comfortably.
Kalista kann auch gegen einen Spieler nicht spielen.
I think ironically,
Ich glaube, so straightforward ist es leider nicht, aber mal sehen, vielleicht irre ich mich.
the game has progressed is really what T1 wanted last game with their composition they had there, and GENG kind of demonstrating when you are playing that more slow-paced, controlled composition where you have picks that want to come online later, this is how you just avoid interacting where possible.
Yep. Trade things back and forth as much as you can. 2 minutes on the Herald. That might be the next opportunity for T1 to start themselves a fight. But the problem is, I feel like in the last game, Doran versus Keen was much more volatile. This does feel like Keen just has control of this wave over and over again, despite the fact that Doran does have a lot of money towards that top side. Keen is just making things work on this Yorick, very close to that first item. And over time, will just become more and more of a menace in the side lane, able to get map control for GENG.
Ja, Navi gegen Falcons 19 Uhr und G2 Legacy auch.
Very quiet mid-game, favors T1. Or sorry, GENG, rather.
I was going to say, they're looking potentially for Chovy in the bot lane. Ono was just hovering around. Chovy's flash about to come up, and we so often see those plays made just before someone's flash becomes available, but he plays defensively, Canyon moves over, and nothing's to come for it. Faker now has that Gunblade spike, which is so significant on Akali. The all-in potential, very hard to deal with, but as you said, we'll just slow and calm, exactly what GENG need.
Yep, now Chovy going back to base. We'll see what he's going to be able to complete here, as he has completed the quest. Probably wants to get boots 2, so he can immediately get some boots 3, and that is going to come on through. So some Swifties have been fully upgraded. This bird going to be flapping around as quickly as...
Ich glaube, dieses Game, wenn GENG das gewinnt, ist ja das bessere, also deutlich bessere Team.
On the Rift right now, it's pretty small, but it's the only one that GENG has, and he's scaling up. Xayah is scaling up. Xayah has later on too, making it more difficult to kill her. On top of her already safe ultimate, all the peel tools we mentioned. Right
Also,
now, looking at this game, talking about
ich sehe den Draft noch nicht so sehr. Später im Fight, aber mal gucken. Weil seit der Mika ist halt schon fertig, das ist ein Problem für mich.
Use these peel tools and to be able to judge both his positioning, but his timing of his ultimate. We saw a pretty funky angle from him on this pick yesterday. Hopefully he'll have those aimed the right way this time around. As it is going to be very critical for GENG if they're going to win this game for him to play incredibly well when we get to that stage. We're not there yet as T1 have full control over this Herald. And as we've been talking about, GENG just opt out because they do not want to give T1 an opportunity to say that 1,000 gold lead just turned into a 3,000 gold lead on a flipped fight.
And now they can use this time to get a bit of positioning around this dragon spawning in 20 seconds. Don't necessarily need to contest it, but they can threaten, get some saplings down, maybe if they see someone out of position, or just gather information and be wary of T1 before they move in. You can see now Owner trying to make...
Ist dieser Drake-Fight spielbar? I don't know, Kevin. Du hast einen Nightsaw bei Duro außerdem. Interessant.
As the saplings are really starting to do some work. One item.
Also hat Keen jetzt seinen Triforce fertig wenigstens? Okay. Doran und Faker auch beide noch mit TP available. Da kommt der Battle Herald, aber Battle Herald ist sehr früh, oder nicht? Okay. Canyon? Hä? Oh mein Gott. Wait, gewinnen die den Fight? Wait, sie gewinnen den Fight, oder? Ja, sie gewinnen den Fight, oder? Jovi ist Full HP. Jovi hat noch sein Eck. Ja. Keen fickt Mutter. Auf gut Deutsch gesagt. Keen fickt Mutter, ja. Und er bekommt by the way den Jack auch noch, wenn er will. Und ich glaube, das war wirklich noch richtig schlecht, der Fight.
Smashing skulls, as well as Blade Caller as well, had so much impact.
Okay.
Right, the T1 definitely felt like they should be winning with the Combat Herald as well. But in the end, it's Keen who comes in strong. And we're going to get a refight for the Dragon.
Yeah, good handshake there from Carrier as Doran's looking to move his way back, but he hasn't been...
Boah, die Ghouls, Mann.
And these ghouls, man.
Wow, der ist Half-HP.
Just GENG's Dragon. There's just no two ways about it. T1 not able to make it happen here.
Yeah, Owner was not on the Krugs, by the way. He was like, no, guys, we're not doing that.
Initially, I thought with this fight, GENG had maybe overstepped, right? They didn't have to fight for this. They had been so measured in all of the other fights leading up to this. But they play it out so well. Combat Herald comes down. Canyon backs away here. Flash buys him some space, but then you see what happens with Ruler on the right side of this fight. Ult comes out. Good pullback.
Yeah.
Look at that. The double there. Denying pays the bailout. And then from here on out, yes, T1 have the numbers advantage, but they don't have a great way to deal with Keen's sustain as he just rips through this fight. The egg buys time. I think GENG judged that they had enough here so well. It was on a knife.
Sind ja jetzt die Augenbrauen abrasiert, wenn Curaçao gewinnt, ja, oder?
Barely walk out ahead.
Also that
Bart direkt mit, oder? Und Haare?
Owner couldn't flash over the actual wall was so good. They needed the Kalista alive to deal with the Yorick, and just some great team fighting from GENG. And Chovy, he's the master of minions.
He really is. His own and the opponents, as he will just force them on a merry goose chase. Faker not exactly going to notice too much of a difference in the wave state, but it was a very cute little maneuver. Pays does have his static shiv now, as he's gone for that after the Rage Blade. Pretty good item on this patch at the moment, is now Keen getting focused down by Owner. Cease and desist comes in, the Maiden getting involved as well, and Keen I think will be burning down. And there he goes on the cross map. Faker trying to keep himself alive as the smite comes in, Twisted Advance is down, and Faker no
Wen ist der Trade besser? Das ist eine gute Frage, ne?
Oh, a turret has already gone down here in the bottom lane for T1. It's going to take GENG a lot of time to get one in return, and Ruler's not going to be able to defend himself here alone, so there's going to be some tough calls made for GENG. They are going to commit to that topside turret and trade, but T1 can match that and actually look for almost a second one here, as well as mid-side prio, so T1 getting a lot in this instance here on that initial pick. And yes, Faker dies, but T1 are still getting more.
Also, it's a 3-0 Yorick that they managed to take out, so T1 making a good practice play, even though GENG, once again, cross-mapping, going for the trades. T1 are the ones who end up getting the edge in this situation. That being said, Doran stays with the tower.
I mean, he's not actually going to get punished. It looks like Duro might be able to get over here, but no one else is in the vicinity.
Yeah, that was close. Canyon was heading over, Chovy as well, but perfect timing to get it and get out.
They knew Canyon didn't have ult, and I think that was a good judgment from Doran, or whoever made the call to tell him to stay there, and they are able to just barely get the maximum value there. And if you look comparatively what Chovy was able to get their top side, only 2 of the inner...
Jetzt den Wasser an der Wand zurückbringen, kannst du mal kurz halten.
Now, I mean, Doran has 2 items. He is very, very scary on this Rumble and has a slight gold lead.
Applied Statics und Kalista Speer, ja, Aue in die ganze Wave rein.
To just run away with this game. Things a lot more even on that
Zack,
top
da,
side
siehst
than
du's.
we expected. Still T1 with a slight gold advantage as the Baron has spawned. Keen gonna get his hand shook. Looks for the ghoulie wall as it is often about Keen getting killed and then going on a rampage afterwards.
Ja, ich habe immer noch nicht so viel, also ja, weiß nicht.
This game and the last one is occurring once again as Doran Comes on over here, watches as that plate falls down, but is able to incinerate that minion wave. Get a little bit of tempo back here for T1 as they move to 1,000 gold in the advantage.
So much of Genji's agency is on the Nature's Grasp cooldown, whether it can be used defensively to secure an objective or to siege and look for a pick.
Ruler is doing a lot of damage with these 2 items now completed. It's getting a little bit scary.
One thing that's a real conversation. Oh, Faker.
Yeah, might be in trouble. Goes into the Shroud. The Keen is moving down. Nature's Grasp is going to collect him. And now
Okay.
to try and get himself away. The rest of T1 are going to show up, but he gets the
Holt's ihn wieder ab für den Drake.
get himself out of there. Still won't have that if there is going to be a fight coming up. 1 minute until the Chemtech Dragon is going to come on in. And GENG maybe looking for this outer turret mid lane, but even that feels a little bit too scary.
Ja, ich habe das Video gesehen vom Shiva, ja. Ja, aber 100%, wenn da so volles Stadion wäre, ich würde auch choken. 100%, by the way.
I will say one thing is that normally we've had Blade the Rune King built early on Calista, giving you that extra sustain. But going the Shiv route that applies those on hits, obviously very powerful, but you don't have as much sustain into this Maokai. And whenever the saplings hit, it feels so painful. That poke, very relevant, especially when you're trying to move up and contest his vision.
Especially when we don't have a tank to eat the saplings, to clear vision, and to go through those brushes. It might often just be Vi or Carrier's job here to eat that damage.
Ich nicht, ja, oder?
At full health. I do think the Shiv is incredibly valuable at getting Prio to be first on objective because that's what T1 needs. And so,
Oh, cool, die haben 5.
I think it's the right call here for Pays is Cannon does have his
Oh, da fehlt die Rakan-Ulti noch.
set up here where they can use the ult to deny T1 access or look to force a fight if T1 want to challenge. This is a very tough moment for T1. It might be the beginning of the sunset of this composition if they fail this fight.
Well, Faker makes his way over. His ulti just came off cooldown, but once again, Keen is going to find him. And oh my goodness, these Qs are doing so much work.
That's ult bin by Faker.
Yeah, he's out of there already.
Oh, Keen is doing such a good job of just keeping this Akali accountable.
Ist es so leicht?
Faker baiting his ult to get out of the
Ist das so leicht? Die mussten nichts zünden.
It's 2 dragons apiece, even though the Chemtech Soul isn't the biggest win condition. It's slowing the game down once again. GENG, they know exactly what they want out of this game.
Absolutely. That positioning of the Ghoulie Wall there for Keen was a game changer, but the fact that they were first on the Dragon was essentially checkmate because T1 could not approach. It was just way too risky.
Maokai and Nivea first to the play does feel very unfair.
When you got a Rakan there as well.
Yeah.
And if you want to try to get on top of that AD carry, he's got ult and flash and exhaust, so
and
very
Graves
tough.
Keeper at like 1 billion health in a very good position as well. Feel like Keen really having a great day so far today, but T1 hold on to a gold advantage. They got those first 2 dragons, so the fact that GENG have taken the last couple doesn't mean quite as much, especially in combination with the fact that it's a Chemtech Soul. So
Kampfdiff zu groß, wirklich.
Sought after. But I do think GENG utilize it pretty well.
Aber was? Bei Control, I guess?
One of Age's level ups. He's now level 16. 2 levels above Faker and has that rank 3
Muss ja, oder?
ultimate.
Einfach zu viel Zone Control?
A big problem.
Mit Anivia, potenziell Maokai, Ghoul Wall noch.
Lane as well, because laning into this Yorick just feels impossible for basically anyone. But the Anivia is difficult to deal with as well, like you were mentioning. That level advantage really does.
Hat Spawner gestern noch gewonnen? Ja, 3-2.
If they want to trigger it.
Oh, Faker looking for an angle, but once again, the saplings are going to find their mark, and it's the slow that's the most devastating here, stopping the Akali from getting on the
Mach /refresh, wenn ihr manche Icons nicht seht.
You know, that's all they really need. And with 3 minutes till the next Dragon, he should be able to have it for that. And I don't think T1 can look for a Baron start before then either. If they could get vision, if they could get Prio and try to look for the double smite with Callista Rend, maybe getting the Baron could be what keeps them in this game. But otherwise, their clock feels like the hourglass is running out of sand here.
And you see how they try and collapse in on mid when GENG are pushing up, but with that mid tower still being there, they can just retreat back. You're never diving in a Anivia Maokai on the
Aber wenn sie kann gliden, richtig. Die Kalista immer noch. Mal sehen.
That GENG is playing right now, the Yorick, as you said, in the side lane, such a major problem.
Proto bei der von Anivia.
I do think that the sun hasn't set on this T1
Ja.
competition just yet, but they're going to need to make something happen. They're going to need to.
Ich weiß, ob er es ernst meint oder ob er Rage baitet. Das ist die große Frage.
Classic T1 Baron is going to be the angle.
Look at Ruler doing blue buff right now. They're just giving him all the money so he can get that IE as fast as possible.
Understandable. And the only big advantage here in this game is Ona over Canyon. And I don't think Canyon really minds too much. He just wants to press an ultimate button and CC a few targets and then maybe even go down. Ona will be imperative, will have the GA coming up pretty quickly.
Now he's on Wolves. Ruler is just hard farming right now. Got red, got blue, got Wolves, got Wave, and he's just rotating around, taking all the gold. And I think they're just
done for Pays, though.
Yeah, that's true.
Scroll dieses Gefühl, das ist eine Solo-Queue. Endresultat, welche hier los war?
Now just looking for this outer turret in mid lane. Ruler gonna
Und die rausforcen von Ruler. Wow.
And the cease and desist not actually going to be
Guter Move.
Jovi now potentially in trouble. Faker liking this matchup a lot more as
Oh, Jesus Christ, das ist das Egg?
gets the egg, but he's in range
Wow.
of the turret and is not going to be able to
Grüß
take
dich.
down Jovi
Das
on
ist-
Olivia just yet, but get
Wow.
ready for the next bout.
Okay. I guess Shadow Flame.
Which I think is correct because it's more value for him.
Kranker Scheiß. Oh, Pace kommt.
Look to take after his flash.
Pace kommt ganken. TP da raus.
He doesn't have his flash.
Surely Wall comes in and Keen says, well, I think I'm going to have
Kein TP-Schild.
Pays was on his way down. I don't know whether they would have
AI fertig bei Ruler. Boah, ich sehe TP raus bei Keen, kein Flash bei Ruler.
Sustained damage to actually cut through this Yorick, and it's why.
Diamond 3, 8. Wow, er ist actually so stuck. What the fuck?
But if Callista is alive, that is the only person who can really shred.
I think Gen G are doing Baron. Like they are like I have
Oh, wow. Wirklich.
One cannot get there. A positional prio. We talked about it so much.
Wow.
Blue doesn't have flash, but it won't matter if they can never touch him.
This ward is pretty
Handshake.
ridiculous though from T1 as Chovy gonna get in.
Re-engage of Pace. W gepayt von Duro. Oh, das ist horrible. Oder?
Gigantic, but once again,
Ja.
going ballistic. Pays trying to dash around the fight and does mega cone his way.
Yep.
T1 that find every
Yep.
only Canyon is left alive.
T1 punished Gen G for going for the aggressive Baron. Chovy was on the front line with no egg, and they immediately targeted
Nash Call, wenn du siehst, dass Gegner Solo-Länder da unten sind, maybe okay.
on it, and it absolutely did.
Watch Owner when he goes in here.
Aber das Show wieder, also echt, der Play ist wahrscheinlich okay, wenn Show wieder nicht gepullt wird, right?
There from Duro. Jovi's taken out. Equalizer here. Decent.
Wahrscheinlich okay, wenn Show nicht gepullt wird.
Feathers come through. Pays is able to fight him.
Weiß ich schon, welche Moor-Aktion heute kommt? Yes, weiß man.
And that's the T1
Moment.
magic right there. Genji, I thought that was checkmate. They got Maokai. They have so much peel. Ruler has almost
Ja.
no way T1 get in, but they make it
Dann
work.
schützt.
And Owner has a clutch play to follow up on the catch on the Chovy. And now they're going to look for their soul point here finally after picking up Baron. And now they're 3.5 thousand gold ahead. Pays' Callista is crazy. He's got QSS online from that fight. T1 really in control. We were worried maybe the sun was setting, but it's certainly burning bright right now.
And also now Faker, level 16 with Flash. Chovy and Ruler, no Flash is available, only Duro, and Genji has his. If someone oversteps, missteps, Faker can just take them out. We saw how much damage he did earlier to Chovy to force his egg.
Yeah, and then the whole game might just be over, right? T1 with
Nach dem Game schauen wir außerdem kurz Opening Ceremony von LPL.
could just mean that this one is just going to be
Wir schauen weiter in LCK, aber wir schauen die Opening Ceremony von der LPL.
left alone.
Geben den 8 Minuten.
Not to mention, of course, Pays, who is just an absolute machine. Still, 4,000 gold isn't insurmountable, but it is starting to feel
Muss ich
like
raus?
Genji are falling that little bit too far behind, right? This is the kind of snowball that this T1 composition absolutely wanted to have.
This is the momentum they were lacking for most of this game, that really a composition like this once, and Genji had been able to negate and shut down. And I think what's going to be a little bit frustrating is the fact that the Baron was started by Genji. I think maybe the thought process was we can force a teleport here, and that can be enough. And now Equalizer coming down on the tower.
Yeah, handshake is good. Featherstorm
Gute Equalizers.
be invested here by Ruler. That is a big cooldown, exactly what T1 wanted.
Yeah, and I think with Owner charging his Q and his ult available, if he doesn't press R there, he probably just dies, and letting the turret go is the correct call, but now he has another safety tool lost, and T1 still up
Oh, die Main ist tot.
Baron here. They want this inhibitor.
Yeah, they're going to take the Maiden as well, as Canyon looking for a little bit of a potential engage.
Oh, wow. Wow. Wow.
He's going to get the GA out of Owner and probably...
Wow, was macht Pace denn da?
Well, hostile takeover.
Was macht der Pace da?
This time is Pays.
Hä?
He's behind the base gates. He is in so much danger.
Hä?
The bailout not going to work as Ruler
Warte mal.
stays just
Warte mal.
alive. Carrier going to fall.
Morgen Paul.
And T1's Baron.
Jetzt warte doch mal.
There.
What a beautiful play from Gen G on the
Jetzt,
finish. The
warte doch mal.
So many things
Moment.
they can build.
Moment.
And Ruler is...
Das gibt mir gerade schon wieder sehr viel hier gerade. Moment, wartet mal.
You're telling me the bailout doesn't go through, then it's over as Pays tries his hardest. But initially here, it's the catch on to Owner. They get the root,
The
Coolie wall,
interrupt on
and
the
regular
dash.
wall. Dash is interrupted, as you say, and then FaZe is like, I gotta get in here and
Ich glaube immer noch nicht dran, dass sie die Map gewinnen, aber wer kriegt den Kill auf Pace? Double Kill für Anivia?
You cannot kill me. You're not gonna get that extra auto damage. The Ren to finish.
I'm gonna say it.
Say it.
No, he didn't. He didn't need to do that. They could have just let Ona die, and that wouldn't be it wouldn't be that bad. But they
Keeps a friend. Okay? Ona's like, thanks, man. You didn't have to do that. You know?
He really didn't.
And now they're still buddies.
That gold, just the spike up and the immediate.
Yep.
I just think that there's a feeling or a tendency, especially with a lot of our LCK teams right now, this road to MSI in particular, including our play-ins, of desperation, of feeling that your comp needs to win now, that has led to leads being tossed away. And they had such a proactive moment that they had the GA. They thought, okay, we should be able to siege this up. Let's get kills. We get the inhibitor, but you get kills. You actually just win the game right there. And I think they
Ja, Problem ist, Pace will wieder Flash-Up haben.
the punish was so swift
Für
from
den Drake.
Chovy there. And FaZe felt like he had to salvage it. He felt like he had to do that because if they lost,
Oh, Ruler Text Drinker.
over the map and then
But
Genji
finished
stabilized,
Mortal Manor.
and they thought we have to force.
Hat noch mehr Erfolg auf Australien gesagt. Halt dein Maul, du hast nicht auf Australien getippt. Halt dein Maul.
Driver's seat a little bit here, still down on goal, but
Bitte.
we've already discussed so much about the compositions of those flashes are back up. Ruler's got his flash back up. Chovy's about to have his.
Oh, Faker looking for an angle towards Chovy.
Was?
As he does dash
Was macht der?
There's a grand entrance. Faker is just taken out. The feather and the Akali.
What the fuck?
Now with a huge
Jetzt sind wir am Seilplatz doch.
until the dragon.
Duro's presence there was a difference maker. Fake it. New Ruler was there.
Schlaganfall.
Chovy thought I can take him out, but Duro's charm denies the chance of
Abwarten.
play. And now GENG have full control over the map. If you want to try and move in and contest this dragon, it's going to be so hard. The saplings are getting thrown down. You're going to get choked out of your own jungle.
Yeah, I think Genji want more than just the dragon here too, but they're struggling to find a siege angle here with Canyon.
Oh, Duro. He's Rakan.
Duro has had so many great peel moments this game, including on that base defense we just saw. He's 9 out of 10 KP. He's popping off on this Rakan pick, which has been so essential to their ability to deal with this composition. We talked about all the peel tools, but they're starting to really feel like they're being realized in this game.
Warum ist die Maiden da? Warte, warum hat er seine Maiden losgelassen?
Don't get further
Hey,
control. They don't
warum hat er seine Maiden losgeschickt? Warte mal.
but they will
Warum ist
get
die Main hier?
point here and bring us to a 3-3 7-elemental game.
Yeah, T1
Hey.
pushing now through bot lane. They can't go through the jungle. Takes too long. Too many saplings. They're going straight through bot.
Gonna look for the fight.
It's going to be so hard to secure, so I think the fight afterwards is what they're going to have to look for, as the wall just prevents them from going anywhere near this. As Ona gets in there, he's able to actually get towards his...
Nice, Canyon. Nice, Canyon.
Secures it. Ona goes...
Nice, Ilya.
Barrier in
Oh,
trouble.
shit.
It is going to be FaZe pulling out those sticks, grabbing that first kill, and Genji's health bars are going low.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Faker finds Ruler.
Okay,
and
GG.
FaZe
Scheiße.
down. FaZe finally unleashed as he picks up the double. And Chovy trying to run away those Swifties, getting some work done. As once again, will be able to put up that wall, but I think Faker might be able to find him. As Chovy not able to get the angle on the stun, and now needs to...
Ja, die finishen actually nicht, ne? Sie kriegen nur Nash.
out of the way of this
Nur.
one.
It's gonna get another Q though. It's got vision.
Jovi's TP is nearly up. Oh,
Hang on,
I think
wait,
it's a bit
he's
too
just
long.
buying so much time, though.
Yeah, this is actually such a win for Genji.
Wait.
Even if he dies ultimately,
Hey?
he has his egg too.
Carrier has the CC, but he can TP in the egg. If Handshake's gone,
Yeah, there's the egg. And Doran just goes for the golden burn to take out the Anivia.
Ja, der Nash ist trotzdem weg, oder?
Gold over to him.
the thing is, even though he bought time, which allows the rest of Genji to
Der Nash muss weg sein.
him going down that late means T1 have ample time for the Baron, but here, this fight, Ona forces his way in to get access to the Dragon and just gets melted by Genji so quickly as a result. But so many tools committed early means that FaZe is able to teamfight freely. We even see Carrier
Ja, das heißt, wenn Duro nicht auf... Also ich weiß nicht... Du kannst natürlich als Duro deep diven, aber das Problem ist, wenn da niemand Pace hitten kann,
Types away then,
GG. Done.
cleanses the stun from Chovy.
kann vielleicht auch Pace jetzt aber.
Dance through the fight together with the timing there of the stasis from Faker, allowing him to do the damage, then get out safely. The FaZe follows up some damage, and then it's the execution from Faker in the final moment there. The DPS duo working together in tandem so incredibly well. The Baron goes over to T1 now. They're back in control of this game. Level 20 hit for Doran, and now they're looking to break open more of the space.
Yeah, they haven't been able to kill the Rumble all game long. He's 4-0-8 Even though Keen was an absolute monster in this one.
Waren Chem-Drakes, die Drake selbst geben dir Tenacity und Heal und Shield Power. Die Soul gibt dir mehr Damage unter einem bestimmten Grenzwert von HP, ich glaube 40%, und du nimmst weniger Damage unter 40%.
We saw what happened in the last one when Ona tried to get on the tower and hit it and how difficult it was and how
Scimitar fertig bei Pace.
You're playing a composition where your longest range champion is a Kalista. Sieging is not easy into this GENG composition, so I just don't think they're going to make much headway in terms of pushing into the base.
Not to mention, if you push too far, the Maokai finds that angle, you all get rooted, you get stuck, and you get punished and die. Not to mention, also, there are flank teleport wards that they know they're trying to find all of, but they know they probably haven't gotten every single one of them. There are a few here that aren't necessarily designed for that, but could be utilized as such if they do push up too far. So T1 have to be measured and really, frankly, let the minions do most of the work, which allows GENG to slow this down and look for clear in all 3 lanes. They have an Anivia, so it is really rough for T1 here without getting kills to actually look for this inhibitor.
So, danke für den 75er Streak. Ist an den Baron Call was passiert? T1 hat ein bisschen gefloat auf Mitte.
I think importantly, the Anivia is not here for the bottom lane, so they feel a lot freer. The Maokai are going to come down though, and that will just force them off. They can clear out that wave.
That is still a decent amount of damage onto Ona. The equalizer comes in.
Maiden ist wieder tot, oder?
As well, still Dura going to be there.
Nee, Maiden lebt, okay.
Keep his teammates' health bars safer. That is going to be successful for now. Ruler's health bars.
Boah, schreit trotzdem noch 3 Inhibs fast, oder?
6 elemental drakes so far. The next one, 1 minute 20. And finally, the Chemtech Soul will come in. The Rebel Baron power play sitting at 1400. Not a whole lot has been gained since that Baron did go down. It's still a 4,000 gold lead. But as we crest towards the 40-minute mark, 4,000 gold doesn't really feel like it means all that much. Both of these 80 carries sitting on 5 items each. And GENG still in with a fighting chance. T1 going to have to keep it tight if they want to take this one. But the war of attrition being won by them for, so far.
And Inhibitor looking like it is starting to really take some big hits here from those cannon minions empowered by the Baron. And Doran is just empowering that here. GENG look like they will barely get the defense. No, they decide not to.
Yeah, a cannon.
Ein Inhib nur? Was?
Is going to fall.
So you're fine with that. Honestly, I think GENG okay with that mid lane inhibitor having the super minions pushing in, gives an extra source of.
Wow, Instant J bei Pace fertig. Wie machen wir's? Sieht schwierig aus, oder? Nicht der Fight. Sieht so schwierig aus, der Fight. Right.
From the Baron that T1 were able to take. And once again, we're looking to see these two teams throw down and play for the Dragon Soul.
Yep, 900 gold was the Rebel Baron power play in the end. So not a massive amount, but a teleport in.
Ja, ich hatte J. Perfekt. Ach, er hat die Ward weggekauft.
Chemtech Soul is kind of crazy, as now Ruler might be in trouble. Does have the Featherstorm, but the season desist.
Ruler ist tot.
Finally gets that ulti through.
GG.
The flashout doesn't work, and the bottom lane are
Jesus.
Canyon still trying to fight.
Komischer Fight.
GG. Ripped out of him though, and it's Faker that grabs the kill. A double for the Akali and T1. They don't care about a dragon. They just want to kill all of GENG and win this game too, bringing us once again to a best-of-3 for a ticket to MSI.
Keen does end up getting a kill onto Doran, and Chovy is buying time, but that mid inhibitor is open, and Pays is going to end this game. There's no way Chovy can get back, and I think we are going to a 1-1 series here.
Just escorting him, keeping him under lock
So,
so he can't get back to base.
Wir schauen gleich, wie gesagt, die Opening Ceremony von LPL.
Will eventually go down, and
GG.
will equalize the series.
Dann sind wir für GENG.
A beautiful game from T1. There was a hiccup, a couple maybe, but they held strong, and man, Pays on this Kalista. What?
Solid Game. Solid Game. So, Opening Ceremony, LPL, schauen wir.
该燃起来了。
Und dann schauen wir weiter, LCK.
火这东西，点了就别想灭。有些事，试一次好玩儿。练100次，胜利。 那是要在最烫的火里，看看自己到底多难啃。 烧到浑身透亮。就该往冷水里钻了。
Der früher besser weiß Kerle zueinander, ja. Trophäe ist cool.
感觉到了吗？一次又一次，越来越快，越来越准，越来越狠。本能、笃定、决心。当这种感觉翻涌上来的时候，便是乘风。刃都开了，还藏什么？
So, wie machen wir's?
淬火成风。
Was für eine Halle? Wie groß ist die Halle? Das ist die Frage. Wie groß ist denn die Halle? Oh, cool. Cool. Cool gemacht. Cool gemacht. Sehr cool gemacht. Aha. Nein, er ist auch am Aura farmen. Und er gibt seine Jacke. Geil. Geht. Boah, ist die Venue groß. Wow, ist die Venue groß. Cream, ja. Der macht ein bisschen Parkour. Und die Viper. Finger ist so groß, dass er beide Seiten auf einmal bekommt. W's. Ultimate. So, der Ritter fehlt noch, wa? Nur noch der Ritter. Der war der Erste? Was? Nee, der Erste war doch Jackie Love. War Tripping? Setze gerade durch. Nein, wir schauen nur Opening Ceremony hier. Und dann gehen wir wieder rüber. Erst vom VG. Oh, lol. Ach, klar, wegen Captain. Ja, natürlich wegen Kapitän zuerst. Trophäe, sehr schön. Wir stehen gerade 1-1 bei T1 GENG. Ja, da schauen wir rein, sobald LCK vorbei ist.
하나도 안 나갔어. 아무래도 망한 것 같아요.
근데 저기 빅나 선수 아니에요? 닮는 사람 아니에요?
빅나 선수 혹시 좋은 아이디어 있어요? 사실 제가 대전 출신이어서 대전의 자랑 빅나 동상을 세우는 건 어떨까요?
대전의 자랑 바이퍼 아니야?
듣자니 도저히 안 되겠다 싶더라고요. 결국 제가 나서기로 했습니다. 재미있게 놀 수 있는 여러 가지 프로그램, 그리고 여기서만 받아갈 수 있는 것.
드디어 퍼즐이 완성되는 느낌이더라고요.
팬분들은 결국 이런 걸 원하거든요.
Münzer für T1 Sub. Kopf vor der Zahl. Kopf vor der Zahl.
Every sky's a line I'm drawn. Cut by cut, mark by mark, mining forever in the storm.
Wieder ausgenommen. Ich kriege jetzt Werbung gefickt. Monster, danke für den 12. Danke fürs ganze Jahr.
There will be no clean sweep for the ticket today, John, and MSI, the final spot for LCK. It is a comeback here by T1 in a slow and steady game where it started to feel they were getting outscaled and GENG were doing everything right. And then a couple of mistakes there opened the door, and then T1 shut it closed to put us to a game number 3, 1-1.
Well, when I saw the game 2 draft, I was worried about T1 because they didn't change the plan. They still picked for the top side. And second, I don't think it was a good option to pick Vi Akali into Zara Khan. And third, they had to pick Rumble even though there are so many counter picks in the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you see, like, you know, the Rumble against Yorick, he being as a playing Yorick, I mean, that's why he started really weak in lane phase. He was actually behind and had to use ulti like 2 times, 3 times for the lane phase, and that's how bad it was. But I mean, I think it was like, besides the lane, I think he played really, really, really good, and I think it was a mega pressure on him, responsibility on this game.
Was sagst du, Schweiz? Ey, du hast recht.
I still feel like Rumble weak
Du hast vollkommen recht gehabt.
better than Vayne weak side because you can equalize those waves.
Ich bin mundtot.
5-0 before this game. Now it's 6-0, and you have a Kali by Rumble diving into Anivia. While it is hard to play against Xayah, I feel like the Anivia really had a hard time in team fights, and we could see it later in the bottom fight. And also T1 gets that really strong bot lane match with Kalista Renata.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I like looked up and like I feel happy about it is because like Pace and Carrier finally had the winning matchup in the bot lane.
Allein heute Abend verlieren können. Zum Glück sah gestern gut aus.
Win this game.
Yeah,
Also können, ja.
Early on with the first blood, but then the game kind of settled down. There was not a lot of action early on. Over at, I think, the 4th Drake, we had a 4-for-4 that ended up going the way of GENG. They were able to get the Drake, so it was slow, and T1 had to find a way to make.
Wallah, billah! Ich habe gerade noch gesagt, der Bruder. Egal, wir machen weiter, passiert.
Wenn er einfach nein.
Tschüss. Sag, wieder
sagen. Vallahi ich langsam ja! Nein, Usan ja! Wenn das nicht Usan, nicht Usan, nicht Usan! So. Türkei kassiert immer. Hey, wir kassieren immer, wir kassieren immer! Wir kommen zurück, wir kommen zurück! Wir werden zurückkommen, wir werden zurückkommen! Wir werden zurückkommen! Hadi, hadi! Wo ist euer Herz? Wo ist euer Herz, Mann? Nach 24 Jahren habt ihr uns gefickt! Eine ganze Nation hat uns nicht gefickt, ihr habt uns gefickt! Regiert ihr nicht bitte, Land! Regiert ihr nicht bitte! Regiert ihr Utanen! Utanen! Ihr habt ohne Herz und Seele gespielt, Land! Utanen, Land! Utanen, Land! Schämt euch! Schämt euch, Land! Schämt euch! Du Peach! Wie kann man gerne nach dem 74 Minuten spielen lassen? Montana, du Peach! Ich habe 24 Jahre für sowas gemacht, oder was?
I think the other way, I think the T1 find really great moments to actually just catch the opportunity while GENG actually make a mistake.
Yeah, that was one of the few mistakes that it felt like GENG made by skipping the steps after T1 had burned those abilities, and it was unforced, right? We all thought scaling was on the side of GENG, time was on the side of GENG, not the case here. And then later on, here is the Drake fight that ended it.
Yeah, I mean, it was great equalizer once again from Doran here. I think they were kind of worried about getting zoned out by Anivia, but this equalizer made them like push back towards the GENG side. And I think after all, Pace and Faker once again making the play.
That R2 by Faker was absolutely insane. The finish of Ruler, and Ruler still had flash in this moment, but also Pace popping up as well.
Wie steht's 1-1?
And that did really open up the map for T1. That being said, I feel like neither team is immune to mistakes. Looking at these two games, both teams chose a little bit more scaling, right? In the first game it was T1, in the second game it was GENG, and both teams actually making some mistakes that the scaling didn't really clutch it and didn't really bring them the victory.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the T1 adaptation. Like, it wasn't really, I would say, like, it wasn't clean game for T1, but like, that being said, like, they were making mistakes in the middle game, like, especially early game, but it didn't actually matter. They adopt, oh, we should approach it through the bottom, for example, for the Drake, so make sure we don't get zoned by any via wall, like, those kind of stuff, or it was doing it inside of the game, and that actually helped for the win.
Yeah, and what I liked about what GENG did, though, was they saw, hey, aggressive bot lane, we got torched once on there, let's stay away from that. Vi, which has been a highly contested pick throughout the road to MSI, let's slow down there. They did a great job matadoring T1 and not allowing it to snowball out of control. It was just that one mistake that opened the door.
Now coming to game 3, all about the mid pick again. We said Anivia is not a good pick because he can't really make the proactive play, and it happened. Game 3, there's one pick, Lissandra mid. I think it shows the high priority in Wonju here, and I think in game 3 it's gonna be like especially around the Lissandra and stronger jungler.
For me, okay, for me T1 should stick to their gut, should keep playing for bot lane. I think that bot lane's early Dragon Striking was really good. I think they should keep the plan going and play for bot lane.
I think, yeah, I mean, also, I think the Jace still went through up. Like, I think seems like both top laner doesn't want to pick Jace. It was like even Sion was benched. I think it was like waiting, but, I mean, we'll have to figure out the next game.
The adaptation will go into the championship rounds. It will take at least 4 games to decide who's joining the Teemo train here with Hanwha Life Esports on the way to Daejeon. It is the greatest rivalry in esports. Red versus gold, T1 GENG, game number 3.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 2. And yes,
So,
a best of 3 from here, what we've all been used to throughout the regular season of the LCK. This one will result in a ticket to Daejeon, and for the loser, they will just go home, go for a bit of a holiday, and not exactly feel too psyched about it, as being an MSI representative is something that both have been very used to in the last few years. Let's see what this draft is going to bring us, gentlemen, as I believe once again will be
so.
I think so.
Bold claim.
Yeah, I have focus on a few different
Natürlich schon ein 3-0 für
Zinzao. The Ezreal are going to be big picks here because as Engage starts to go by the wayside and we have less and less engaged tools, you know, when you have a pick like Ezreal, it's so hard to lock him down, it's so safe, and when you are able to get your hands on it, you have so much agency. Moving into this 3rd game, the Lissandra pick that we did mention, I think is an interesting shout out. I think it's definitely one that we've been seeing a lot, but it needs a strong jungle pairing, and so many of the classic ones are already gone.
Well, the Orianna going to be taken away here, of course. Cassiopeia is fearlessly banned, so they don't need to worry about that one. The Karma could be a ban here. The Rise still very high priority, and that one is what's going to be taken away. In the last game, this was backed up by a Scion ban.
Ja, irgendwie hat sich W ziemlich gut angesteckt gegen BLG oder BLG schlecht gegen W. Ich kann es schwer sagen, keine Ahnung.
I mean, T1 has to go towards.
Your first pick, then just make T1 ban it. You're already absorbing the Bard ban, so I feel like don't do a favor for them. They ban away the Karma instead, denying the prospect of Karma Ezreal, which we saw the last few days. And I imagine a Varus ban here.
Could get really interesting if it's not.
And where does the Varus then go? Because we've seen it banned in every single game for what feels like the last 6
Und Javan ist auch noch offen.
or something like that. Some absurd amount of time.
I think you hold the flex for.
Oh yeah, you have to. But where do they eventually
Javan ist offen.
decide to put it? As it doesn't matter. It's going to be banned away.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about that.
They really made me nervous because I said the Varus ban was going to be the one thing I knew was going to happen, and then they waited until the very final ban.
I wonder if we saw a lot of these engage compositions in the last 2 games. I was thinking the Annie might rise up in priority.
Wow.
From it from the other day.
Okay.
These junglers being thinned out a bit as well. Annie Wukong feels really solid. The question is T1 going to deny it, or are they just going to let it happen?
That's the question, because if you take the Wukong away, then you're effectively saying we're going to have a little bit of a weaker early jungle into the other meta jungle picks that are available. So it comes at a cost, and if you leave it,
weiter.
then you get Wukong, and the composition is simple to play. Looks like Owner's ultimately going to decide to take this one away from GENG, and we'll see what Faker wants to play into the Annie right now. We've seen a little bit of Aurora as the counter pick. Maybe that's the way he wants to go, but Pei's taking the Guma Yushi's book here with a Senna lock-in.
All right.
So early priority on getting the Senna secured before much has happened in the draft, and we saw it work to great effect when it was played by HLE, especially when you had
Theoretisch ist Seraphine offen.
charge and Senna can just attack over the
Spielt aber gegen Sana Nautilus. Weiß nicht, ob das so geil ist. Seraphine, ich meine, Seraphine ist offen, ja, aber.
I wonder though, GENG just gonna slam like a Jarvan here in this situation.
Gut, Topside, okay. Jace Javan.
Not much you can do against that. They will though prioritize that Jace first and foremost for Keen. And the question is for T1, with Jace being picked here, do you pick a top lane to respond, or are you going to pick a mid to respond to the Annie?
Yeah, or do you pick a support to pair with your Senna as well? I mean, you could lose a lot
Sollten 2 auf 3 gehen wahrscheinlich.
synergy
Oder?
here with the champion. It's actually interesting.
Mehl.
Senna Wukong was actually a lane
Was?
that I believe Guma Carrier played.
It is at MSI
Was?
2022, but it was fasting Senna back then.
Yeah, it was that old Mad Lions lane.
Yeah, it was a weird one.
Yeah, so Mel coming out here for GENG, so potentially looking for a kill lane. And if I'm T1 and instantly thinking there's a prospect of it being like Mel Pike we've seen.
Yeah.
So protection.
Okay.
Senna might be really important in this situation.
Mehr Lade Carry gegen Sana ist gut.
Prioritize that before anything else.
I just don't know anything that's safe to pick right now that you can lock in without the trade-off of losing your top, wall against this Jace pick that Keen has his hands on already. And with the
Ich hoffe, Joe hat meine Instagram-Story gesehen. Ich bin mir sicher, er hat sie gesehen sogar.
poke with Mel Jace, and you have
Aber sieht die Canyon-Jacke?
Annie. So now you've got to be wondering, what do you ban away? You probably take the Pike away first, and foremost.
Oder darf das wieder keiner wissen?
There's also like Jarvan still available, which seems so scary to be playing into.
Well, Javan, oder?
The Pike makes complete sense. That's taken away. I think for the side of GENG, 2 lines of thought. You can just hammer things like the Aurora away from Faker.
Reflektiert mehr die Senna-Q und Ult mit ihrer Wehe.
We've seen even like
Ult auf keinen Fall. Q kann ich mir auch nicht vorstellen, die wir reflektiert sehe.
Need another big damage threat with having the side in the top lane, and Senna isn't the highest DPS AD carry either, so they will just take away that Victor.
All right.
Was sie brauchen, also Frage ist Javan Second Ban, weil Jungle Support, was gibt's da noch? Nautilus? Jace Jungle noch spielbar, ich hasse Jace Jungle. Kannst das Spiel, aber er ist schlecht. Die Udi-Engel bestimmt, oder? Stimmt, oder? Sion Senna Botlane? Jetzt könnte Sion Senna Botlane sein, aber keiner farmt inzwischen, also ich gehe stark von Nein aus. Okay, Nautilus Ban. Javan ist offen für GENG.
Or if GENG get their hands on, you're going to have a really hard time, because that's all they don't have right now is follow-up engage to the Annie, follow-up CC. I think this is probably going to be an Aurora ban just to protect this matchup for Chovy a little bit more. And they have so many different options they can go with here in the jungle role for Canny right now. I think that's why T1 decided not to target that, because there's that Lissandra.
Smart.
Yep, shout out to Wadid, who was saying that the draft was going to revolve around this one. Not going to happen in the second round. as Faker is going to have that one denied.
And I do think, I'll say it, Faker's Aurora has not been iconic, right?
Yeah.
It's not his best pick.
I was going to mention it, but I also didn't want to mention it, you know?
GENG have made that clear in this last Lissandra ban that they're not as worried about it either.
Well, let's see where he does decide to go instead. It's going to be Carrier on the cow. The Carrier Alistair has been an absolute menace so far, and it's so similar to what
Kannst irgendwas picken, was roamen kann.
But now
Aber mir würde jetzt natürlich wieder nichts einfallen.
I'm gonna win us the game.
You've now given the information to GENG about what
Weil Leonarell finde ich hier nicht so gut.
can respond
Ist das hier gut? Naja.
to the matchup.
Nicht wirklich. So langsam.
Time to discuss and see what they're up against before making that final.
Es ist scheiße. Oh,
They might have
fuck, I hate it.
into the jungle.
Oh, I hate it.
The hen top.
Hadi.
Vice versa, potentially.
Canyon was playing a good amount of Jason
Meine Spiele gut waren decent.
recently, and specifically there's a hen here, so you make sure you're not matching the Jason to Sion.
Sein Jungle, Jace Jungle.
Lower damage composition, full of a pretty bulky front line, is going to be so hard to.
There's a lot of things.
BG fickt außerdem.
A lot of things to hit. It's been Poppy support is the option for Duro.
It's been
BG
such a
fickt.
classic counter pick too, the Zahin into the Sion, because it has the free early game. The Poppy, it's a great choice here as well.
Bobby
So
supported,
much
yeah.
range, but also hard engage
Oh.
in this comp for GENG. It's ended up being a brilliant draft. Let's see what Faker is going to play here in response to all of this. This is going to be the crux of this entire composition, what holds it together. He's
Ja,
got
Aurora
all the
pickt
thoughts.
2-1 GENG.
Pick the Alistair first because he wasn't sure yet, and this is going to go down to the last second left.
Sion Mitte.
Okay.
Sion Mitte.
Before.
Ist gut gegen Annie. Ist sehr gut gegen Annie.
It's Faker.
But it could be Faker.
I think it's Doran, and they're putting Sion
And mid Sion.
because Chovy's just never going to be able to cut through or really have pressure against the
Poor.
Sion. And the Olaf, you can actually have kill pressure. You're no longer given a free lane to the Zen.
Also,
Very tricky.
A great call out.
in der Theorie Zahin gegen 4.
This reminds me, was this the first MSI?
Zahin gegen 4 Milis ist schon ziemlich gut.
His opposition. I think he's currently 1-0 on the champ, and I think that might be the only game that he's played. But we'll make sure that we get everyone on there. This is off the top of my head from a very long
Ich meine Tico sehr viel Cortisol.
Sion in the mid lane, and it will be the Olaf towards the top side. So a very standard mid. Faker.
I think this makes more sense. I think you're allowing the Olaf to pop off, and something to remember is that last time Doran played Olaf, where the early game did not go good. The mid game
Ja, die haben wieder limitiert DPS gegen den Olaf, ja.
popped off, and it was into a Mel as well. We've seen a few times Olaf in a Mel, the other team runs out of damage, and you just
30 Stunden auf der Hause ausgehalten, bist du
with the
dumm.
center supporting you
Bist
as
du
well,
dumm.
healing you up. If this Olaf gets going, he will take over.
And it's also something that Doran has found a whole lot of success on as well. Like he often saves
Aber haben sie DPS? Nee, die haben nicht genug DPS für den Olaf später wieder.
horribly. It's not then smooth sailing for GENG because Doran has had comeback.
Sehr unentspannt.
I think this draft for T1 in the early game is incredibly weak. We'll see how they pilot it here as we jump into the game.
Wir brauchen 3 Drakes für GENG. 3 Drakes für GENG, sonst problematisch.
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen.
Ich brauche später eine Dual-Ulti auf den Olaf, bevor der ultet.
So you're telling me you have an Alistair Senna lane, you have a Sion mid, and an Olaf that can match well, okay, into the Zahin top side. And how are you going to get out of this early game without wounds? How are you going to get out of this early game without some scratches, right, is the question I have, because this is so much range in this comp here for GENG, plus the engage, so the backline access of the Senna, you're going to have to play really well. You're going to have to be the one that makes the first move with your incredible front line and your Wukong to keep the Senna alive. But if you fall too far behind in the mid game, or you end up with a situation where you have to fight a dragon you don't like to because they got double dragon and a Tex soul, there's so many ways this can go wrong. But I do agree that it's a very creative answer, and I think it does make sense. I do like that they opted for the Sion in mid and the Olaf in top for the reasons Ox already pointed out. Let's see how they weather the storm, because
3 Base, 3 kein Space für Canyon.
be easy time.
Oh, er schafft den Gank, aber er ist gewordet.
One thing I'm really concerned about in this game for T1 is Zahen. Because I think even if the Jace, Annie, or Mel get fed, there will come a point where they can't just combo the Olaf and he can become a real issue. But there's a hen into 4 melee champions.
Yeah.
If he's fed,
Agreed.
T1 have an answer to that. So even though we've seen before Doran not have a great lane on the Olaf and come back strong, I think the bigger issue here is going to be Keen being enabled by that. So this top lane matchup going to be very important early on.
Well, this mid lane matchup is Faker using a very large health bar in order to try and stay alive against the Nanny. Olaf is just going to wander past the turret and look to take out all of these minions. Keen realizing that he probably wants to get some experience in gold, and so isn't going to stop him just yet.
Danny ist okay. Nicht unbedingt der beste Champion, aber er füllt halt viel, ne? Gewinnt Lane, gibt dir einen Engage, gibt dir relativ guten Burst.
We haven't seen the jungle Jace in a really long time. It was very prevalent at the beginning of this year when it got changes to its jungle clear, and we saw it a lot at Kespa Cup, for example. It was almost permabanned for a while because it was so strong in the jungle. Even though it wasn't winning, if you guys remember, like it was almost always banned.
Ich habe gegen seinen auf Level 6 gewinnst du als Olaf.
See it on the Rift.
Plus Olaf ist eher immer für Gegner kommt. Und GENG hat eben limitierte Mobility plus sehr, sehr limitierten DPS später. Kann ein Problem werden. Kann ein Riesenproblem werden, in fact. Deswegen brauchen wir Early Jakes als GENG.
There was also recently a match in the LCS, I believe, where Inspired did something similar to this, where they flexed it into the jungle to give a better top lane matchup.
Ja, pick die Dogs.
So it's interesting we're seeing that again here.
Yep. I like the creativity. I also like that this is obviously deliberate as well. Holding onto that flex, you pointing it out, Orcs, that he has been playing this one in solo queue.
Yeah, I do. It is funny because you see the picks Canyon plays in solo queue. That's like Jace, Diana, Quinn, and Bessa. And you're like, well, he's been practicing these. How likely are we to see them?
Yeah.
And it's nice when one shows up. Yeah. But definitely, I don't always go into every match thinking we're going to see Quinn jungle.
This stat here,
Lulu hatte einfach OP-Damage.
Chovy actually
2021.
He did play a ton.
Lulu hatte komplett OP-Damage.
2021. And I mean, I say
Also der Champion war einfach fundamentally insanely broken da.
was doing it. That felt like a lot back then. So he actually has a lot of experience with this pick, but now he's playing into it.
Saru dann für den 13.
A little bit of a different story at the moment.
Like, Chovy was the mid Cassante guy as well.
Yeah, and the mid Aatrox guy.
Yes.
Renekton also, although that I think belongs to Showmaker a little bit. Yeah, there are certainly a lot of melees that Chovy has liked to play in the past. And it's kind of weird. It's reminding me of, like, you know, 2012 TSM. You know, just watching Reginald run around the Rift on Sion before he became a real champion and not just a stun that would build only Doran's rings. Oh, what a time to be alive.
What's interesting is that we had the change to the role quest where you no longer get that empowered recall, and now you get 8% extra AD and AP, which just is not offering much to Faker right now.
Well, Ruler is going to go for a little bit of a merry jaunt here. Finds a snare onto Pays, though, and Canyon going to show up with a shock blast. There it is.
Well, that's the thing about
Hat natürlich Zeit bis 5:30.
that great CC setup a lot of junglers have, but he can at least just kind of hang out and get some.
Erneut, ich benötige
See
Drakes.
the angle for the kill. He just shock blasts in and at least collects some money for his.
I think what's nice is at least the lanes have a good amount of setup. The least is Keen, the top lane, and he at least can flip them back, and it's a longer lane. But mid and
Nein, Zerwartman, ja, ja.
CC to work with, which I think is kind of important if you are having that Jace jungle. Otherwise, it is just that farm into first strike poke.
Yeah, and we saw even the Mel can you do Senna setup for the Jace potentially if those rebuttals do come through.
Well, Chovy does now have the bear.
Mir den Contest hier gut.
Faker can go back to base and then ulti back if he would like to. Only taking a bit of damage here from Canyon as the decoy comes out. Doran coming over the top though. Keen is just following him down, and we can see the top lane is incredibly even. Cute little Bramble Vest here from Keen as well.
Ach, du wirst Supporter gespielt, du konntest ja auch Supporter spielen. Champion hat einfach extrem hohen Base Damage gehabt.
But definitely picking this one for lane is going to feel great into both the Wukong and the Olaf. And in fact, building as much armor as you can is going to be a great move into T1 just in general, because I do not see magic damage, like at all.
The Sion shield explosion.
Sorry, I apologize. Wait,
Alistair's got a little AP ratio, you know?
He's just gonna go static shiv.
Hey, there you go. Actually, never mind. Static shiv. That's massive. Okay.
I will say there is at least armor shred that's gonna help out. Oh, they're going for a play.
Yeah, Ruler's gonna have to flash as there is Faker finding the unstoppable onslaught.
Von Duro.
Duro to the sky, but doesn't have a whole lot after that. Still flash available here for this pop. He might actually have to use it over the wall and does so as Ruler finds a snare.
Gut von Carrier, Davey. Das war tot gewesen, glaube ich.
That was
Out of the
cute.
way.
That was very cute from Carrier there. You know, something we hadn't talked about, which is in the rare cases where Sion is mid, is he kind of becomes a global threat with his ultimate between both top lane and mid lane for roams. Because
It's not a train anymore, it's a boat.
Yeah, he's going straight through the river, and in this case, able to get multiple critical flashes here. So that is a big win for him. You can see the lanes, though, in this early game and the jungle, with that first strike coming through here, are naturally ahead. GENG, without any kills here, have picked up a 500 gold lead off of their early lane advantages alone. Let's see if they can push that advantage into some of these real objectives here.
Oh, there's an interruption from Duro.
He really wanted to channel that.
Yeah, he did.
Wann kommen die Drakes? Wie sieht's aus, Freunde? Wie lange wollen wir hier ranken?
Absolutely does so.
GENG Downfall.
Bount has the same amount of health as Chovy.
Der zweite Draft schwierig. Schwierig. Der Draft hier vielleicht auch schwierig gegen Olaf. Ist ein guter Olaf-Engel. Grub super.
They have control vision on the entrance there. They have vision on the dragon as well. So he feels very good about this.
Oh, that's a bear. That's all. That's my play-by-play, by the way.
Oh, okay, yeah.
That's a bear.
That's all there is to say.
That's pretty unbearable.
It was a bear.
I apologize, Ox. I'll try and be better. It's all right. Faker down to about 300. He's
lost the cannon.
He's fine. And all right, there's a shot.
Ist tot. Lol.
Oh, it's in the
Wow.
end. There's first blood.
Wow.
Chovy with a
Okay. Come on.
That is, for Faker, you feel like you did everything right there. You're just trying to catch this wave, and then you flash with the Q's in the air.
Aha.
Just presses EQ.
Und die Kanone ist auch noch weg.
And that's what kills you.
It's the worst feeling ever when you flash and you see your
Okay. Grüß dich, Flo.
the ground.
I'm wondering, was the shield on cooldown? He didn't have enough mana.
Mana was so low.
His mana was pretty low. That might have been it, because I was thinking maybe he's like flashing to buy time and shield, but the shield never came through. That definitely would have saved him.
We'll probably only know if we get the first-person view there of Faker, but we'll see when we go into the replay if we can.
I hope they don't do it to him, as Hepa Pulverize does come in from Carrier. Ruler once again finding a bit of an angle here.
Oh, kommt der da wirklich hin?
But the unstoppable onslaught delivers Faker to the bot lane, and Ruler, he has to try and dodge, therefore walking into the waiting arms of FaZe. And there is the answering kill for T1.
Yeah, they did it twice. This time there was no flashes.
I think, oh, Doran's in trouble here.
Yep, Shock Blast does come on through. The Grim Deliverance comes down. The Ragnarok is going to be there for long enough to get Doran out to safety as the Dawning Shadow comes on through. Owner there for the defense, and Keen, oh, he wants this Crystalline Overgrowth. He'll hit it, and the flash immediately has to be used to get this Zehen out of there.
So it ends up being a trade up in terms of summoners for T1, with Keen beating his flash, and it was only the Ghost there.
We are going to see it.
Yeah, but from Canyon's perspective.
Any moving 되나?
Very nice.
And here, it's the same play from Faker. You know, the ult comes through from Poppy as they realize they're in trouble, but Faker drives right between the tri-bush, and he's dead again.
Hä?
Huh.
That's surprising. Not sure what.
Wie ist Angtot?
But obviously.
Kill bot lane, die mid lane.
I
Kill
see
bot
a
lane,
Poppy.
die mid lane.
Angstspitzhal Mitte.
The equilibrium that we're going to hit.
Yeah, the Malignant Spike is there for Chovy, but you would expect at some point Fake can kind of just brush a lot of the damage off.
Warum hast du die nochmal gegen GENG spielen? Hatten die doch schon besiegt. Regular Season und dann Playoffs immer was anderes.
Oh.
Zoned in the lane as a flank.
Ow.
Hä?
As Ruler this time
Macht das Lineal?
he's going to get snared. There's the heroic charge back, but Carrier
Was macht das Lineal?
real fast with that ghost, and Ruler has nothing he can do. He just dies.
You know, I think with the Mel, you're so good at playing into sort of longer range abilities.
Was macht das Lineal?
Or just anything you can reflect, but into things like a Scion or an Alistair, you just
Hallo?
don't have tools really.
Der muss WDAV benutzt haben.
If you land the root, great. If they sidestep it,
Der muss das WDAV benutzt haben.
at the most effective time. They just get on top of you, and then there's nothing you can do. I'm looking.
Ruler mit der Türkei WM-Performance ist
It's kind of nightmare fuel.
so.
Yeah, it's not really working.
And it's, you know, when you're this far up in the lane without flash, very easy to punish you, which has happened now twice. I mean, really three times. The first time they got the flash, and then the next two they were able to get kills before he came up. As Chovy just whittles away at Faker, and Faker pushes onto Chovy for one more auto here.
Die Rage-baiten sich wieder auf Mitte gegenseitig, ne?
I don't
He
know.
really likes pressing Q.
Yeah.
The shield was on cooldown as well. Again, in this situation, he used
Hans
it.
den 1 gestern.
Didn't have that available. Nice sidestep there by Carrier, and then holds the combo for the Steadfast Presence from Duro. And does a short combo at the end just to catch out Ruler. Really well played to set up that one. Pays now with the static shiv, especially when you're playing into a mage in the bot lane. having extra wave clear that the Shiv offers goes such a long way. Obviously, this is the standard build.
Sleazy.
The static Shiv early on center, but it's definitely a big
Schön die Backline mitnehmen.
when the enemy Mel has
Richtig so.
already.
I'm starting to very strongly feel like Doran is going to have to do some heavy lifting in this game because Faker is so far behind. And the Senna is ahead, but that doesn't necessarily translate to a big mid-game or anything like that. Yeah, she needs more souls.
No.
Canyon's here again. Oh, not one more time.
Kobe holds the flash, decides he doesn't want to go for it. And so now Faker gonna have to try and keep himself alive.
Ona hat Ulti.
Now Ona makes his way in. Canyon flashes. Dawning Shadow comes
Was?
down, and there's the flash from Ona to follow, and down goes the Jace. Ona here to save the play, and now Carrier will find the flash from Chovy as well.
This Triforce spike.
Bitte Gilliandri second, nicht Rocket Belt. Bitte Gilliandri second, nicht Rocket Belt.
I have the damage. Follow me, and he absolutely did to take out the Jace and Chovy, having a flash as well, punishing the attempt to threaten Faker's tower.
Ja, Wukong ist sehr balanced.
So in terms of Faker's position lane now, he has upgraded Merc Treads. He's going to get the Koenig Rukin soon. He'll feel much better then, but I'm a little worried they'll just switch lane and put him into a AD.
Wie viel hat sie da verloren? 3-0.
Yeah, that's what I'm most concerned about. I mean, there is a, you know, the bottom laner obviously
Ich glaube, das Game ist das für GENG.
but the Zahen lane can work really well.
He actually went the Glacial Shroud just on that base, so got a bit of armor first. But yeah, damage comes in from that Shock Blast, the Magic Shield doing nothing there. They go for the push in.
Luca da geht für nur
And
40
this
Stück.
time, Faker has the shield available, so he can ult freely with the initial peel and the flash. Faker turns back, but Ona's like,
Wukong is
I have
balanced.
the damage. I have this spike, and Chovy having to flash away as well.
This is a small win here for T1. Really evens out the gold quite a bit. But I think they need to do more to protect this Senna through this mid game than just, you know, to be able to get this gank onto Canyon and Chovy there. So he needs to be set up for success with the gold that he has. Pays has everything he needs to rocket into an amazing late game, to be a super strong late game AD carry threat, big powerhouse, especially with how ahead he is over Ruler specifically. Ruler isn't going to have as easy of a path there, but that means the front line needs to play well. And when Faker's behind, it means the Olaf and the Wukong are going to have to pick up the slack. And if they can set Pays up for success, I do really favor the game state here for T1, but it's yet to be seen.
Ruler will at least be able to clear out these waves pretty comfortably. Finds yet another nice rebuttal onto Pays, who does have Piercing Darkness, so he'll be fine. Ona coming on over here, spotted by Duro, as that sweeper did at least find the monkey. Feels pretty good. And Faker is once again taking a lot of damage here towards his bottom side of the map. I think as this game goes on, we need to feel less and less concerned.
Well, you know, it's the fact that he went for the armor, and we were talking about the concerns of him playing into an AD champ, but it means he's delayed his Koenig, and he hasn't gotten to the point where the Annie lane is just easily manageable, that we normally see things like Galio or other tanks hit into. He would have had the Koenig right now if he'd gone for it, but we'll just get some plate damage here. Canyon going for the money gangs we've kind of seen this game.
Yep.
Yeah, and he has a significant lead. It's not the most amazing, but he went for the early Serpent's Fang, which is very cost efficient and great into this composition for what it's doing right now. And Ruler has his first item, which is a little bit more of a damaging item than Pays' first item. But again, it's about the fact that Pays got that gold, has this item, and is looking for his
Wurde BLG gerade geaced.
also getting those stacks. Like, that's the extra element that you can't get from ganks. You actually have to get it over time. Still gated by game progression in that sense. So let's see what they could do to protect him and get him through this next part. If GENG get double dragon with the prio we talked about they should have in this game early and end up with a really strong soul like Hextech soul,
Rage mich schon wieder alle.
it's going to get a little bit tougher here for T1. But they'll have to get that double dragon first.
Hextech Soul with their composition would just be disgusting.
I feel like Chemtech Soul would also be kind of crazy though.
Olaf ein Item fertig.
With a Zahen.
On the Zahen,
5 gegen 5 hier.
Poppy, you know?
Ist er raus. Ja, 5 gegen 5.
I mean, it's
I'm just trying to say that.
Boah, ja, I don't know. Kein Flash bei Canyon, das ist Oh mein Gott. Okay.
Does have the unbreakable will, so he doesn't necessarily need to
5 gegen 5.
right now.
His will seems somewhat breakable there, I will say.
All right, Faker is just going to ult his way towards this dragon. But the shock blast value is gigantic. GENG utilizing that range advantage that we've been talking about. Finally, we're seeing it in effect.
And they regain prio on this dragon. And now they're going to look to control this zone here into the choke point as the shock blast rain through.
Oh dear, Faker in a lot of trouble now, has to flash into the red pit. And I think that will spell the end of T1's contest of this dragon. And Double Dragon's
Geht down the second support.
not the end of the world for T1 to have to give this one up. And I think dying on that hill is not what you want to be doing. Spade's coming on over, just grabbing as many souls as he can. Feeling good about that. As Duro looking to gank and Olaf. Let's see whether they can get the Ragnarok at least. As Mountain is going to get pushed back. It is going to be a Mountain Soul. Oh my god, if T1, if T1 get control of this game again and stack 4 Mountains, it's unplayable for GENG. Absolutely. As now Doran taking so much damage. Dawning Shadow is going to at least soften up Chovy a little bit. As the exhaust was used just to get rid of him. And now Pays throws the Rift Herald towards this outer turret in the mid lane. Ruler not with enough wave clear to clear this one out quickly enough. As first turret is going to be the race here as Ona finds Canyon. Canyon does get the hammer boot back and does have himself a blast cone in order to escape. But that is going to be first turret going over to GENG and extending that gold lead.
Kann er sein, Karen?
His answer here in the mid lane.
Gegen 4 Melee, ne?
Ona with a lot of
Gegen 4 Melee meine ich.
Careful of Chovy over the wall.
Nein.
Oh, low 4 health! And Ona is able to just turn around and say thanks for the red buff.
You know,
Scheiße.
the Wukong was once upon a time a counter matchup in the top lane for the Jace. You could see in that interaction with the Cyclone moments before that Canyon doesn't want to interact with him in the jungle at all if he can help it. He just wants to be very far away from him and a layering in poke. So I thought it was great that Owner found that pressure angle in to get on top of Canyon there and make a small edge. The value of the Cyclone in team fights is really high, but when there's no fight to be had, it's not really a cost that you're giving to actually utilize that to get a little bit more control. So really nice angle there, Owner found. Still finds himself, though, with all that first strike gold and the extra farm here, significantly behind in the matchup as Cyclo Sword comes through here for Canyon.
Yeah, big spike.
Yeah, huge. Has the Siphon's Fang as well, which is great value into the Olaf, into the Scion in particular, and some value into the Senna for the ultimate. We have now got the Koenig Ruka in for Faker, so he should be able to just weather the storm in this matchup pretty comfortably.
Still taking a lot of damage here from Chovy, who is just able to walk around and hit him with as many spells as he can. I've never seen an Annie worry about mana more, because he just needs so many spells, because this health bar is so large.
His damage numbers on this Annie are going to be above average.
Absolutely.
50 Seelen fast. Okay. Ten are gut on Pace, also decent on Pace.
Hazard to guess. I think a pretty safe guess as these shock blasts hurt.
Looks like he's going for.
Mal schauen, wie sie Objectives spielen später.
Really going for a burn-based bear. Which
you got to do it. I mean, look at this comp.
Yeah, I mean, it's great value in this situation. Obviously, going for a one-shot build only really matters if you can reach Pays, and even if you do, you have to deal with the rest of the team. So
it's okay. Ruler's got the burst for that, right?
Yeah.
Canyon's got the burst for that. They are the ones who kill the Senna. You're the one.
And also,
Schönen guten Poke, ja. Objectives, wie sie sich positionen, ist so crucial, ja. Wie sie poken können, ob sie poken können.
As long as it's got some ability power in it.
Well, we might see just avoid stuff after that, and then man, he will just not really worry too much about the.
Hängt Anke ein dafür, oder was?
Champions on T1. So does Chovy. Faker completely out of mana. The flash
Nicht gut, oder?
block the unstoppable onslaught. Apparently it is a little bit stoppable, but Faker isn't.
Oh.
He's able to walk his way out. As Tib is able to come back and join this fight.
Okay.
And that is Duro hoping that that was the other Wukong, but the decoy can't walk. So they watch him leave. So Faker will be able to keep himself alive.
His ult was a huge difference maker there for Faker as well. Faker just gets out.
All right, well, GENG, they don't lose anyone. And they do, I guess, theoretically gain some tempo in that play. But Doran still able to catch this mid-wave. Chovy moving over and will be able to utilize his brand new Leandries that he just put together. Minute and a half on the Drake. Probably going to be their next point of contention between these two teams.
Oh, for sure.
Oh dear, yeah, Carrier is in a little bit of an odd spot. There is the Keeper's Verdict, though. They get rid of the cow.
Double Siegs.
And that is now Poppy ult on cooldown.
Yeah, trade of support ultimates.
Hat die nicht Poade, ist egal.
Pretty good
Olaf später.
for GENG because they're not necessarily
Main Carry ist Olaf. Während dem bist nicht da? Nein, bin ich da. Ich bin nach dem LPL-Finale weg.
Whereas Carrier needs that durability.
Yeah, especially for that dragon fight. But with the Zeeks, it does give a lot of ultimate, gives you the ultimate ability haste and just some ability haste. So 50 seconds, I think it will be back up for Carrier by that point. You'll be able to play around it. This dragon, though, this next one, going to be a big one. Both teams so close in terms of gold. We just had Ona complete Sundered Sky. This 2-item spike for the Wukong.
Fnax so OP hier schon.
Very relevant. And he's going to be a main factor, I feel like, in this next team fight. If he can get access to those squishy...
Ja, ich glaube noch nicht dran. Ich glaube, T1 gewinnt den nächsten Fight.
GENG, he can do so much damage.
Persönlich. Mal sehen.
Canyon has. If he hits an empowered shock blast on the Pays and Ruler hits one
Mal sehen.
presses R, FaZe is either dead or so low health that he is practically dead and has to leave. So his positioning needs to be really good here when we set up for these objectives. We have Cryo now. Faker's going to TP over and try to wrestle some of that away.
Yeah, Keen makes his way in there as well as Faker turns up. Avoiding a fair bit of this poke right now as Duro going to get snared. Doesn't snare the rest of his teammates though, as Doran is on a flank angle and he is so scary if he can get into this backline. Shock Blast goes wide, actually could be a big deal as there is the flash in from Carrier, but he's a little bit disconnected from the rest of the team. They're chasing Chovy out of there. The undertow's thrown the other way, but the flash to follow from Doran. In the meantime, the rest of the team trying to pull it back, and the flash forward from Keen gets the kill onto the cow, and Chovy somehow playing a weird game of tennis where the dragon is the net. What the heck was going on there? As the snare not going to connect onto Faker, who looks to get himself out. These health bars are so low.
Yeah.
This is just a 1-for-1. T1 get control of the Drake and just leave it there.
Goes so well.
Ich habe nur unten auf Chovy geachtet, ich weiß nicht, was da oben passiert ist, aber das sieht unplayable aus.
Side of the fight, Chovy never gets access to.
I mean, ja, die haben auch ihren Poke nicht getroffen und T1 hat gut hart engashed, aber...
Carrier's ult, as soon as it comes available, he just goes in, pops the ult, has the Zeke's AoE on them as well. Owner's there with a follow-up, and even though they don't get the kills, they force them to disengage, they get them low. They do have to respect there's a hen with a fully stacked passive, but he only gets Carrier. And you see Chovy.
Chovy used the Dragon Wake Up to get some space there. He was able to force the Dragon to knock him away.
Vamos. So, wenn wir das nächste Mal landet Poke, oder? Wir FFen. Das sind die zwei Optionen.
It was crazy. It was only a 1-for-1, but
Keen ist immer noch stark.
End up having the pressure advantage. They didn't though get the
Strikebreaker bei dem fertig.
Reset comes in first, and neither team even playing towards it right now after the reset.
Yeah, they're just pretending that someone took it, I guess. We will need to go back and grab some control of that one, but the waves are going to be dealt with first.
We are getting to the point of the game, though, where you can really feel how difficult it is to kill Doran. And in that last fight, Chovy had some shenanigans, right? Was able to buy a bunch of space, escape, run away.
Ja, Doran war nicht mal in dem Fight dabei.
But in a more traditional setup fight for T1, where it's not split like that, and he's not chasing Chovy alone, he's going to on top of Ruler.
Gewinnen wir.
Get a little bit different. As GENG again have this prio.
Ne, Pokelane ist playable, die Map, ansonsten FF.
Well, into the pit goes Doran, but he immediately gets pulled back, taking so much damage. Dawning Shadow keeping him alive, but he will be taken out. They traded for Ruler, but there's
Warte mal, Keen hat seine Passive ab. Warte mal.
The Grim Deliverance from Keen.
Warte mal, Owner die Backline drauf. Ist Owner nicht am Feeden? Aha.
And that is going to be the Drake going over to GENG.
Aha.
Their whole top side alive.
Ich weiß nicht, ob das der Play war für den Infeeder auf Toplane.
I think Doran heard what you said and took it a little bit too hard, because he jumped in by himself and just got melted.
He needed more nearby there, and when he's down and the Annie is still alive, the damage throughput from the Senna you talked about in the draft earlier, even on 3 items, it just isn't as strong as other traditional AD carries. It's
Especially when she's not.
Also eine Sekunde zu früh rein, ne?
This fight as Doran goes in and just gets melted. And the knockoff here of the Wukong means that there's not enough to lock.
So, wie stirbt denn die Senna später, Brand? Wie machen wir's?
Unkillable. He has the res.
Yeah.
When Owner gets back in, he's just
Wie stirbt die Senna später, wenn diese 100 Stackies hat?
Do not have enough damage in this Senate to
Eine kleine feine Flank von Keen oder gewinnen wir Front to Back? Glaubt noch nicht dran.
And there's just not much you can do in that situation.
Bastion Breaker bei Jace.
In that
Okay.
situation, and it allows GENG to get that 3rd dragon off the game. Damage dealt.
Aber any One-Shot? So leicht ist es, oder?
I wonder who that damage has been dealt to.
It's so fake. And the thing is, like, I think Chovy deserves a lot of credit for doing a lot of damage in a lot of games, right? The Galio was such an incredible thing, but, like, he was just hitting a Scion all game.
Ist der momentane Senna-Patcher. Also ist nicht der Live-Side-Patcher, aber ja. Ist der momentane Senna-Balance-Patch.
He's wearing a lot of masks, as we can see here. I think that the main thing, though, is that Chovy is able to do a lot of damage to this bulky lineup, and they have Soul Point now as well. I mean, GENG are not going to be taking damage if they manage to get themselves a Mountain Soul, and then the setup for the Elder. I mean, I don't know whether T1 will have enough time to get this Senna scaled up, you know, to have that advantage. As the unstoppable onslaught here from Faker is optimistic, as Chovy does have those Swifties. The rest of T1 looking for an angle.
Ey, Ank ist tot, oder nicht? Finde ich Nash gut hier. No, ich glaube, sie werden Nash forcen, um TP zu bekommen, aber ich weiß nicht, ob es gut ist.
But
Ja.
he's got a teleport in hand.
Baron's up and with
Wir müssen Nash forcen.
the front line, I think they just focus him down again. If he decides to show up, he is going to come here a little bit late. Genji playing this slow.
Kennt den Autotech den Nash extra ewig lange nicht, ne? Guck mal, der Bastion Breaker Proc. Ja.
And again, he's looking for it.
Yeah. Flash not quite available just yet. Nice.
Oh.
Is going to stop
Oh, wow.
Carrier in so much trouble. Genji
Oh, wow.
looking for the turn. A better Baron play than their last one, we have to admit.
Kein Flash bei Doran ab.
Doran with the wrap around. And Chovy is going to be able to find him with that.
Super.
Has to throw down the
Guter
rope,
Turn.
but using it defensively, he doesn't get a lot of time. And Keen wants that angle.
Macht den Keen.
Owner is going to find him. And it looks like Keen is going to get dissuaded, and the Baron will be forgone for now.
I think honestly T1 pretty happy with how that panned out. The fact that they were threatening.
Ich glaube, Genji ist aber auch ziemlich happy. TP rausbekommen von Doran. Also war ja die Idee, ne? Du startest den Nash, weil du eben tot antipiert bist. Und dementsprechend auch den TP rausbekommen musst, sonst verlierst du zu viel auf der Map.
Play, but the double TP instantly turns things around and T1 decide they can't.
Verrückt, wie viel Damage der Jace macht an dem. Wow. Wow. Absurd.
Potential Doran TP, because if this starts to go better, Doran TP's in to match, and then maybe they could have found something there. But like you said, denying the Baron felt like best case scenario for T1 there.
6-7.
If they lose the Baron there, they lose the Soul as well, and that means Mountain Soul goes over, but they were able to fight tooth and nail to hold on to that one. And the only gold lead here is Paze, right? He's getting bigger and bigger. He's post 70 stacks here on this Senna.
300 CS auf Senna.
So far behind that it doesn't necessarily matter, and we mentioned this so long ago in the game, is going to be a big responsibility for Doran to maybe be a frontline so that Paze can actually go with him in terms of target selection. Doran gets on top of somebody, Paze layers that damage with Faker there. They just haven't been able to set up those phalanxes for the Paze. They haven't been able to find
Ja, Teamfights sind für mich immer noch ein ganz großes Problem.
T1 goes in and gets
Mal sehen, wie es in der Minute aussieht. Ich bin immer noch sehr skeptisch. Sehr skeptisch.
50 seconds until that dragon spawns here in T1.
Das Keen müsste fast Death-Sense/GA fertig haben, oder?
And we get the rapid fire for Paze, a big spike, being able to play around.
Doch, Senna kauft gleich HI. Jetzt als nächstes. Die hat 4 Items, sie ist so OP.
Better target access following up on the setup from the team.
And on this Drake fight, it looks like Shadowflame not quite done yet.
Ja, fertig ist Death-Sense.
He really wanted to
das
collect that item. I mean, Chovy has 3. His shred is ridiculous now as well. As Dura not too worried about Carrier.
Even with the goal lead,
Poke muss landen.
just on item completions. T1 have an edge right now. GA came in for
Poke muss landen, aber ja, I don't know. Mal sehen. Keen muss Meter machen, ja. Poke muss landen und Keen muss Meter machen.
Yep. I think this Keeper's Verdict is going to be
Falschen Meter.
a deal as well from Duro. Keep your eye on him to see what this Poppy can actually accomplish here.
Kaufen Senna keine I, doch als nächstes.
GA at the ready. Looking to make his way in. That is Faker engaged on. He takes so much damage.
Schön. TP ab.
Passive. Faker is not going to be able to start any fights with that low health bar, and his teleport is available. He may need to use it.
I think that's exactly what he's going to do.
They can get that big
Schön.
shield. They can front line with that.
They're going to focus the dragon now. They've done enough work here. Carrier getting low.
Yeah, GENG going to try and hold on to this one. Remember, this is Mountain Soul, T1. They cannot give this one up, but Faker makes his way back. The rest of his teammates looking a little worse.
Schön weiter Standoff.
Just needs to hammer that Q button.
Zion wird gleich reinfahren, 100%.
Only hitting Keen, and no one else cares. And they shot by
Nice try.
From Keen, but he misses.
Oh, Carrier hat gechoked. Das war so sick von Duro. Das war so sick von Duro. Oh mein Gott. Nee, ist over.
Now the dragon should belong to T1.
Mann, ey.
As he gets into the backline, but it's Ruler that locks that one down. Owner should be able to secure this dragon.
Dieser Huren-Champ Olaf.
From Canyon to try and even out.
Warum ist Canyon da reingelaufen in den Olaf? Ich check's nicht. Duro hat das so hart gecarried mit seinem E.
Faker wants more here. They are going to try to collapse.
And Faker's health bar looking a whole lot better now. As Ruler is going to be able to snare him. The flash forward, and Ruler will get that speed up from the W.
This was such a chaotic fight.
Keen One-Shot, bevor die Ulti rauskam.
There was a lot of mishaps from either side. We see it starting off. It's Keen trying to set up this grab on a Paze, but Paze flashes.
I mean, not bad, alles not bad. Und jetzt hier, warum geht Canyon jetzt auf Doran rein?
Doran gets access.
And Doran gets exhausted, but it doesn't matter. He's
Oh, und Keen ultet spät.
running through this team. The Keeper's Verdict can't impact him either. And even though he goes down, he did enough. And it feels like for the first time in any of these Olaf fights, he was able to make the difference, buy the space to allow Paze to follow up on the
So ein unskilled AIDS-Champ.
and they make it work. They get the first dragon of the game.
So will der fertig bei Canyon.
In the gold lead. The stacks are rolling, and Paze is deathless on this Senna. His positioning has been very good, and finally, Doran sets him up.
He is very big.
Torstellung eigentlich von der 160
as well is that since the last fight we had, Doran able to pick up Death Dance and Hex Drinker, so he just feels so much harder to cut through. And when he starts getting kills, he's getting the Death Dance cleanses to reset the bleed. He is very. Oh my lord, that range!
Oh dear.
Rapid fire cannon.
Unplayable game, by the way.
And Ruler not going to be able to stand toe to toe. Won't even be able.
Komplett unplayable game, sag ich.
And Pays is going to find Duro. Steadfast Presence not really doing anything at all as the snare is going to connect. Dawning Shadow! And Duro is very durable. That is going to be GA now down for Owner as they overextend a little. Faker moves in and even Tibbers stays alive. Keen, very frightening as well, level 17 on this Zahan.
The Maw,
3-1 and 2.
The
Maw
for Doran makes him. I think when we see the next big fight, I mean, he just has to run at whoever Pays tells him to, and they shoot. Pays shoots at whoever Doran is running towards, and it feels almost impossible to lose fight.
Ich habe das Gefühl, dass GENG gleich Knife forcen wird.
On this Senna.
Well, Tibbers is going
Weil vielleicht haben wir bei Pace und vielleicht haben wir bei Doran und so.
of this top side.
Die werden gleich Knife starten, ziemlich sicher.
Still such a huge deal.
Und Game wird sie entscheiden.
Change is something that we cannot really forget about. As T1, they need to be so decisive and start fights before their health bars just reach 0.
He's poking tanky targets as well. He's hitting the Scion, it's doing so much damage.
Is now done 4 items on this Jace.
Yeah, he's super strong. And the fact that he's got 35,000 damage, like remember, Chovy inflated that number massively.
Very über Touch, keine Ahnung. Was mehr Damage macht.
Outside of lane. Canyon, this is
No
just
idea.
Camps and then poke.
Yeah. He's hit some really big ones. Hasn't always been onto the Senna, but
through Celestial opposition.
Yep, it doesn't even matter if he's not hitting the Senna.
Er ist Level 17, ne?
Hit these shock blasts though, as Faker's gone a little bit halfway in terms of building both the armor.
Halt seiner Sicht erstmal und Mates mit der Q selber heal.
Less tanky than Doran in a lot of ways because Doran has his ult running. He is level 18 at this point, 3 levels up on Faker, but it's all about whether or not the Shock Blast hits Pays, or if they get enough time to Shock Blast enough of the front line with Chovy's burn damage coming through. They can't start a Baron.
AI ist bald fertig außerdem.
80 carry. They do not have
Plus 100 Seelen.
controls. This game is once again going to slow down a little bit here, and I think likely the next fight will be on the Dragon, not the Baron, in about 90 seconds.
I am terrified to see the damage if Canyon hits a Shock Blast onto Pays.
Yeah, I was just thinking that. As the Shock Blast is going to connect onto Faker. That one,
the thing is,
we're not too worried about.
So much
I would love
money.
to see his first strike numbers.
Because, I mean, that's the thing with First Strike is that, you know, obviously in lane, if you're playing a laner with it, you can proc it pretty consistently if you're in the right matchup, but you don't have the damage to really back it up. This is the point where Canyon has the damage to back it up. This is where First Strike really spikes, and he's just printing more and more.
Ende sagen wir das Shojin.
Unfortunately for him, he only has 1 more item slot, but he's getting towards that pretty quickly.
Yep, BF Sword now in pocket as well. We'll see what he's going to turn that one into as a GA is probably on the way.
Ja, ich sehe den Fight, ich gewinne persönlich, aber ja.
Items himself, Black Cleaver is now done. I've got a couple of those.
If you can start stacking these
Vielleicht bin ich so pessimistisch.
it's longer, it's huge, but we're already so late into the game. I don't think
Ich glaube, die müssen mindestens so 5 Shockblast treffen. Oh, der hat AI fertig. Ach du Scheiße. AI plus gleich 100 Stacks.
So getting Baron doesn't mean you're sieging to win the game either. You're playing against so much wave.
God.
And yeah, he is big. He is the biggest. He also gets 2 extra, you know, bling bling control wards because why not?
Ja, entweder 5 JCQs oder FF.
So he's just got, I mean, he
Straight up.
basically had 100% crit anyway, but then that gets turned into more damage.
But he got hit.
Stacks, and he does get hit.
Mach 7 draus.
Piercing Darkness is going to be there to keep the center somewhat healthy. There's the
Gut von
interrupt.
Keen.
Keen being a bit of a hero to try and keep Ruler safe. And it is going to be successful as Doran
100 Seelen.
Steadfast Presence. Doran
Alarm.
not actually going overly aggressive against GENG. As the Dragon has spawned, Keen in a little bit of
Holy
God.
fuck.
That's it. I mean, that's all you need. Now Pays is
Holy
danger if he
fuck.
sticks around.
That was the thing that we were scared of seeing.
7 Shockblast habe ich gecallt.
Scared of seeing it.
Yeah, that's the Mountain Soul, I think.
That's
GENG
enough.
just got it. That's it. It's that simple, and it hasn't been really hitting this whole game, but it does twice.
Doran realizes that he's probably been seen based on the movement of GENG, and the Keeper's Verdict is not going to come
He just
up
wants
through,
to
but that
make
is just
sure
a
Owner
free
doesn't
Mountain
steal.
Soul.
Jesus
Owner
fuck.
doesn't steal, so he channels it. If Owner runs in, he just knocks him away. They wait for it, secure the Dragon. It felt like in that moment you could see GENG couldn't even believe that T1 was giving it up, but they did. And yes, he's got a lot of stacks. He's got 100 crit. He's got the additional damage.
Auch vom Q-Analytic.
Maybe it's 2 shot, gets hit
Mal
with
sehen.
2 shock blasts. If he gets hit by a third, he dies, and they might lose more than a dragon, so he has to leave. And the
Vielleicht kommt es halt nie zum Even-Fight, ne? Kann schon sein.
Focus on the top side of the map.
Isn't it so unfair?
Gewinner MSI, Verlierer raus. Korrekt. Gut, fertig.
And then, oh, well, I just hit a massive item spike. I was ready to play the game. I guess I'll just go and take a break.
I do have a solution.
What's that?
Don't get hit.
Ah!
I have another solution. Have your front line stand between you and the Jace.
I think that is that included in Don't Get Hit?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a great strategy, though.
That helps with the Don't Get Hit.
It's on this very deep flank. And is now trying to find an angle. Oh, TP coming in. They're going for a play.
Was?
Keen actually cancels his back there as well.
Was?
As Carrier is going to find him. Faker looking for an angle here. Let's see whether Keen can actually...
Hastischer Fight ist nicht gut.
Doran and Owner are both running up.
This is a Zahin.
Hastischer Fight ist nicht gut für GENG, by the way. Die müssen eigentlich poken davor.
And has charged up the passive. It's going to take a long time as now Canyon gets on in here.
Oh, yep.
Doran the Dawning Shadow to keep him alive as it's...
Oh, Pace ist tot. Pace ist tot. Pace ist tot. Chovy, let's go!
Him down, and Chovy throws a Q into a decoy, but eventually finds the right Wukong. Faker might be able to push Chovy.
Sofort Chovy on.
It has been done.
Sie finishen nicht, ne? Oder? Sie können nicht finishen. Sie haben 3 Grubbies? Ne, die gehen nicht. Okay. Holy shit.
But then Paze gets exploded by Chovy, and suddenly, without that damage, without that DPS, without that Senna, everything falls apart, and GENG will claim the Baron.
Okay. Ich sehe 4 Flashes down. Ja, ich glaube, dieser Fight, by the way, das ist eigentlich keine gute Situation. Also offensichtlich, das ist alles Chovy, dass er da den One-Shot findet auf Senna. 100% Chovy hier, alles. Weil dieser Fight ist nicht gut, wenn die nicht davor poken können. 100% HP auf allen ist nicht gut. Aber was macht Pace da? I mean, das war sehr gut von Chovy, right? Und jetzt ist auch Flash down bei Pace. Double Thumbs down bei Pace.
Maybe his last in this game is now. GENG have so much siege to push and control. They have the mountain soul, and it gets so much harder from here.
You know what's crazy is that we were talking about how Chovy's gone for this more burn-heavy build. He did just finish the Rabadons before that, but Paze had Cleanse and Flash, and I just don't think expected to get one shot.
Well, the way Chovy was walking, he looked like he was clicking on the team fight, right?
Yeah. I mean, then just faked it really.
White Star fertig jetzt bei Ruler auch.
And he was just dead.
But I think in Paze's mind,
okay.
I don't die here. I have Cleanse Flash.
Hier steht China 1-0 BLG. Draft gerade für Game 2.
Either way, an impressive play from GENG, and now full control in their direction. 4,000 gold to lead, but the... Oh my
Junge Potter.
Okay, Canyon. He's now got 6 items. Like, this guy, you were mentioning the money printer. He doesn't need the money printer anymore.
He's a damage printer now.
Yeah, he is.
And my God, the accuracy is going up the later this game goes, and with more and more items. That's a good pairing, as Paze obviously has a lot of sustain, and given a little bit of time, can get his health back to full.
Also kann No Siege oder was? Mit Tier 2 maybe?
You get hit by another one of
Halt keine Flashes auch. Also ist alles sehr scary hier.
Well, you've got Ruler now trying to push this one in. Does manage to take down the inner turret thanks to the crystalline overgrowth. That is going to be that gold lead extending a little bit further. The top wave has not been tended to at all by GENG. And so they're going to be pinging that one out now, looking for a reset, buying some items, and then going for the top lane push. But this Baron is... I don't think it's going to break open the base or anything like that. And the Elder is what we need to worry about.
The key is the Elder, right? And they're going to have... If they don't get any inhibitors, they should have some
Das war Canyon Build Order.
control, but it's not as good as it could have been.
Cyclo Sword, Serpents, Bastion Breaker, Thrilder, J. Sehr lange deine 450er. Serpents auf 1, okay. Serpents auf 1. Serpents dann Cyclo Sword.
We'll have it for that fight. These are all really important things. And T1 still have the opportunity to turn this game around after what looked like a potentially game-losing.
Fight ist immer noch winnable für die.
They still have one more shot at
Aber da ist ein 20 Sekunden Timer mit Elder Spawn ohne Flash. Wie funktioniert Bastion Breaker? Dein erster Spell, den du hittest, macht extra True Damage. Und wenn du einen Kill bekommst, macht dein nächster Auto-Attack gegen oder Spell gegen Neutral Objectives oder Turrets insane True Damage.
Dragons up in 50 seconds. There's so many of these summoners that will be down. That's going to make it such a tense setup.
Another shock blast is going to connect. It's not on the Paze this time. It's not as much of a jump scare as the Red buff will be secured. Team now looking for Faker, who does have to use the ultimate.
So much control is GENG's right now. Like, they're pushing them back. Faker's pushed out, doesn't have his ult now.
Wir müssen mit JSW in Range-Form. Block nur einmal. Oder was ist die Frage? Ich meine, der Damage ist unterschiedlich für Melee und Ranged. Ja, ist genau für Ranged.
And GENG held all the cards for this really critical objective, a game-winning one.
And the thing that's really frustrating here for T1 is that one of the biggest counters to Olaf is just getting burst down. And GENG's composition does that. Like, that's what that's told you is
So mit 20 auf Keen.
target and take them out of there. They even have a Mel for execution. And so I feel like what we've seen from Doran.
Da ist kein Wort behind für einen TP-Flank von Doran, ne? Right? Yep.
Beautiful angle to avoid a
They're looking for him. They don't know where he is. They're like, where is this Olaf? I want to see
Okay, sehen jetzt rein
where he is. It's behind them.
Just TPing for the shield right now. Oh, it doesn't actually have it.
Oh, he doesn't have it.
Yeah.
As all right, Keen could be in a little bit of trouble. Grim
Holt raus, bitte.
So he will be able to keep that one alive as the
What the fuck?
T1 looking for the angle is Keen.
What the fuck?
Grim delivers. He manages to keep himself alive.
What the fuck?
Is going down lower, and there is another snare. So Keen is dead.
Playable oder nicht?
The flash out from Duro might be able to keep him alive as Faker just being that.
What the fuck?
And T1 now have control.
Aber sie haben keinen Jungler, right? Aber
There's no jungler, and they have to deal with a teleport back in. With the health bar coming back, I mean, Canyon here is not going to be able to.
haben jetzt immer noch Spieler von GENG gerade.
Looks like we're just going to have a bit of a reset here on the jungle for top lane trade.
And the big thing for me in this one was Duro's ult, because this play started off favorably, 41, but Doran gets ulted out by Duro from the.
Okay, wir spielen nicht Open Space.
And then as a result, they just don't have.
Oh ja, wow. Oh wow. Okay, das habe ich gerade gemerkt. Okay, das habe ich gar nicht gemerkt, dass der Olaf ausgeht wurde. Duro rettet es so hart. Wow.
Situation, but the fact that he's not there is that we get another free fight.
Oh.
There he is now. Yeah, he turns around, but he's spotted so incredibly quickly. Chovy looks for the angle. The help power of this Olaf is going down, but it's not going
Ja, okay.
to fall. And Chovy dies.
Bates.
Fine, too. Ruler is still alive.
Schade.
Still has some damage, but Canyon
GG.
will hit the deck, and that is 3 on the floor.
Dreck.
T1 able to march up this bottom lane if they want to.
That's the late game Olaf comeback. You were talking about Atlas in the draft before we even got in the game. We've seen Doran do this before, and our minds were wondering about the simulation.
Dreck.
He was in that back line, and then we saw it before our very eyes.
Schwierig.
Here, and I think T1 have pulled themselves to match point.
They've managed to do it once again. Doran on the late.
Schwierig. Ich sag schwierig gekommen, to be honest. Auch mit Zoll. Bei 40 Minuten. Sehr schwierig gekommen.
But T1 are looking to go to match point. Keen trying to defend.
Yeah, trying to kill the minion wave at least, but it's going to be very difficult. Doesn't get that passive. And Duro now with the Keeper's verdict. Can he get rid of them? The answer is no. Now, he hits a few minions away, but that is about it.
Not enough.
And there are 7 seconds on Chovy, and I don't think that's going to mean anything at all. T1
Schwierig gekommen.
game away from Daejon. As out of the fountain goes Chovy, and back again he goes immediately as T1 will walk off the stage after drafting a very
Schwieriger gekommen. So, jetzt gehen wir hier währenddessen rüber in LPL. So, da ist Draft. So, Game 5 hängen wir. Kommt auf Draft dann. Kommt auf Draft an. Ich muss auf Toilette ganz kurz. Eine Sekunde. So. Der ist top. 2-0. 2-0 hier, oder? Schon sieht insane uses aus in diesem Game. Ultbot für den Cassante. 2-0. Ja, schauen hier bis zum Start vom Game Nummer 4. Nee, Türkei Australien wird das scheiß VOD dann wieder, muss ich wieder ändern, so einen Dreck. Ja, noch was Besseres.
Ihr habt uns blamiert, nein, ihr habt uns blamiert. Hab ich 24 Jahre lang dafür gewartet? Hab ich 24 Jahre lang?
45.000 Likes, by the way.
Teller, pack deine Sachen und geh! Pack deine Sachen und geh! Fahrtenstellung ist frei! Und Fahrtenstellung an! 24 Jahre lang! Das ist meine erste WM, das von vielen die erste WM! Und wir erleben sowas! Wo ist euer Herz? Wo ist eure Leidenschaft? 83 Minuten gerne am Magdeburg haben wir geguckt! Lang, das ist ein Verbrechen! Ein Verbrechen! Wie kann man so planlos gegen Australien spielen? Wie? Wie? Australien hat einen Kader von 70 Millionen! 70 Millionen an Millionen! Wenn ich an Australien denke, denke ich an Kängurus! Du spielst nach 24 Jahren wieder eine WM und blamierst dich! Blamierst dich! Meine Nation, mein Land hat das nicht verdient! Wir haben das nicht verdient!
Oh, ist on tot.
Einer ganzen Nation eine Entschuldigung! Die kommenden 2 Spiele müssen Sieg sein! Du musst aus der Gruppe rauskommen! Wir haben die leichteste Gruppe dann! Die leichteste Gruppe! Ihr schuldet einer Nation eine Entschuldigung! Ihr habt uns...
Toll. Ja, neue More-Aktion außerdem. Ich mache kein CTA, aber das Zero-Up-Ding ist bis heute 23,59. Ist Zero-Ups. Sind die Zero-Ups. Und dann hast du 25% auf Bars, Soßen, Snacks, alles in der Richtung. Sind die Soßen schon wieder weg? Aha. Oh, Mayo-Ketchup-Mix. Persönliche Empfehlung. Richtig lecker. Mayo-Ketchup-Mix. Lecker, 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 lecker. Lecker, 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 lecker. So. Oh, ja. Trüffel Mayo, Mayo Ketchup ist sehr lecker. Shadow. Die Mülltonne. Ja, gibt online, ja. Die Rob Taster Box oder so, das heißt die. Die gibt es auch online, yes. Uff, so ja. Ist nicht ein Fleischverlust, ist Lucky. Ah ja. LCK ist nur Hanwha bei MSI. Du bist für T1, wenn die Uhr raus ist, was, Bruder? Das wirst du niemals im Leben aus meinem Mund gehört haben. Da musst du dich tatsächlich wirklich verirrt haben. Schöner Chunk. Ah, ist mein Sound zu desync? Was ist die leise Gruppe bei WM? Lass mich schauen. Ist es nicht die von Spanien? Oder wie gut ist Uruguay? Das weiß ich nicht. Aber Kap Verde und Saudi-Arabien spricht jetzt nicht für mich. Also rauszukommen, also ich meine, Portugal hast du auch, du hast Portugal, Kolumbien und dann hast du Kongo und Usbekistan. Ja, wahrscheinlich, ich hätte jetzt die Spanien-Gruppe gesagt. Oder die Kolumbien-Gruppe. Portugal-Gruppe. Wer hat gewonnen? GENG hat gewonnen. T1 gewonnen, sorry. T1 2-1. Aber auf dem Schirm, wann LCK weitergeht. Wie gesagt, schon hier so lange entspannt rein, aber die Combs. Wann explodieren die? Maybe der Drake. Oder jetzt. Oder Play. Guys. Okay. Schöner, wow, das war ein sehr schöner Kick von schon. Okay. Game over. Das ist krank oder nicht, dass es unironically gegen WE schwerer aussah als jetzt hier gegen Top Esports. Das kannst du keinem erzählen eigentlich. Leid bekommt jetzt da nicht noch durch. Das kannst du keinem erzählen. Ja, dass der Cooler trifft, ist crazy. Crazy work from Lee Sin. Großer Gott, Viper. Ist ja auch Verlierer. Das ist das Finale. Finale hier wird um Platz 1 und 2 gespielt noch. Also beide sind bei MSI. Die waren schon durch. Ne, 2-1 für Timon gerade. Warten nur, Drop bis es soll. 3 bis 4 Minuten losgehen. Wenn so ja nicht statt ein Problem, aber er wird sterben, ne? Von den Klicks dann halt. Ja, das ist schon ziemlich hart. Ohne Spaß. Ein toller Fetter. Geil, Collab von Arne. Instant E-Flash. Blockt auch den Hook noch. Perfekt. Ich schieße N10. Hey. Hallo. Vodafone. Hallo? Leben noch, ne? Erik ist gestorben. Okay, Erik ist tot. Aus 7 an Erik. Geht irgendwo noch um etwas? Nur der letzte Seed von Korea steht noch nicht fest. Alle anderen Teams stehen fest. Es geht nur noch um das, ja.
It's crazy. But I still trust in GENG as well, though. I think even though they had the rough game in the game 3, I think they still have some fundamentals that they can play through. So I feel like them having a first pick again in the first selection means that they still have to plan against T1.
There's so many stars on that GENG roster that have the ability to carry. How are they going to divvy up the draft?
Es geht darum, ob GENG oder T1 zu MSI geht. Genau.
Fun task to try and figure this one out. And again,
Genau.
here it is GENG, the back-to-back MSI champions,
So.
trying to find their way as the second seed, not the first seed, the second seed. Whereas T1, they've gone 4 times in a row, looking to make it 5 in a row, and win MSI, where some of these guys on this roster who've won world championships
Sparrow.
the opportunity to do that. Now, man, on your screen, the king of Gangwon-do, it was Beryl who called the 3-1 T1.
He did.
He might have the opportunity to still do that, but GENG, they have been one of the most dominant teams across League of Legends over the last 3 years. Will they continue it here with one more life left to go? Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 4.
Make it 5!
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 3. And yes, we are here for match point for T1 as they
So,
to punch
bitte.
their ticket to Daejeon. And
Vermarktbarer Draft,
Digon
bitte.
said really stood out to me, and that was these teams are going in as second.
Bitte, vermarktbarer Draft.
I'm just kind of
Bitte.
terrified for everyone that's in like the MSI play-ins.
Bitte.
This is going to be a tough task. It feels like we're kind of sending another first seed because these two have been to the last like 3 MSIs together. You know?
Yeah, it
Good
certainly does
team.
feel that way. T1 end up on blue side again here with this choice here of GENG of the first pick. So we'll see what they want to do with this in this
Jetzt raushaben oder was?
very, very deep into Fearless. A lot of people do prefer the counter pick, but not GENG in this situation. So it makes you wonder what that first pick they're really gunning for is ultimately going to be. When Engage is starting to become a premium, that could be something that they've got their eyes on.
Well, Varus going to be taken away second here. The Rise is the notable ban that has not been taken just yet. And GENG, will they be banning that away? Do they want to get themselves a Karma? Or do they take away the Karma here and allow these engaged supports to sort of roam free at this stage?
Interesting, some of the picks have been really high prio in the LCK regular season. Obviously, the patch has changed, but I was going to say, Caitlyn and Jarvan are picks that have been largely overlooked throughout this weekend and are coming in as these late bans. I was thinking maybe those were the sort of picks that GENG would opt to prioritize coming out of this draft, but not going to be the case. Karma, though, left available here for GENG to take if they wanted.
Ezreal up and available as well, and I think that it is somewhat dangerous.
Nö, mir egal, ob Dani 3 schießt. Mir ist scheißegal. Solange jemand 3 schießt. Hammer. Illusion Milio.
But it is dangerous. We've seen Karma's really run into some issues when there's a champion that wants to roam over the other side of the rift.
Now imagine if T1 were able to get Misfortune
Illusion Milio ist offen.
variations.
Die das spielen wollen würden.
Jarvan's banned. I think that's why
Kein Verdammt, nope.
going to happen if the Rise ban goes through to get the Karma. They don't have to worry about the Jarvan. But we'll see what gets picked here for T1, because if you go for that Misfortune, it creates a lot of other holes in your draft. And instead, we're seeing the Gnar with the Vayne fearlessly banned here, feeling like
Oh, spielt Keen da jetzt Renekton rein.
and see what comes with this, as it looks like T1 are opting not for the bottom lane, but instead for the top half.
Something that was banned in the previous draft was Owner's Nocturne, which is potentially on the cards. Not sure if they want to prioritize it here and now, but a potential option, and it looks like they will go for that.
Ich weiß ja, Braum immer noch, ob das aufgrund einfach von nicht fit ist oder an was es liegt. Von Braun aber jetzt aber nicht schlecht. Also absolut nicht schlecht.
And let's see, GENG not going to have that Ezreal denied. They can go for the Karma Ezreal if they would like to. Or they can focus on getting some counters out onto the map, as Karma can pair with a lot of different things that are still up and available. There's been a lot of weird stuff picked in the 80 carry role. As Canyon, thinking about the Zin's out Karma, phenomenal combination.
Super.
Yeah, it's just going to be the Xin, Ezreal. You
could mag die First Free.
Sivir, but you really don't have to right
Frag mich, was wir auf 4-5 bekommen von Keen.
Packed into this bottom duo. The response here is an interesting one, because if you go for your top side lock-in, it means that you can do something that's good with the Nocturne. But again, we've already talked about Faker's Aurora and how we don't expect him to play it.
Maybe the Lissandra is an option here.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a safer blind one, maybe.
Lissandra auf 3. Gegen Ezreal Karma.
And it's already so late and fearless that a lot of these mid lane has been trimmed away, so I think they can...
Werden die Silas bannen?
That the solo laners have a good lane. We'll see how much priority they put towards Faker or Dart in terms of these bans.
Werden die Silas bannen oder nicht?
Yeah, few options, as Keen has had a lot of things that he's liked to play into the Gnar. I'm kind of expecting that he probably wants to just play Renekton, like kind of everyone. But we've seen Twisted Fate in the top side of the map, and could be used as a flex pick as well for GENG if they would like to. Although they will be locking in both of their champions at the same time.
Gegen Alexander muss man Silas bannen. So, I mean, solltest. Ja, okay.
Here is the Silas ban is great for the Gnar.
Oh, that's such a good read, actually. There's some amazing ults.
It almost looks like you could see Ryu's reaction to that.
Like, dang it.
A little bit frustrated, but they were able to read that one. Nautilus feels so good with T1's draft.
I think Lulu as well is kind of absurd.
Yeah, those two, because you can make a Lulu scaling lane there. Nautilus allows you to just chain the CC together. And ultimately, they'll ban Sivir instead, which is quite interesting.
I think maybe scared of a Sivir Yuumi that we've seen sometimes that can sort of just survive the harass with the sustain from the Yuumi, the spell shield, and scale up to be pretty monstrous with this team composition. They end up taking that away. There is still the...
Was draftet besser?
On the card.
Bin, glaube ich, bisher größer Freund von den GENG First Free.
I wonder if GENG are at all concerned about that.
Das kann ein sehr Yumi-Engel sein, ja.
And I'm actually assuming that is a Keen ban. I think we've seen TF into Lissandra in the past.
T1 we're like, oh, are they going to ban mid or ban top? And they're kind of hitting both bases.
Yeah, exactly.
Both of those picks could go in either lane.
Yep. Due to, of course, making the Silas into Gnar famous this season, as it has been used in the past as well.
I mean, there's potential for a lot of different things to come out here for Keen in the top lane.
I think this is because the Nico Nocturne combo is so threatening.
MF now ist offen, theoretisch.
They're playing the Ezreal relatively safe AD carry, but playing into Lissandra, Nico Nocturne is...
Sieht nach 200 BLG aus.
Literally.
I mean, I think that GENG could still play Renekton. It's a little bit tricky here. There's obviously the ability to play Tristana, which we've seen in the past, which gives you an additional
MF note.
threat. And I mentioned earlier, they left the Nautilus up. So
I think just MF Nautilus, yeah.
Yeah, it's
You're right.
Zu gut, danke für den 14.
Something I expected to see banned.
Dankeschön.
We didn't see that.
Yunara Lulu.
Then we saw the Nico.
Okay.
They pivot, and it's going to be Yunara Lulu.
All right, well, Chovy has your Lulu. If they do want to pick it away, that's going to be where it has to go. I don't know whether that is going to be the case.
I don't think so.
And Faker has had a lot of experience with Lulu mid, as it's still one of his
Spielen wir High Range?
champions, even though it's
Auf Mitte oder was machen wir?
a very long time ago. He did have to play it many, many times. That's
Oh.
the Aurora that you were talking about. But that's a
Wow.
Keen is one of the picks we've seen from Keen and
Wow.
Get in!
Keen and Kingen are the two players in our region who love
Okay.
to put this into the Gnar more than anyone else. It gives you a lot of extra scaling damage and a global threat.
Just makes it so hard to sort of skate
Game gerade war fun to watch, ja.
Gnar as well.
But also gives a second very real threat to GENG. So regardless of what their mid pick is, there's so much single target focus from T1, and you're going to have the Gangplank as a second target you have to take down, who has those oranges to cleanse on a Sandra ult, for example.
Ich finde den Draft jetzt nicht schlecht, okay.
Not a matchup.
War mir ein bisschen Sorgen, dass der GP im Early Game 1-2 Mal abgefarmt wird.
Lissandra, but we have seen it was specifically Lissandra Nocturne played into Zekazari earlier this weekend, and he managed to evade a lot of the threat.
Zilan ist ein sehr guter Pick.
Meta, I'm never a fan of Zilean. If you res your AD carry
Ich finde den GENG Draft nicht verkehrt. Gar nicht verkehrt, tatsächlich. Hallo Mufli.
solo lanes and in other places with different.
Ja, finde den Draft nicht verkehrt.
I wasn't really buying into that hover. I think always
It was always going to be Lulu, and
yeah,
Carrier
we knew.
wanted to, give the fans a little bit of hope
Sure.
that he was going to play one of his weird things, but that's just not going to happen.
I mean,
here.
with Nocturne on your side, and the fact that this lane is incredibly powerful, it's just such a brain-dead choice. Like, anyone could make this choice. Everyone would make this choice. Not saying that Carrier is brain-dead because he made it. I mean,
Oh, man.
anyone could make this choice. And Keen, on this GP, gives you a little bit of extra explosive power, but it is also a pick that can be vulnerable.
Wie wär's mit dem Game 5?
Pushed on inside lanes by this Nocturne. I like T1's draft more. I think they got a lot of meta picks here that work really well together, and GENG kind of found some answers that aren't that convincing, but at least they found some answers to what T1 put together. But T1's draft is proven, and GENG's is not.
I think in terms of the cohesion in team fights, T1 definitely have it, but I'm a little bit concerned about you have a Nocturne into a Xin Zhao, gonna have more early pressure. You're playing into Ezreal Karma, you're playing into the GP, the Ahri. I feel like the early pressure is there for GENG. Can they snowball that into an advantage that will win them the game?
Yeah, I do think that there is a winning lane in top lane for T1, but outside of that, it should be a lot going in GENG's way. Unless Faker can get the
Pick ist Troll, ich weiß nur nicht, was du sonst spielst. Willst du Immobile spielen? Immobile Way? Oder in welche Richtung willst du gehen?
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for T1's match point.
Schau mal.
GENG,
Wait.
they can take us to silver scrapes with a victory here. T1, they could just punch their ticket to Daejeon right now and be our second
Contested.
seed, meaning that our first seed from
Nocturne gewinnt gegen Xin Zhao Level 1.
will be the first one going, and then our second from the regular season will also be going. There's something nice about that, I guess. But GENG not wanting to go out without a fight. As now Canyon walking up towards Owner here, steals away the Raptor camp, gets level 2.
Just like that.
Sends Owner packing.
What did Ox just say?
Just like that.
Games in Zhao gonna feel pretty good into Nocturne.
Yeah, completely cut Owner out of this portion of his jungle, and Owner's going to immediately make his way up to match, but he's already behind in
BLG fisted.
My concern right now isn't really for Owner.
Yeah,
It's for
BLG
T1's
fisted.
bot lane, who might end up getting pushed on the tower. They're cut off from their jungler. Could we end up seeing a
Kein 3-Camp-Greif? Nee, glaube ich nicht.
We've seen it before plenty of times.
Noch Full HP, I don't think so.
That certainly could happen. And they set it up with a level 1. They cleared the
Wie steht's bei BLG? Jetzt gleich 2-0.
full information about what T1 was starting here, so they knew they could find and interact with the Nocturne and set up for that potential dive here. Level 2 reached for Ruler and Duro on the bottom side as they continue to stack this massive wave up. Owner is going to, like you say, be able to cross map here and try to get something back, but he will not be here for any potential defense. It's still, early game, it's still, heal and barrier available for pays, so it looks like they're not going to opt for this, but did dare to wonder.
Yeah, we've definitely seen some level 1s, some Ezreal Karma just completely blow out the lane. And I think the fact that Pays and Carry are doing okay in the 2v2, even though they are being pressured, does mean that we're not going to see that early dive, but definitely a scary situation to be in with the prospect there.
Yeah, you can see King getting pushed in towards his top.
Ich muss halt einfach 120er Stück Top fürs heute Spiel heute.
Absolutely.
Ich glaube, bei Kicktipp steht noch 3-0 drin.
As the game goes on, it's more about the scaling for the Gangplank rather than anything.
Ich bin gewillt, auf die 4 hochzugehen.
And the impact
Und tatsächlich mich wieder komplett zu verbrennen.
globally as this game goes on.
Aber ich glaube, wir bleiben der 3. LPL-Match auch Duo oder nein. Beide Teams sind bei MSI, das ist das Finale bei LPL nur.
That one play around the Raptors gives them full bot lane control.
Noch.
Just trying to bide his time here in the early parts of this matchup. Start to get a few more points in his abilities as...
Nice job. Wow. Yeah, gonna connect there. Electrocute goes...
Hat er gewartet, bis Bombletting ausläuft?
And Faker not dead, just
Für den Return.
is certainly under a
Er hat 4 Punkte, ich habe 7 Punkte tatsächlich, weil ich halt die Schottland 2-1 hatte.
very, very nicely as well.
Canyon was ready to do something on that play.
5-1 da stehen. Nein, wir kriegen kein Tor von Cross auch heute rein.
The jungle dominance.
Owner has no smite.
Yeah, so Canyon should be able to take this one if he would like to. There it is. Smite does come on through as the heal comes down. Polymorph is in. Canyon is going to do the walk maneuver.
Creator heals there. The movement speed allowing Canyon to get away after stealing those Raptors. So
Ich finde Curaçao Torschießen fast schon schlimmer als nur 3 Dinger machen.
Canyon's Raptors in return. Well, that'll do it. Should be able to take those ones down. Keen is looking a little worse for wear, but he gets the cannon. So honestly, what more could you want?
Spielt Neuer, hat zumindest gestern das letzte Training mitgemacht, meine ich gelesen zu haben, ja.
Touch came into the game. The trading power of that rune really extreme on the back of the parlay, but obviously has been nerfed a good amount since it was released and now doing magic damage, but Keen just opting for the grasp in this situation.
Yeah, I do think that it works a lot better too when you're playing.
Hat er bestätigt, das neue Spiel? Okay.
And
I think a lot of things do.
Yeah.
I do think that in this matchup here, you're not going to be getting that much grasp early, but Canyon's going to cover this top side.
Canyon geht's hier sehr, sehr gut.
Should be able to put Owner down here.
Yeah, Owner really wanted to stop the back. He did do that. But Keen is obviously able to teleport back in whenever he would like to. Meganar is going to be hit here by Doran, as that is a lot of damage onto Pays. Mystic Shot's landing, but he's also able to turn it.
Was macht dieser Typ, by the way? What the fuck?
Nothing he could do, and he opted in for that.
The Arcane shifted forward, and the
Macht
thing
dieser
with
Typ.
Ezreal Karma, you have poke for days, you have the harass, but when you get caught in to a full all-in, there's minions in the way, the passive is stacked up for the Inara, you don't have as much sustained damage. With your Q's not there, what can you do?
Yeah, when the Q is up for Pays, the sustained damage isn't there. The base auto damage
Ernsthaft, was
is
macht der
there
Typ?
for the Ezreal, where it is absolutely there for the Unara. You never win those, especially because the Lulu also has more consistent damage than the Karma when those abilities are on cooldown. And a massive, massive misjudge there for Ruler and Duro. And Pays is the kind of guy who will opt into those every time. If you're not sure, Pays absolutely is. He's got a call in his inventory. He gets first blood.
And this was also a point of power that GENG had to manufacture in this game. And for an unforced error to push that back in T1's favor without them needing to invest anything more.
Just a punish
means so much.
A punish attempt on the root. You know, it's so rare to get a root onto a target like this. And I think Ruler was just like, I don't know, he just fully instinctually was like, well, I punished that. And then instantly just realized, I think, that he had made a huge mistake.
All the minions in the way as well, not only blocking the Mystic Shots, but also you just taking minion damage on top of it. Just not the best play from Ruler, and gonna put this lane in a pretty rough position because now tier 2 boots completed for Pays. Having early tier 2 boots into a skill shot heavy lane feels so good.
Not to mention you stack your Q so much faster with the Greaves here for Pays.
Yeah, and if you look in comparison, Ruler doesn't even have a Sheen, which is a big factor in getting those favorable short trades.
Now Cannon Barrage is going to try and thin this wave out for Keen. I think was worried about a potential dive opportunity.
Canyon, by the way, Level 6 für Ona gleich, ja.
Now, Trophy obviously able to follow as the Claw gets Faker out of there. And Owner is not really interested in contesting this.
Okay.
Although T1
6 now.
moving their bottom lane up, and now the Paranoia comes in, and Canyon's just dead. No level 6 available, and he is just going to die.
This was so well played by T1. They know
Ich verstehe nicht, warum die nicht immer auf Mitte Level 6 holen.
So they don't have it for the fight. Owner is calculated. The team rotates over at the exact same time he's finishing that buff to hit 6 to ult in, and now he's going to secure this dragon.
And I think in Canyon's mind, he's constantly trying to keep Ona down by denying him camps, but every time it happened, Ona just slinked over to Canyon's jungle and took some himself.
Oh, Doran taking a lot of damage here from Kane. And the trial by fire is dangerous. The power is not enough.
Oh my god. Nice.
GENG able to get a kill on Ruler, which is also so important to bring him back into the game. Oh, and now Trophy looking for an angle. Self-ult from Faker will keep him alive. Get that health bar back up again, but ulti's now traded between the mid laners as well.
It's a nice influx of gold. Keen getting to push the tower in, getting a plate, the kill going to Ruler. But more than anything, I feel like that kill is just a big morale boost for
Yeah, I was going to
GENG.
say, the vibes gained back is certainly more important.
Absolutely. Owner
Bekommen wir den Fight jetzt hier?
is going to be looking to take these grubs away. Doran isn't here to defend, though.
Yeah, Uro is just wrapping around, looking for Owner, who still will get snared. When becomes lightning, is going to be eaten by the spell shield, though.
Yeah, the backup not quite there for GENG. They force Owner away, but respecting the fact that Carrier was moving in and Faker was on the map while Chovy was resetting. We'll get the replay.
Look at this Owner on the left side here. Faker gets out. They're buying time because Carrier and Paze have prior and rotate over. Level 6 is here for Paze. It's an easy.
Verstehe, warum die sich nie auf Mitte diesen einen Minion holen für Level 6. Ich verstehe es gar nicht.
There's no way that Ruler can make a longer fight happen there. Here, Doran going a bit too far forward, finds himself on the wrong side of this barrel.
Yeah, he hops in and then he wards the brush after Keen has switched brushes. So does manage to make his way out initially, but then the true shot takes him out.
I think he was trying to hit Faker, because he hit Faker in mid lane as well. And then was very shocked when he managed to also kill Doran.
High value, you know, just fire it up through the middle of the map. If you hit, you hit.
Not bad at all.
Just tot.
We're going to say calculated, even though now we know officially that it was kind of an accident as Cannon Barrage goes down. Faker comes in, though, and King going to need
Wait.
to eat an
Wait. What? Oh mein Gott. Voller Schlaganfall. Kompletter Schlaganfall. Kompletter Schlaganfall.
Huh? Oh, he tried to... Did he try to flash? And press TP instead?
That could be it. That could be it. I'm going to go with that could be it.
I'm unsure. I think we can all agree that is not what he wants to happen.
Well, yeah.
All of a sudden, this is a game state where GENG have pulled ahead in gold. Chovy picks up a kill. Keen already got one earlier. He defends.
Kompletter Schlaganfall.
And all of the advantages for T1 are washed away. Side of the dragon, of course, is permanent, but a bit bizarre here is the turret ramp is what really starts to do them in.
Yeah, I mean, the instant response from Keen with the ult, and then he has the oranges for
Wow.
Fear. There's no ult from Faker. So initially, the...
Wow, hat die geknallt.
I think he just thought that was his best chance of getting out. There's no way he was trying to flash there. That wouldn't make any sense.
I don't know. It feels to me like if he just keeps walking.
The walk strategy seemed promising there.
Yeah. I think it must have been an unfortunate.
Well. Der GP will Crit gehen.
Just a sitting duck.
Aha. Der GP ist ein ganzes Level ahead. Aha.
There's been some mistakes. I feel like the pressure of this series has been getting.
Wieder Toplane Gang, du fucking Pussy.
Ruler with the miscalculation.
Komm, Fight 1 gegen Owner.
Faker with the weird teleport in the top lane. No one is infallible in this series so far, and this is not a large lead by any means. And I'm looking down at the champions that are ahead. And Yunara being 700 gold up is a scary prospect. As Chovy going to look for Faker here, but doesn't find the orb.
It's scarier when you can.
Wow, Mitte XP und Toplane XP jeweils ein Level hat.
Have a
Junge.
advantage additionally over to push him up to 1,000. So very, very strong Yunara. A lot of great setup.
Scary now, though, is Keen has got Essence Reaver, so mana problem's no longer a thing. He can just trade heavily with Doran. He's approaching that level 13 big GP power spike. And at this point, he can just walk up to him and spam Q, and there's not much Doran can do about it.
Yep. This is where the matchup sort of turns, and you're probably sitting at home. You're like, oh, well, why did he pick this? He's just been like, getting pushed in lane over and over again. Well, this is why. As now Faker in a lot of trouble, takes the claw.
Unfortunate timing.
And does have now a lot of his health bar missing.
Yeah, you are Lissandra, so you're inherently somewhat safe with your ult.
Ja, der Dive muss eigentlich funktionieren. Also er kriegt die Wave weg, normalerweise Kina, aber der muss doch sterben, ne? Wow, der ist so ein... Wow, das ist... Jetzt knallt's.
Starts this dragon up, and GENG get a huge win here as Faker was concerned about Prio on the dragon, and he found out he didn't have it.
Oh dear. This is not where you want to be backing, as owner is on a ward and is therefore going to be interrupted. That is going to guarantee that this dragon goes over to GENG.
Puh, Yunara,
They are not interested in looking for that one.
ein kleines, aber feines Problem, oder?
Interruption there onto Paze.
To be honest.
And it is going to be a Ocean Soul. I kind of felt like that was what was going to happen. I believe the first two Drakes, yeah.
Amari, ja, aber... Boah.
So they're very cool
Ich glaube, Yunara kann ein Riesenproblem werden sogar.
Items that just came through that would have been nice to have.
Yeah.
For that dragon is the Hex Plate, the Kraken Slayer, and the
Wo kommen die 1000 Gold auf Yunara her? Der Champion cheated Gold, by the way. Stimmt so. Also Kyle fertig, Quest fertig, right? Aber trotzdem.
They really wanted to make anything happen. Level 11 here for Doran. As Faker is
Champion cheated Gold.
Away from this outer turret in the bottom lane. And a bit of a park in mid lane. Ruler obviously wanting to hit that Manamune spike as soon as possible. And there will be a moment, even though the Ezreal is 1,000 gold behind, where he will be stronger than Paze. And we'll see whether GENG can leverage that.
Potentially. If he hits that 2 items and this lead is maintained, then yeah, that can be a point where you're stronger. But if Paze pulls ahead further...
Ah, yes. If he then kills all of GENG and buys an Infinity Edge, I would say that Paze would be then ahead.
You know what? I would agree.
But sometimes it's good to point out the obvious, though.
I think there's more to it than which items the AD carries are holding. It's how the fights are set up, who has vision.
It's not the items you have, it's how you use them, Wolf? Is that what you're saying?
How your teammate sets you up to use them when you're the AD carry, because sometimes you don't get to do anything on your own. You have to be given some help, as that was a great charm. Chobi's been popping off on this pick into a counter pick.
Yeah, that is probably a dead.
Das ist eine Menge für einen Flash. Das ist eine Menge für einen Kill.
He probably would have.
I guess it's a kill of Pace.
He wanted to. He didn't get a chance. No. Flash polymorph from Carrier. They're like, we are killing this guy no matter what. And definitely ensured that one.
Absolutely did. That is going to mean in 23 seconds time that T1 will have control around this Herald. I do feel like it was perhaps a little bit of
Der GP ist so strong. Wow.
And then presses oranges.
Yeah, that was pretty bizarre as well there.
He is not the target that you want to hit with a Frozen Tomb. Let's just say that.
Herald Fight sieht schlecht aus, oder? Für T1.
From T1, and now we have the Herald up and available. You're
losing. Jetzt mit Lissandra Tippi rein.
You're down 4 ultimates. And they're the big ones, actually, because even though Gnarl is big, it has like a tiny cooldown, so you can kind of spam it. So I think T1 not going to be able to contest this Herald at all. With how many
Bald Level 13 bei GP auch.
Not to mention the barrage means that Keen can use it without even joining the fight. And because he has TP, he can join the fight, but he can make an impact without that.
Yeah, GENG should be confident here.
Yeah, and I mean, Faker does have teleport, but Keen has Cannon Barrage. So if T1 are going to try and walk through this choke, they could have cannons.
I like this choice. Paze has made the right choice. He's just going to keep pushing with his cannon wave here to try to get some plate damage done. And it won't be able to do what a Herald does, but he can do a little bit.
I think a big factor is T1 posturing just to make sure GENG did group up so Paze does get access to the tower. If you just don't send anyone a Herald, they'll just have people in mid defending, as they do now.
Oh, Canyon.
The ulti back up, by the way.
As the ulti plays a little bit of Nocturne tennis as he does flash his way over the wall, but the eye.
Wait. Wohin, Ona?
He's fighting against Paze, but
Wohin, Keen?
To back him up. I have a feeling that this gangplank is not going to live, and he is going to.
Is waiting for GENG? Is waiting for GENG. Okay.
Now Faker is in a lot of trouble buying time.
Oh God. Oh Chovy. Oh Chovy. Bitte Chovy. Oh my.
Kill for the Inara.
Clean up from the 80 carry of T1. 7-0-0 now on the Yunara, and GENG in shambles after that fight. T1 didn't contest the Herald because they didn't have the ults, but the aftermath, as they came up, they saw a window and Paze was unleashed.
I'll take late game Win condition coming early for 700, Alex. 7-0-0.
Yeah, I feel like we kind of manifested this. I don't want to take responsibility, but I do feel like we should be a little bit careful.
Initially, it looks like the teleport timing here and the angle for the teleport is super disjointed, and that T1 have really misjudged this situation. But when you look at how the fight breaks out here, Faker buys a bunch of
AIDS shit trash game. BR von 13.
As he dies, does so much damage. Hayes is ready to go in here and finish it off. Flashes over, has the barrier, and knows he has the damage, and there's just not any outplay opportunity here. Nice try comes through from the Arya and the Karma, but he just cleans it up a Quadra, and this guy just keeps doing this.
Oh, they fuck seine Items.
He keeps getting the Pentas.
Alarm.
He waits for his moments, and he seizes them well.
And you know, Doran and Faker. Doran getting a 3-man ult in that choke, and then Faker following up, doing all that damage to set it
Alarm. Direkt wieder ins Fight.
position right now, but still looking to set up for this dragon, and Genji trying to approach.
Yeah, see whether Genji have some fight left in them. Cannon Barrage back up and available. In fact, every ultimate is there apart from Doran's. His Boomerang also running.
Oh my God.
He's taking a lot of damage.
Wait.
Here as the Rift Herald.
Oh mein Gott.
And they catch him.
Oh Lord have mercy. Dankeschön.
Will be taken out by Canyon, and he has the Crescent Guard there.
Oh du gnädiger.
Faker with the self-ult, but it'll just be taken out as look at all this essence that Chovy's built up from all of these kills, and T1 throw it all the way back to Genji.
Okay.
Caster curses, but I feel like this was a player curse.
Yeah.
I
Set
did not
himself up so well.
Wer hat das Shutdown bekommen?
take responsibility for this one.
That was a player curse.
Chovy?
We shouldn't say anything. Maybe we should just say commentary noises, so that we can't be blamed for anything.
He was the one who got the kills. He was the one who looked infallible. He was the
Chovy?
one who
Okay.
made judgment. They had the angle though. The late Herald drop, and he just completely gets.
Wait, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh, not able to get that, but that is Ruler that locks it down. Canyon was walking to the top lane.
Yeah.
If he'd stolen that, would have been pretty insane. But yeah,
Watch Pays.
the thing is, he ults, but he got slowed going into it. So even with the dash, you can't get out. And then he was just already dead, basically before Chovy touched it, but he just finishes him off.
The Essence Flux was on him when he got hit by the True Shot Barrage as well. Just everything was lining up.
You know, when you get 7 kills on a Yunara this early in the game, it feels great, but there is a lot of responsibility on your shoulders. And I feel like Pays maybe needed someone to say the Uncle Ben line to him.
Yeah, with great power. Yeah.
Comes a target on your back, and they got
Wieder mal Chovy nicht mehr Base, by the way.
and burst damage, as we saw there from Ruler.
Well, Pays is now, you know, he's going to learn from that one. He's still massively far ahead, but he's the only one on his team with an advantage. And once again, it's Chovy is massively far ahead, and so is Pays. It's happened in the last 2 games at this stage. Last time around, though, it was T1 that were able to get the better of GENG. We'll see whether GENG can play it better this time to bring us to Silver Scrapes.
Now they have that third item for Pays, because until he purchased it, it was like, I have a massive gold lead, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything right now until that item is
exactly what you were talking about has occurred. Ops as well.
Realist hit his 2 items, which normally feels great, but Pays is on 3 because he got 4 kills in that earlier fight, so...
Soll noch sein Stream? Nee.
So I will cancel talking about the 2 item spike for the Ezreal this time around. It's one of my favorite things to talk about as well.
Rockbait fertig. Keen ist sehr stark auch.
Going to be able to take down this outer turret in the bottom lane. Faker going to return the favor on the top side of the map.
T1, a lot of Baron control right now. A lot of vision control on the...
Muss fertiger Kollektor sein.
Quite tempting to start this one up with this 3-item Yunara, but instead they're going to set a trap. Genji, like, don't take the bait at all.
Machst du heute aus nach LPL-Finale?
You say that. Great charm is going to connect as the wild.
Oh mein Gott. Wow, das war sick.
That is illegal. You're not allowed.
Wow, das war sick. Oh mein Gott.
And now the flash out. There's the Crescent Guard is faking it.
Oh, das war actually nicht mal so gut von Faker. Wait, das war actually ziemlich horrible von Faker sogar. Wow, das war sehr horrible von Faker.
Already dead. Ruler standing his ground and Pays taking matters in
Wow, das war... Keen fickt so. Wait. Wie können die das verlieren? Oh mein Gott, Faker soll choken. Nein, wir gehen Nash.
Best believe he was yelling Penta, but now they're yelling Baron.
They'll go for the Baron, a crazy play. It looks like Kerry was caught, but he goes for possibly the most.
Das GP Barrel war huge, aber dieser Fight, by the way, war sehr sick von Carrier, passt auf. Flash, Ulti, pull him off, jetzt. Sehr sick, by the way, sehr, sehr sick. Sehr sick. Und jetzt hier der Play von Faker war nicht so gut. Und dann hier das Barrel gleich auf Pace. Jetzt, ne?
Gets greedy, gets caught here by the barrel, and Canyon collapses.
Holy.
It's just too much damage. Owner can't escape, and now GENG turned what was an incredible play from Carrier into a winning trade and a Baron.
My lord, this series.
Endless Hunger fertig.
And I kind of want to talk about something that you mentioned. I don't know whether you wanted to mention it on broadcast, Wolf, but you were like, this is the first phenomenal.
Noch immer keine Flashes bei GENG. Aber auch 5 down bei T1.
Yeah, it's like, honestly, after the first great game we had, which was game 2, I was like, well, that was the first real game we had at this whole event.
And you were excited. You're like, I got my one game. I'm very happy. It's been a great
season. And we
season.
got a series, right? And that's good. I could walk out of this happy, but ooh.
All right, Drew doesn't
macht er da?
flash, so he's very dead. Just going to be taken out. That is going to take some of the wind out of the GENG sails, as this Rebel Baron power play was already not exactly powerful.
So even though they will have him back up for that next dragon, he's the one who needs to be there setting up vision. So it does mean T1 can just push in and contest any of this vision in the dragon area.
All right, 34 seconds.
80 carries with massive advantages that they.
I mean, dieser Azul hat jetzt auch 7 Kills, ne? Also, that's a joke. Ruler keine Ulti, Nocturne Ulti, doch. Die ist wieder ab. Also so 10 Sekunden nach Spawn, wenn überhaupt.
Isn't that big. He mustn't be that big, but that's because Ruler is now huge as well.
Yeah, he has endless hunger at 23 minutes, which is not actually natural.
Especially not when his opponent is.
Keiner I fertig.
Yes.
Ich dachte, er ist sogar ein bisschen stärker, Fragezeichen.
A little bit further behind.
And it's a cool storyline we talked about earlier about how these players just constantly replaced each other on each other.
Könnte mein Dia-Game sein.
And the I don't want to say rivalry, but relationship that they have as a result of that, and probably pride that they have to want to try to defend their legacy against each other. It's very epic to see how this game has turned out, as this dragon will ultimately go over to GENG. It's Soul Point for Ocean Soul, which isn't the most exciting, but is certainly something.
Yeah, even with the pick on Aduro, T1 just don't opt to prioritize it. Keep Faker up in the top lane. He didn't have TP when the dragon got started. It is up now, though. And Doran was down in the bot lane, although obviously pretty close to the dragon.
Okay, GP für Anti-Air, geht Mouse Reminder einfach. Geht das Deck ja nicht wirklich HP. Also, I mean, du könntest LDR gehen, aber ist nicht verkehrt, denke ich. Ist okay.
Plus 52.
Sorry, it feels like 0. I don't think 52 gold is all that important. Canyon took a red buff. That's going to move it to 150. True Shot Barrage is going to stop Carrier from going home. And Carrier
Ich weiß, ob Faker Third Item Sonjas geht oder Mandate.
Come from this very early Baron, as you would expect.
Timon war nicht in Position zu fighten. Ich glaube, momentan ist Standoffs gewinnen die auch nicht.
Which composition, as we get later and later, feels better to play? Because
LPL-Final vorher durch, sehr gut möglich, by the way, wenn wir hier Game 5 bekommen, sehr wahrscheinlich, weil LPL wird 3-0. Jetzt die Mandate List Cooldown, nee, ich glaube, das ist, warte, ist es auf Ultis auch? Imperial Mandate. Ah ja, tatsächlich. Ja. Interessant.
Karma being, kind of a big shield bot isn't necessarily going to make FaZe too scared. It's more about Chovy, and he's the real one who has the extra damage, or Canyon, who could potentially get on top of FaZe if he's overextending. I think right now, even 1,000 gold behind here, this is currently a favorable game state for T1 as a result of this, but we will see how this pans out.
Ich sehe seinen Punkt, ich meine, AI ist fertig, right?
FaZe is quite strong.
Aber ich sehe Mortal Miner fertig.
The thing though is that even though T1 have a lot of ways of getting on top of the carries, GENG do have a GP and an Ezreal, and even the Ahri has more sustained damage over a fight than Alessandra if you're getting the resets. If FaZe dies, I think T1 just lose so much pressure. These last couple of fights have gone badly for them have been because FaZe died. So all the eggs are in the FaZe basket, whereas GENG has a bit more insurance in case things go awry. It's really going to come down to that 80 carry for T1. He has to step up, get the damage down, but not step too far.
Yeah, this is the thing. He can feel that he has all of that responsibility, that he cannot let that force him.
Ich frage mich, ob Keen nicht am Ende ist auf der Mitte-Wave ohne Spaß. Können die nicht kollapsen auf den?
Didn't like that.
Ein bisschen Angst.
Shielded Pays though. That's a true support.
There you go, beautiful.
Ganze Level Lead auf Mitte. 1,5 Level Lead.
Moment here, but a bit of a calm before the storm of this spawning Baron, this spawning Dragon, which would be sold for GENG.
Ja, bis jetzt.
Is completed, and you can see that's
Well, es war eine Series of all time.
what Ruler has, but there's nothing to fight for, so it feels probably pretty frustrating for Pays, who's the solo gold lead here for T1 that isn't able to.
Game 1 war ein Stomp, Game 2, 3 spannend.
Now, and GENG aren't going to give him that chance. We'll see if Ruler can't form up that 4th item before we do eventually get to these objectives here. He's 1400 gold.
Ich glaube, Ruler bekommt Shonen fertig für den Fight.
That Shojin.
Yeah.
6 Gold und möglich für BNG. Möglich auf jeden Fall.
Soon, and that one is going to be
Mal sehen.
It is going to be Serpent's Fang done for Keen before he builds an Infinity Edge or anything like that, if the Gangplank would like. And
he's the reducer. He's got the healing reduction, the shield reduction.
Yeah.
If he hits a barrel on Pays.
Ey, das kann nicht sein.
Yeah,
Jetzt wissen wir, wer. Jetzt Hannibal hat 1-1 bei Schweiz-Katar getippt.
Yeah, this seems to be a prominent focus point in this game.
Yeah, they're not relying on consistent CC to hit the Yunara. They're relying on consistent death to hit the Yunara.
Death is the greatest CC.
Ey, das ist nicht real.
She's also pretty good CC as well, so I think that Keen is his responsibility.
Das kann nicht sein. War für T1 nur Fallhöhe geben. Da kann man nichts sagen.
But we'll just have to see how these fights are going to be set up, because GENG, oftentimes in these moments, are very good at just building a gold lead. Right now, this 800 gold, this minuscule advantage that they've had, has been held for such a long time.
So.
You guys were talking about scale.
Trojan fertig. Der Fight wird spannend.
To let this game go late and be
Ich
better.
habe ein bisschen Puls. Faker ist 2 Level down.
Quite a few of their more recent games.
And it's certainly been the case. We've had a lot of comebacks.
Ich habe richtig Puls.
And this gold lead is so tiny. But T1 have a lot of tools. They're going to have to pick their moment correctly. Speaking of, we're going to have that TP in for Chovy here as the Dragon starts to spawn. Faker will match it after buying as he finishes his back right now.
Yep, Ocean Soul on the cards here for GENG. True Shot Barrage going to be avoided by Doran. As Keen.
Area is so important here is Wild Growth, how he chooses to use it. Does he
Honestly, one barrel can be the
Was?
end as Pays goes in. There's a paranoia.
Gewinnen die?
Barrage goes down, but not a lot of value.
Keen ist tot. Oh mein Gott, hat der viel Damage gemacht. Keen hat so viel Damage gemacht noch.
Go down. And T1, can they get back in? Win becomes lightning. Doran stays alive. And GENG, I think they're going to have to get
Fakers One-HP, wirklich.
the game is worth one Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, we see
Also Lysander ist nicht da, by the way.
doesn't have TP, so just trying to run back over here. Pays trying to get the red buff.
Keen hat noch Fleisch abgehabt.
Doran didn't get a whole lot out of this Mega Gnar.
Well, he flashed.
He's doing it now.
Was macht er da?
Single person ultimate, but Chovy
Winning oder nicht?
Yeah, going to help.
Ist doch Pace. Winning.
Carrier just goes down.
Slow, 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 slow. Einfach Soul, ja.
Turns up along.
Dankeschön, Doran.
But T1 have 2 dead. That's going to be the soul.
Danke, Doran.
That's not what I meant, Doran. That you just get a lot on the Mega. Doesn't mean you had to try to get something out of the
Okay.
Mega.
Ich habe tatsächlich schon mehrere Teams mit Soul verlieren sehen, Friendos, okay? Also, wir müssen uns tatsächlich noch zurückhalten. Mit Soul verlieren ist möglich. Actually, GENG hat letztes Game mit Soul verloren, zum Beispiel.
Teleport in from the Gangplank. Chovy looks for it again.
I mean, they're on Baron. He's just trying to keep them at bay as they finish this one off. It's down to
has
75.
ultimate though, if he really wants to go for it.
It's vision though.
Lecker.
Does he have health bar? That's the problem. As Kane, these barrels just do so much damage.
Entschuldigung, hat man den Team mit Elber verloren.
Does have the Cannon Barrage back.
Yeah.
That is second Baron over to GENG.
And it's, I want to talk about this real quickly is,
you can take your time, I think.
Yeah, because we're going really early into this one. The Wild Growth usage here is great again. But when we get to the part where Doran goes in, it's not that his choice to go in itself is wrong. It's just that Pays isn't here, right? There isn't follow-up damage. They don't have their combos and tools. So he goes in and then Pays is like...
well, Yunara without ultimate as well, like, just doesn't really do as much.
I
over the wall.
No joke.
Together there, and the targets were a little bit lower. Sure, but it just felt super forced there. And Genji were already going to get the Dragon if he doesn't do it, but then they get an extra kill. They turn it into a Baron, and this Baron looks like it's about to be way more relevant than the last.
Well, they're looking for an angle
Gut.
here as Canyon just presses
Guter Disengage.
That is going to be Ulti's trade.
Und Yunara Ulti bekommen, by the way. Und Yunara hat keinen Fiend Hunter.
He pressed his R button. He's not going to have that for the next little while. And Genji, they take down the inner turret here on the top side in this Rebel Baron power play. This time around, it is looking like it's pretty charged up. As Faker able to take the claw to get himself to safety. They kind of wish that their inhibitor turret could have also taken the claw to get to safety.
Was macht Canyon? Was hat der gemacht?
Still doing a lot of damage as Canyon.
Was hat... Oh mein Gott! Ja! War das ein Charm? Der war gecharmt, oder?
A charm from Chobi.
Das war ein Charm, oder?
Ulti just goes down before he gets a chance.
Oh my goodness.
Das muss ein Charm gewesen sein von Chobi, right?
Means that there's no ability to try and follow up on anything at all.
Was hat Canyon aber gerade gemacht? Canyon, bitte. Kontrollier dich. Oh Gott. Oh Gott. 1 HP Pace. Finish, 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 finish. Nexus. Ja! Okay, wir sind back. Ja! Fuck yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Fuck yeah.
And a charm shuts him down. It feels like T1 had what they needed to win that game. They had so much gold on pays, but some missteps, some missed movements, the pressure getting to them, and Genji claw this back to take us to game 5.
All the burst damage in those final moments between
Fuck yeah.
Rue shot, the barrels coming through. Pace thought he had a second lease on life with that wild growth, but he absolutely did not. And this game was so back and forth, but it did, like you say, Ox, start to seem like, hey, T1 have all the pieces in place. All they have to do is together and win one team fight. They failed the Dragon fight. They gave Genji some agency there. Faker tries to go for a big play.
Wer will MSI ohne Faker? Ich. Tatsächlich. Danke der Nachfrage.
And you put it best earlier. It feels like the whole series is Pays versus Chovy. This game felt a little bit more like Pays versus Roller in the kills, but the high impact plays that both of these players are making, their agency is so high right now. Feels like whoever wins this 5th game, one of the two of them that picks up POM.
Oh yeah. And honestly, like I don't remember the last time I saw Yunara get this fed and not just win the game. But I think Yunara has found a little bit less success as this season has gone on, and we were waiting for one of these older gentlemen to step up, and it wasn't Faker this time, it was Ruler. Faker has another chance to do so as we cue the silver scrapes. We head to a break, the space gonna break that one down, and then we'll have game number 5 to see who's going to MSI alongside HLE.
So. Oh. Wie sieht es aus bei RPL? 2-0 für BLG, die Fisten bisher. Die Fisten, ne?
나를 한번 볼 생각할게. 네. 천천히. 나 살짝 치겠다. 야, 매운 맞춰. 나이스. 나 밀칸 없는 거야. 천천히 끝내 생각하자. 여기서 끝낼 거 보자. 나 이플 강 볼게. 매운 잘 컸다. 나 화약통 시원한 거. 딜러들 뭉쳐있지 말고. 대포 많아. 라인 지워야 돼. 얘들아, 공 언제 돌지? 내가 지울게. 몰라. 솔직히 돌만해. 빠르긴 해, 근데. 유나한테 한번 받고 난 빠질게, 이거. 시력 좋으니까 천천히 하자. 대포로 끝내면 돼, 천천히. 괜찮아. 한번 볼게.
포킹하면서.
유나 노플. 나라. 타워. 유나 노플.
천천히 해봐.
아 끝났다. 타워 와줄래? 타워. 나이스. 와. 나이스.
Ja, Friendos, wie machen wir's Game 5? Wie machen wir's? Stücke mit MSI Kappe. Dum. Ja, Ona ist Albaner. Tatsächlich. Der ist tatsächlich Albaner. Zweitwohnsitz in Tirana. Passt. Wir nebenbei Draft schauen. Wie Top Esports zerpflückt wird. Jankos musste sein Ding. Junge, wieso ist Jankos so langsam? Hä? Ist der dumm? Bis heute Abend, Juli. Tschüss. Barrel. Ash First Pick. Luschmilio offen? Luschmilio ist offen. Ist 2-2? Yep. Ist da wieder die Schwäche von BLG? Also anscheinend. Weil die haben nämlich alle anderen Teams komplett zerfetzt. Nehmen Seraphine weg. Oder Seraphine was trainieren? Seraphine Luschen? Hab bei Ona in Albanien getroffen, mega chilliger Typ, hab mich auch ein bisschen auf Albanisch mit ihm unterhalten. Ah, chillig. Freut mich, David. Freut mich, Bro. Arnulf, danke fürs ganze Jahr. Dankeschön. Kommt jetzt der Ramos-Support. Zu früh, geht noch nicht um Worlds. Geht noch nicht um Worlds. Senna Seraphine. Mag ich. Und außer danke für den 9. Danke. Und David auch danke für den 5. Danke.
If history was going to be written, it was going to take all 5 games, whether it's
Ist BLG Stream? Ja, nebenbei. Also hier läuft LCK, wir schauen nur kurz den Draft an. Weil BLG die komplett verprügelt.
Or whether it was T1 toppling the 11-0 record that GENG have had throughout their franchise history in qualifying games. It is going to take all of them as GENG battle back against a 7-0 Yunara.
and find the victory here yet again. It is
Wir haben jetzt Bot in Center Sion mit Serafin. Center Sion beide raus.
Kindly cooked because in the beginning.
Ach, du meinst jetzt bei BRG Draft, Leute.
Free Azure
Ja.
Karma in the ball lane, so I thought Genji's gonna storm so hard all the game. But it turned out T1 has 7-0-0 Yunara, and I thought it's gonna be 3-1. That's how Beryl predicted, and now we see insane comeback with the Chovy Charm onto Lissandra, and now we are here for the game 5.
And that was just amazing play by Yunara, Lulu, Keria, and FaZe, really stepping up, getting themselves ahead, and kind of making this T1 draft even stronger.
Victor.
And then the rest of it, that was just pure chaos.
It's super chaos. It's mind-blowing. Like, I mean, I did call off from the pre-show. T1 is looking not clean. So they might need 5 games to close the series. I did say it.
Not clean is like nice way to put it.
It is
not clean.
Very nice way to put it. As we take a look at the top side of the map, it is already 2-0 T1. You're thinking this is it. Snipe in a 1v1 team.
Jerry, danke für den 22. Vielen Dank.
He was already 25 CS up, like 70 against 45. And like,
Also Game 5? Nein.
No sense.
Wird Jovi ein guter Jon ist.
like, why? Just keep farming.
Jovi ist ein sehr guter Jon. Ich glaube nicht, dass du da...
T1 is cooking too much. I think they're never...
Olaf, die Giga-Projekt habe ich jetzt wirklich.
The issue that they're having right now in Wonju overall. So I've seen so many times T1 could have just a small victory
Nein,
in
nicht.
the objective or macro, but they're just going fully deep. They're overcommitting over and over again, and I think that put T1 in a really hard position
Nein,
to
nicht.
like have a natural game.
Now, across series, usually you have storylines.
Ich glaube...
There's a storyline, and this is
Ich glaube, wir haben hier ein 3-0.
This is a 7-0
Tatsächlich. Aber mal sehen.
Yunara, you have the 0-0-7 Lulu, so you're thinking, okay, things are gonna go great. You get charmed, and it gets turned around here by Keria.
Deswegen FK also so ein Loser. Ah, checke.
Keria finds the flash in, instantly polymorphed onto Chovy, so Chovy got baited, and then Faker goes in with the flank, and that looks like a great fight for T1. But then I feel like Faker focused the wrong person.
I mean, you mean the Chovy got baited or FaZe got baited? Because he got so excited, and like he's going for more. There's a barrel nearly on.
Der hat noch so JDG in seinem Blut drin, ne? Dass er da noch diesen Step nach vorne macht, war crazy.
Beat the barrel for him.
Yeah, at level 13, that Gangplank barrel comes out so fast, and FaZe overheated, and they get punished, and don't necessarily lose control of it, but the dominating control that they had goes away.
Yeah, I mean, again, they were chasing too much into the Genji's team comp, and I think they can always bounce back with the GP barrel. They just have so much damage, but they just don't have the setup. But T1 set it up for T1.
Yeah, and I just think it's so fascinating that the draft resources went to the opposite sides of the map, right? GENG picked the strong bot lane and lose early on the bot lane. T1 put resources on the top lane and lose the top lane.
Fuck.
And it's those guys that are carrying. And then in highlight number 3, it all comes to a head here, where it is that Yunara that's going, that's cooking. You get the early pick, and then T1 just lose their minds here and go out of control, out of the order.
That's why we love T1 Circus, because they are very unpredictable and they do make the games entertaining. One thing I can say about this fight and this whole game is that please put some trust into FaZe. I feel like he was performing very well. Maybe in the previous fight he was over-eagle a little bit, but you can argue that the fight club went even better for T1 beforehand. Now this fight, FaZe is not with you. He's doing red buff. Just relax, Doran. Don't go in.
But the thing is, like, him getting charmed by Ari was also crucial because it was already 4v5. All you need to do is just wait for Lissandra.
Yeah.
Ergibt keinen Sinn, was er da gemacht hat. Das war so crazy. Das ist so crazy.
Played too good that they thought it was a sweet spot for T1. They could just wait for Lissandra, wait for FaZe, and even Dar become 1 HP. He can just TP back.
Jetzt so Sivia, Helios. Sowas in die Richtung. Irgendwo. In dem Territorium befinden wir uns jetzt.
And this time, after losing Soul, they do get punished. It was the Baron take then by GENG. They pushed down the top side of the map, and it was the charm by Chovy after Lissandra portaled in, doesn't have the chance to Frozen 2, and gets punished here with this.
So it feels like this series kind of felt like GENG just driving normally, and like T1 is trying to annoy GENG, you know? And like, if you're not getting bordered by T1, then you're just driving to Daejeon. But if T1 can annoy enough the driver, then I think T1 has a chance.
Wie steht's für 2-2?
For me, I think
Kalista da schon raus.
focus on the bot lane. I feel like FaZe overall had a great games. I feel like there's so many mistakes from both teams that every game goes late game, and even this late game could have been good for T1, but they were just over eager and they just threw the game too hard. Relax, trust Keria, just pace. You can play through them. They are your Wincon.
Yeah, I mean, just playing through Wincon, I think that's the main key, right? And as you said, I think it has to be more way more delicate, way more concentrated, which is like you can't actually make these
Grüße.
get insta punished because as we call, GENG is a good team. Like as a team, they know how to punish when you actually mistake. I mean, those are gonna be actually hard at, especially game 5.
Now it's all down to game 5, fearless draft. T1 choose the first pick for in the first election, and now I'm kind of wondering because T1 they pick blue side more, and instead of like picking
Wie steht's? 2-2.
first pick, and now they just got to pick their first pick. So I'm actually wonder what they're prioritizing in the pick because like there must be it, right? I think it should be like around the mid jungle.
I think for me, actually, I would love to see maybe something like Ashe Seraphine. We haven't seen Ashe Seraphine yet. We haven't seen Lucian Mille. We haven't seen Caitlyn. We haven't seen Cassandra. So when you are blue side and you don't really get that counter pick, what if you, again, put your eggs into the pace bucket?
All right, it is time yet again. Another
Und Knippi, danke für den 8.
between the red and gold going the distance. It is all 5 games. Records on the line that will be broken. Hearts as well as Wonju lights up one more time with silver scrapes. Join us, will you? It is game number 5 with the ticket to Daejeon on the line. Let's send it back on over to the casters for the call. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for that breakdown of game number 4. And as Silver Scrapes rip Wonju here, we are just absolutely blessed with this series going the distance. Not only do we get all 5 games, but every single game has just been such a joy to watch. No idea who is going to win until a Nexus explodes. And I mean, apart from game 1. And after game 1, I was like, oh no.
So, wir machen was.
But then all of it has been redeemed. All of it has been saved. And it's brought us to this moment as we prepare for the draft. Right at first selection does go to T1. They have a slight advantage moving into this 5th game. But I don't know whether it's going to necessarily do anything because I feel like they've been choosing the opposite thing and getting what they want every time anyway.
Expectations have just been subverted over and over and over again in this series. Like there were a few people, Yankos included, said T1 3-2. They expected maybe this situation if T1 could close out the 5th and final game.
Der Schweden-Roster, die Botlane sehr dysfunctional. Von der Persönlichkeit her.
But as soon as T1 got control of this series, it also slipped away.
Rest is decent, yeah.
That advantage in terms of the draft, they don't have the momentum advantage. We're going into game 5 of Fearless. So much has already been shown. They've already pulled out a lot of strategy here. And I'm wondering what's left in the tank.
Yeah, and a lot of it is about the answers to a lot of things that have been left up, right? And there's only 6 bans to start us off. I think the Orianna, obviously still going to be banned. The Varus, the Rise. I think all 3 of those need to stay on this ban list. But the Nocturne snuck through in that last game, didn't manage to get T1 over the line. There are quite a few things that have been basically permaban status. I guess the Bard as well does need to be removed. But I think there's 2 slots that are still now up for grabs. And we'll see what they're going to be utilized for.
We've also seen a lot of variation in what you're prioritizing in your first 3 picks. For most this weekend, it's been top side of the map, but we've seen a bit more bot lane prioritization here. Now you gotta think, whatever you don't pick in your first 3, champion pool's already been threatened because of Fearless giving them 2 more bans, especially when you look at pools like AD Carry, they get really thin really quick.
I think this will be the series where we start, or this game will be the game where we start with 80 carries.
Apart.
Like an Ashe first pick.
Do you want first pick?
Even incredibly strong, depending on what the picks are going to be. That Nautilus pick and the Misfortune lane that was considered also could be a very, very big one here in this last game. But there are also the niche 80 carry picks we don't often see. The Kog'Maw.
Keine Lux offen, wird nicht offen sein. Ich gehe mal davon aus, dass keine Sekunde wird.
Picks that could come out as the engage gets thinned down.
And this is the thing, the Thresh, the Tahm Kench, these things are going to be used with something like a Jinx, like you're saying, are now still available.
Caitlyn und Varus sollen raus.
Certainly things that Keria has
War noch Jon.
very
Smart.
effectively
Ist Azir vielleicht?
Is the first ban though here from T1.
Maybe Azir.
Maybe they want to look for a potential early Azir pickup in this situation.
That's what that signals. Yeah, I think so.
And maybe GENG just susses it out and bans that one away. But
Ja, so lange ist das was. Ja.
you need to get rid of the Bard. The Orianna needs to be taken away. There's a lot of homework that when you are second pick, you need to do. And T1 might just
Kate Varus, oder?
out the window and force you to only ban 3 champions.
Kate Varus, aber dann geben die Jarvan. Und dann kriegt die Nafiri.
That there are 4 that have to be taken away.
Ja, oder? Wahrscheinlich irgendwie so. Kate Varus raus und dafür kriegst du dann Nafiri zu Jarvan oder so.
You have to take away some at least, because I know there was the big 4, but there's also the fact that
Seraphine ist auch offen.
as well. Ideally, you get one of those big picks, and then they have to ban the rest.
I mean, something's getting through. It already is.
Something is getting through.
The Azir is a consideration for sure. But
Orianna needs to be banned, right?
Oh, Orianna auch scheiße.
You'll probably ban Orianna.
Stimmt.
I think there are some picks that Chovy can play into the Azir and feel very comfortable, including the Silas.
Oh my
Gut.
Do it. They want to trade, and I think that's probably if Faker.
Boah, wir machen nicht Orianna Rise Trade. Nicht in Game 5.
You get Orianna Jarvan, by the way.
Yeah.
And I think
Wir bannen Orianna, die kriegen Jarvan, wir kriegen dann
if you're GENG right now.
I think the Varus ban is good.
Rise plus Nafiri.
There's potential to trade those.
Bann Orianna, bann Orianna, bann Orianna. Nicht Orianna in Game 5 geben. Bann Orianna.
Because they will get.
Bann Orianna, sei nicht dumm.
I think you just ban right now. You ban Rise, and you say if you want.
Nein, nein, nein.
Jarvan, if you pick the Orianna, you don't get the Jarvan. Get
Ja.
the Orianna instead.
Passt.
Taken away. I think this is a bridge to
Jetzt gehen die First Pick Rise.
been so good on Orianna for the last 10 years. So I don't think that that is a risk worth taking.
Und dann bekommst du Ash Seraphine.
Try it this season.
Rise, du bekommst Ash Seraphine.
But then the Rise
Right?
comes through.
Yeah.
Is it a Talia pick here for Chovy?
Ash Seraphine oder nicht?
What is his game plan? Because he willingly gives this.
Nautilus ist aber auch noch offen. Die können im F-Naut gehen in Game 5.
The answering pick.
The
answering pick now to the Rise with the other choice they've made. Talia Pantheon, you know?
Victor and Talia are probably the big ones in my mind that we kind of have seen playing into Rise and at least having a successful, the Victor in particular, successful early game.
Keine Lilly, hör auf.
Way.
Canyon wasn't kidding.
It's locked in. Okay, so this is a flex.
Yep.
Right? And we don't know whether it's going to be Keen, whether it's going to be Canyon. We know that Canyon is the best Nidalee player in the world, probably.
Ich mache heute am LCS, ja.
If the Renekton is locked here, then we'll know. But I don't know if they locked
No, we
it.
won't.
There's not a lot left available, I feel like, to pick.
Okay, also will er das ja die Jarvan picken und er macht Psychoterror oder was? Ach du
So
Scheiße.
yeah, they slam it. It makes
Ach du Scheiße.
But here, for Doran, you're probably just taking a tanking into
Cassandra, oder nicht?
Cassandra and Ornn. Those would be the safe options.
I mean, Owner has played a lot of Talon in years past where he's meta. He hovers it a lot. Now the crowd got excited about it, but I won't.
Yeah, I'm trying not to.
Here.
Okay.
Fury makes a lot more sense.
Yeah. I think
Oh,
Neferi...
dogs and cats?
Die Fickhöhle.
Cats in the jungle?
Neferi is not only that kind of remaining pick,
Die
but also
Fickhöhle.
in Italy, you have point and click on your ultimate that can actually reach your dogs block spears, so you don't have to dodge.
Cassandra?
I think Team
Cassandra on.
is happy with what they got so far, and probably just going to pick up a top laner for Doran here. I think something safe, something that can just survive as best as possible. It's never easy to survive against Renekton in Italy, but to me, Cassante Ornn are the picks I would be leaning.
I vote Cassante. I think it's the safest pick here. Ornn offers you a lot of CC, but doesn't necessarily pair with his draft that well.
Or Haggis! The Doran special!
Dreck.
Oh my lord, now Chovy locks Yasuo, and we're gonna have the best game ever.
Klar, Aspekt ergibt Sinn.
He's playing Renekton mid, and there's Yasuo into Gragas top lane.
Aspekt ergibt Sinn, aber Renekton Perma-Push.
Chovy, now we'll see what he is going to
TF auf 3. Boah. Amen.
I don't like this.
I understand the thought process. You want setup for spears, you want roaming pressure to play through sides, but we have seen Twisted Fate struggle so much in an Neferi.
Okay.
Yeah.
There's not a consistent
Okay.
damage threat in the mid lane the same way there is a Rise.
Well, Ash Seraphine?
So...
Not
Lock
MF.
him down, you can get him in position to die to Canyon, and this is not a composition built for longevity.
Oh no.
I know that. I lost my hair because of it. This exact combo, it was Showmaker and Canyon that were playing together.
MF Naut, Ash Seraphine sehe ich.
Was locked in that series.
So now the second rotation of bans with no bot lane is picked. The pool's really going to get thinned. Ash Seraphine going to be taken away as a combo. Lucian was already taken.
Lucian, nein, Lucian ist schon gewonnen.
The remaining 80 carries, I think, are standouts. MF, Caitlyn. Sorry, Caitlyn already banned.
Oh, Zeriumi.
I think are the two that stand out to me.
I mean, you could just ban Nautilus because that's really.
Aber Zeriumi gegen TF kommt?
These compositions, but especially GENG's.
Yeah, I think they need a lot of setup CC in the bottom.
Oh, die wollen fresh spielen.
GENG with Canyon, the one that needs to be facilitated. So I would agree with you.
The Blitzcrank ban.
Fresh.
Potentially a Thresh lane here for Keria and Pays. I would not mind a Thresh ban here, but it does leave a lot open in terms of 80 carries.
You know, with GENG's composition, I wouldn't put it past them to go
Oh
somewhere.
ne, ist der MF Nautilus dann auch offen. Sie bannen Fresh, ja.
Wow.
Nautilus auf 4? Oder was? Dann läufst du eine Braum-Lane, juckt eine Braum-Lane, wenn die keinen Engage haben gegen eine TF-Lane? Nee, ne? Ich glaube, Nautilus auf 4 wäre ich nicht unglücklich mit, tatsächlich.
I think you probably want Nautilus, and then you hope to try and pick an 80 carry that can weather whatever they pick up. That's probably what you're looking at.
I mean, Keria can play Kench here still with a lot of different 80 carries. Aphelios for Pays, Jinx. There's the knowledge to be expected. This feels really strong right now, position-wise for T1.
And so what is now
Puh.
champions that are available?
Ja, keine Ahnung, ne? Gegen MF? Nee, ne?
Yeah, that was banned last time. Rel is available as an engaged support.
Leona, technically speaking.
Yeah, something for setup for the Nidalee is what they're probably looking for here. But Duro is...
Even Melio as well.
Ja.
When you have a TF, you could have gone like a longer range Melio comp.
Ja, die können irgendeinen Hyperscaler gehen.
But they will just go for the MF. Not going to be able to get the MF Nautilus.
Last pick.
It kind of feels like one of the strongest laning picks left in the bot lane. And now for T1, how would you respond with this?
Do you just go for the scaling pick and try to weather the lane? Oh, Sivir's still up.
I think you just go Sivir, because you can spell shield a double up.
And you can play Sivir Yumi if you want to as well.
Yeah.
Sivir Nico also feels pretty powerful.
Mit Leona auch fein.
Round out this composition. Look, Keria about it. Is like, yep, they let me play it, and it will be the Rel misfortune for GENG. This composition did come together better than
Also, ist Fantasie. Also, sagen wir mal so, ist Fantasie.
T1's draft, and I'm feeling like this looks more like Game 2 than Game 5.
I think it's a big edge for T1. The Defiri and the Sivir.
Wirklich? Ist es eine Big Edge?
The TF is going to be struggling to survive.
Also.
And a mobile backline, the TF misfortune, and a lot of threats onto them.
Also, Botlane ist halt schwierig, aber spielbar ist es auf jeden Fall.
Feels like Game 1, where T1 have the multi-threat.
Und ja, ich glaube, wenn die im Early Game Head kommen, ist das Game sehr unplayable. Aber mal sehen. Mal sehen.
And they did. They were able to snowball that
Schauen wir mal.
They were able to just destroy them and hold
Schauen wir mal,
the lead.
ob im Early Game gekocht wird oder nicht.
I still yet think that T1 have the better draft. I think they can weather the storm here. I think that as these games go later, they have the better win conditions.
Ich habe das Gefühl, die haben sehr wenig gegen den TF. Right? Das ist das große Ding. Die haben sehr wenig gegen den TF später.
And Canyon, a classic pairing that isn't necessarily one to be associated with these two players together, but with these two players.
Also wirklich extrem wenig gegen diesen TF.
Games on these champs. The TF has always linked well with it. GENG are on a timer.
Kim, danke für die 45er Stick. Was macht die Nidalee, wenn die behind fällt? Ja, das ist lost, aber du first pickst die Nidalee, um behind zu fallen.
Noggery and Canyon, that was really the most devastating. Let's get into it.
Spielt der Freak sein eigenes Skin wenigstens?
All right, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Desperately, our MSI defending champions are trying to get themselves a ticket, while our world's defending champions are looking to deny it from them. It's an absolute treat here that we get game number 5, but it is still going to be such a shame that we have to say goodbye to one of these teams. I mentioned it earlier on in the day. I want to reiterate it. It's going to feel weird not going to an MSI with both T1 and GENG there, but that is just the reality that we are in with the power shown by Harmon Life Esports.
Dann auf dem Port, die wollen sich totschlagen.
I've had a grueling series here, and I think it has led to a lot of errors. Like we saw in Game 4, both teams making mistakes, but still some clutch plays from GENG brought us to this 5th game. That fan sign we saw during that final cheer from a T1 fan said, "I canceled my bus. Please just win, I'll find my way home somehow."
That is so good. Wait, if they lose, are they not going to be able to find their way home?
I hope they can find their way home no matter what. There's a lot of great public transportation here in Korea.
Oh, gentlemen.
I think they'll be all right.
They do have some options, but that is a brilliant fan sign. As it is certainly a day that
Rice mit der Fair Touch ist so disgusting in Lane.
and has certainly gone the distance. I feel so blessed that we get the full value.
Oh, it's nearly gank.
Okay, looking for the angle here is Faker.
Nicht flashen.
Away, and there's the flash. Gold card to come through. The spear will connect, but Canyon not able to get the empowered pounds, but still Faker is running for such a long time. And it means that Chovy is able to have so much free time with this lane. Faker is running the wrong direction, remember?
Ja, lässt ihn suiciden. Okay.
Not actually get the execute, look for the, actually no, does decide to do that. He probably could
Smart von Canyon.
recall. We know, obviously,
Gleich fürs Camp zu gehen.
Canyon is on his Krugs.
The thing is that I think the execute is safer, and you're only losing like 4 seconds.
Yeah,
on the
and if you do try and channel her back, you're definitely getting speared.
Yeah, so I think you took the safer option there, able to get away, and didn't even burn his flash, is the big thing. Held his flash throughout that, and it ends up paying off. Yeah, massive move there from Faker.
Now, is Canyon pretty good at Italy?
Don't get me wrong, this is all great that Faker didn't have to flash, he gets away, but he's still losing a lot of power in this lane. Lost a lot of experience. Chovy is a full level up on him right now and has a wave of extra experience.
Wave ist durchgehend winning für Renekton.
So still a huge win for GENG at the end of the day. Chovy expended his flash, but I think well worth it for what he got in exchange. Because he has teleport, he could take this quick back here and try to further the lead.
Yep. Keen trying to do Doran. We know that Doran's Gragas has been such an incredible clutch tool in the past. In fact, it was the reason why T1 lost to GENG a couple of years back on this very journey.
Yeah, and Baze got the MVP instead, and Ox and I argued about it.
I'm still mad about it, and I think Chronicler still thinks that Paze should have got it. And I still I just hope that one day he realized.
Guys, let's not bring it up.
Well, I mean, the POM vote is coming up soon.
Ja, keine Träne. Ist wahr.
And honestly, Paze had a really good series, so he might be able to get it. And Doran and Paze are back on the same team again, so that conversation is relevant. Okay, Ox? It is, somewhat. All right, we're taking a lot of damage here. We'll get snared by Carrier. Make It Rain does stop Paze from making an entrance, but this is T1 with a lot of control here of this lane.
A lot of damage taken.
Wow, Paze is so far ahead. Kind of crazy. 2 waves? Something like that?
Plus Cole.
Beim gegen Rell war Blind Pick, Bruder. Rell war Last Pick.
Here for Duro, just kind of getting poked out by the Carrier Nico here with the Sivir clearing those waves.
Oh, gold card just going to be snap locked here by Chovy. Faker getting ran down momentarily, but not able to do enough damage there to really threaten him. Flash still in hand for the Rise, as even some popcorn chickens denied.
And even Canyon got the shot on the doggy.
Yeah, he's just hitting doggies with the spears.
I get den Push.
Even sets up the cannon.
Lecker.
Very much Canyon. As Chovy just going to be able to shove this wave in as Faker does go back to base, but he is going to miss a fair bit of this wave. It is a cannon, so not going to miss all of it or anything like that. But some plate money going over to Chovy and a slight lead here for GENG, despite how terribly things are going in the bottom lane.
So ultimately, we're at a 700 goal.
MF-Pick, ich meine, das war der beste Blind-Pick, den wir hätte ich wahrscheinlich machen können auf 4. Gibt Lane-Power theoretisch. Also kann zumindest Lane überleben. Beim Blind-Pick.
Yeah. Pretty good situation here if you're a GENG fan.
I think important that this is the manner they played it out, because I feel like the 2v2 mid-jungle is actually tricky. If they go for a fight after level 6, I think Owner and Faker would be in a very good spot to take it, but they haven't done that. They've gone for that early gank that set Faker behind. Chovy able to find success there with Canyon back.
Kann Nico WDTF Stunker dodgen? Nein.
Because when you have double roaming ultimates on these mid laners, whoever's in a position to move is going to feel much better, and their team reap the benefits.
Well, we can see a lot of the reason why the Nidalee is picked is so that you can just really get through your jungle as quickly as possible. Owner has been very good at keeping up so far. Canyon does hit that level 6 though, as he does claim the top scuttle, and will now look for a little bit of a reset. Will obviously be able to get around the jungle and hoover things up very, very quickly, but T1 not wasting any time. They are now on this dragon, bottom side of the map, and Canyon went for a reset and is now just looking to head towards his blue. So another very early dragon, although not as early as that one previously, will be claimed by T1 to get a little bit back against the flow of play.
Dragon secure here immediately. Not in a farm lead or anything like that, but does have the scuttle top side here to try to play through with this Renekton. in 70 seconds, those grubs will spawn, and maybe they can get a little bit of power there. Pretty quiet early game.
Yeah. And I feel like this bodes well for T1. I see Renekton Nidalee, and I'm like, you want to get things done in the earlier stages. But mid-game is probably where this game is.
BLG, even game, by the way, in game 3.
I haven't seen a Destiny gate yet from Chovy either, so if things get a little bit weird and wonderful as the ulti comes through from Ona, there's a Realm Warp as well. The gate, the Destiny, has come on through, but Canyon didn't have a pounce to get over that wall, and now Carrier is the target for Chovy, and Canyon's just looking to pounce his way out of there. The dagger is going to miss. And I think that Canyon is able to get the primal surge. The blast goes not enough. And first blood will go to T1. And Fake is the one that claims it.
You see how as soon as Ona sees Canyon there, he's like, we can make this play. Fake is going to back me up. He ults immediately. And although the chase is extended, a big reason for that is Faker holds his flash, does not want to commit that resource because he knows they can get the kill without it. And as a result, not only does he pick up a kill to help him get back into this lane, but he remains potentially safe for the future gang with that flash in his pocket.
He's cut the gold lead in half off of that play on this Rise is the one who picks up the kill. So this is a big
Grub ist wichtig.
years of GENG's early machine. And we saw Chovy try to match the ultimate there, but knew he couldn't alter that play. Saw with his Destiny that Keria was flanking there and tried to get him, but was unsuccessful, as we're going to have a potential all-in here for Keen.
Yeah, here's the Dominus as Doran holds onto the card.
First move on top.
Canyon looking to take down these grubs. One of them was taken by Ono, but the rest of GENG show up. That is going to mean that Canyon is able to secure 2 of them. And Dominus here getting the health bar back for Canyon quite nicely, for Keen, sorry, quite nicely, is Pay's taking a lot of damage here, double up for him.
Mem-Scepter gegen kein Mem-Scepter, ne? Deswegen kann er den Trade nehmen. Das ist fein. Soll auf Rise Ulti. Oder Rise? Okay.
And in fact,
Eine Rise Ulti, passt.
highly equalized.
Well, I think you look at the items that were picked up, and Pay's got the scout slingshot.
Oh no, not the slingshot.
And we'll look at the Vam Scepter. So when it's just a
Pace hat jetzt BF in Base.
it's going to feel really good having that extra sustain. And it's only going to be amplified when you get that first item, that Bloodthirster, makes it really hard to contest MF in terms of cryo.
MF's base damages are so good too. The double up damage is great, so does end up getting a lot of power. That eats a turret shot, and that's the end of the aggression. But we did see Duro was rotating over, and there was a potential angle there to try to look for more, but they do decide not to. Rod of Ages purchased here for Chovy. Starts that timer here at 9 minutes. And we're looking for a pretty strong soul here, very likely, in this game with Ocean off the cards here. Mountain picked up, could be something very explosive in this one, so the second dragon could be quite valuable to take, especially if you are T1 to get double dragon.
Or it could just be Kempen.
I said
It could,
likely. I said
Ops,
likely.
this is game 5. We're going to need you to lock in, okay?
I'll do my best.
Just channel what would Valdez do?
Lock in, that's what he'd do.
He would lock in.
After you told him to, of course.
Yes, exactly.
Das Version Teil, ja.
As Chovy throws out a gold card, finds Fake with that one. Some wild cards there as well, doing some work. But GENG slowing this game down. And it's so weird because it feels like this gold lead is entirely fake. As GENG, you know, kind of relying on Chovy stacking the deck in order to get that bit of extra money. So I'm going to say that this one is entirely even. Grubs over to GENG, Mountain Drake over to T1. And in 1 minute's time, looking for a bit of an angle towards this Ocean and some daggers flying out from Ona. Canyon will be able to soften him up here momentarily, just killing all the doggos.
Yeah, good move from Ona using the dogs to block the spear. And I think Canyon is just struggling to find really the headway he wants to right now. You'd love to be invading, stealing away camps constantly, finding opportunities on your lanes to have setup, which is all 3 of them.
Yeah.
But so far hasn't been able to do so.
But Doran has ult, right? And he has
Rockabelt Nidalee normal. Ey, wenn's einer weiß, dann ja.
very quickly, even if you do get that commitment.
Was machen wir mit Drake?
Spacing well.
He's also just building pure tank.
Exactly. It's hard to kill him for so many reasons, so that's not a lane you necessarily want to play through. Mid lane,
Sollte mir den Drake nicht sehr happy nehmen, den Fight.
of pushing Chovy back here, so
Uff,
he
was sagt das Haus fertig?
it's very clear. He hasn't found the gold card
Was zeigen die Umrandungen der Rollen
outside of what
unter den Teamnamen?
very early game.
Den Fortschritt bei der Quest, bei der Lane Quest.
The stun Nidalee spears stop.
I mean, that's the thing, is Faker now has Merc Treads and was able to maintain his flash this entire time, so just not an easy target at all. Spell Shield and the Nico Clone in the bot lane. It's a composition from T1 that gives its challenges to Anidalee. Dragon up and available now, and Canyon just coming out from base, so T1 will be starting this up.
Okay.
GENG have kind of just been off tempo for these Dragons so far this game. Or maybe just not that interested in it, as Duro just around here, does not get tagged by the snare. As Chovy just doing his very best to keep things shoved in. That's going to be a Cloud Soul once again, bookended this series by Cloud Souls. Feels like my birthday. It's Keen and Doran continuing to do battle here towards his top side. Good combo there from Doran, but great stun from Keen. As I think mostly concerned about clearing out the minion wave. But Doran with the Balmy Cinder and the Bramble Vest is just really hard to do damage to.
Yeah, Gragas also got a buff recently to his damage reduction.
Okay, die Frage ist, wann soll denn das Game hier excel? Also wann passiert hier was?
E-Max into W-Max because he's going tank.
Herald?
Points in his Q. Other than that, fierce.
Wie machen wir's?
As a result, getting very tanky very quickly.
Oh, bit of a party cast there from Doran, but great sidestep from Keen. As the Destiny Gate combo comes down, as soon as he makes one mistake.
Auf einen kann man sich immer verlassen.
He's going to be the first kill for GENG.
He's just like, all right,
Jet gewonnen.
used your peel tool, and we're gonna kill you.
Instantly, the Destiny Gate comes down.
3-0 LPL-Finale. BLG Seed 1. Ficken. Ach, guck mal. Guck mal. Aha. Aha.
But he's unable to do so. A little bit of a mistake there
by
Nico, and that is going to be another one over to GENG. But a cute play from Duro to go over the wall, then back again.
Yeah, he just essentially was like, I'm going to turn this escape.
BLG tatsächlich. Die
and I feel like T1 did not
do
any of that.
No. I like how there's a voice of reason that echoes after everything is said and done. Orcs is like, wait a minute, why?
Doran was completely fine in the top lane, playing a defensive lane, then tries to look for this window, but Keen has dominance. You're not killing him solo, there's no one in range. It was just a
ja, dieser All-in-Time hat actually keinen Sinn ergeben. Und dann flasht er auch nicht, ne? Also dann flasht er so, das ist schon funny.
And the rest of T1 try and make a play onto Duro, but it's a rel with flash, so hard to pin down in this situation. And the end result, because they both go over in the Herald pit, Carrier ends up isolated alone. And then he unfortunately fails to flash as well.
Failing the flash is the worst of it, but just wanted to ult to try to buy some speed.
Die Monster hat ziemlich trotzdem gut, ja, genau, deswegen entspannen, ne? Entspannen. Sie wird 800 Gold hat. Entspannen.
I think they wanted to, they saw the pressure was coming, they wanted to turn it around, but it all just got disjointed. They kind of came in one by one piecemeal, and GENG got the punish there. Great escape / engage from Duro to set up the second part of it. And now it's a pretty big gold lead here on the top side of the map. This Renekton very, very ahead.
Yeah, and now Doran under fire one more time. Chovy just trying to get some damage down onto this outer turret. And Doran, like you mentioned, not a lot of points into the queue, so that is not a very scary ability, but leaving Ruler parked in the mid lane is something they can absolutely do now. He's got that Bloodthirster completed, a big old shield going to be there to keep him safe. And the double up helps out there too.
Hayes going the Yuntal first, not going the Essence Reaver, so you don't have just infinite mana on the back of that, and you don't have the ability haste as well. Does mean that
Ein Krokodil kannst du vielleicht richten.
Into Ruler, you can't just Q and then W every single wave. And
Kommt die Sieger drauf, Renekton wird's richten.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this opens up the rel to be everywhere else because Ruler needs no resources here to just control this lane. So Duro goes where he pleases.
Yep. Owner is not going to be able to lock him down. The crash down is going to be working here as decent little sidesteps from Canyon, actually buying enough space. Trying to push T1 back. As Kane moves over towards
TP von Doran ist ab. Chovy moved mit Ult.
Faker is putting a bit of cross-map pressure down towards his top outer turret, but it looks like GENG not too worried about it. As Ona comes on in, there's a Hex Blast.
Da ist ein Wolf.
Is Carrier looking for a bit of an angle. He's a little doggo. That's very, very cute. But now Kane wanting to stop any sort
Herald down.
That will be the Rift Arrow going down.
Oh my daisy.
Come on in. Bullet time, fantastic.
Ja.
GENG looking brilliant in the team fight. T1 flashing the wrong direction. As a
Warte.
from the blast cone gets pays to safety.
Ja.
That's popping off eventually. Gets clean.
Okay.
Crocodile. But I have to say that was one of the coolest little.
Die haben den Herald nicht also er hat den Herald nicht geplaced. Ne? Ich dachte, Canyon wartet mit dem Aufheben, damit er ihn instant placen kann. Aber er hat ihn nicht geplaced. Er hat ihn nicht geplaced. Das heißt, die wollen den haben für den nächsten Drake. Weil schaut mal, jetzt hier, Canyon hebt ihn nicht instant, also Also, er hätte ihn placen können, ne?
This is a great engage here with the knockup, but the bullet time is so impactful throughout it. Doran gets chunked out.
Boah, ja, natürlich. Also, wenn Pacer stirbt, wäre das natürlich... Das war so fucking lucky. Wow. Stirbt Pacer, ist dieser Fight natürlich insane, right? Insane für GENG. Wow.
To help Hayes get
Pause.
out, we have a pause.
So the thing is, Keen was right there, so if the timing was slightly off.
Oh, it's like
Das Krokodil sieht sehr gefährlich aus, ne?
it was so hopeful.
Yeah.
But everything went right.
Yeah, I actually hope that this pause is a request for a replay. Like, that was a really, really cool Realm Warp. Can I just see it again? And I think that they should honor the request.
I wouldn't keep your hopes up on that one. I think it might be for something else.
All right. Well, we'll keep you updated as to what it actually is. We did see for a moment that Owner
2K Gold. Drake wichtig. Die haben Herald für den Drake. Und Renekton ist extrem OP.
Whether it's necessarily him or with everyone.
I was going to say, normally we can look back, but it's pretty far away here, this arena, to look back and see what's going on.
Yeah, we are on the sort of T1 side. So having a look now, I can confirm the game
Doran,
is
maybe?
paused.
Looks like they might be at Doran's side of the booth.
I did see Ona disconnect before we went to break, so that's my guess. But you know,
we're resuming. I believe everyone has watched the replay, and they're all golf clapping, and now we're going to be resuming.
Yeah, you can just rewind and watch on your stream many times
yeah,
if you're watching
exactly.
at home. So.
Dritter Drake, wichtig.
We're just going to hop back in.
We saw game 2 of the series. It was GENG who had like the scaling elements of the composition, and they really slowed the pace of the game down, opted out of these fights. A lot of cross-mapping initially in that one, and even though it didn't find favor,
Krokodil ohne Flash, ohne zweites Item.
in late game, it feels like T1 going a bit more headfirst in their approach, despite being into this Renekton Nidalee TF combo that you feel really needs to get the ball rolling. They are just fighting them pound for pound. In this situation, this Dragon, though, will go down. They will opt out of that, but already at a 2,000+ gold deficit.
There is full vision, though. You can see this ward is not being cleared out, and Owner is just going to come on over. It is not going to be the secure, but Canyon now in a lot of trouble. He blasts a dash cannons to try and get himself out of there as Owner gets the reset, and now Chovy's the one that's in trouble. This is a bit of a disaster. Yes, they secure the Drake, but the flash has to be employed. That's their last one that they had available. Chovy gets out. Suras did just come back up. I mean, but yeah, that is a lot invested to get that Drake.
Earlier you mentioned, well, the gold lead was much smaller, mind you, that the gold lead felt kind of fake. And a lot of that, I think, was based on the fact that it's TF.
Also Renekton ist balanced oder was?
Yeah, Dominus is going to come on out here as the flash is up again for King.
Also Renekton ist balanced oder was? Also Toplane ist balanced oder was?
And Flash is on top of Faker and takes him out. That's the solo kill for
Also Toplane ist balanced oder was?
Strong right now in this Renekton, has the Black Cleaver, has the Merc
Crazy.
was a barely stacked Rod of Ages. Not much of competition here.
Ist Disrespect, dass wir da alleine rumsteht?
The power of the Neferi into the Nidalee, just that point and click, targeted damage, so hard to avoid, and Chovy able to get away on this one, only just.
The main part of this for me is the banana brush control, because Keria made it so they couldn't actually.
Gut mit dem W auch gehalten, ne? Ist schon geil.
You know, Ruler is just cut off, can't actually join, can't do anything with this MF pick. Here it's just Keen running Faker down, wants to use the empowered W, it's letting it charge up. Doesn't have it, just decides, okay, I'm just going to Q. It's got the extra range. I can't get into melee range.
Nee, Herald nicht geplaced. Konnte aber bei dem Herald, bei dem Drake nicht, weil er die ganze Zeit detect hat.
I think this game is still incredibly close, right? You were looking at a game where Pays has a gold lead. Surprise, surprise. Again, T1 have the scaling advantage.
Keine Renekton mit
3.3 thousand gold lead, but it's on a Renekton and a TF.
Oh.
That gold lead in his
Der ist gut. Wo ist der TF? Wo ist der TF?
Here for Chovy. He is way up on Faker, like 35. So
there's a Renekton.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a horse and a crocodile that Faker is going to have to deal with. And he manages to get in.
Realm Warp King.
Schön.
Both of those champions had CC to deny that, and they were unable to catch the goat.
You saw the stun coming through.
Schön, schön, schön.
But just a little bit too late. Great sidestep out of the Realm Warp and back in from Faker.
Keen Level 15, by the way. Der 16 für den nächsten Drake mit 2 Items. Renekton ein Gegner. Renekton ist ein Gegner, aber Sivir hat auch 2 Items schon fertig, aber MF auch. Boah, alle sind stark. Aber 2 Level Lead auf Mitte. Mit Roab, also 1 Level Lead, sagen wir mal, mit Roab Rock. Aber 2 Level für den nächsten Drake, weil das Rod of Ages noch nicht geblockt sein wird.
biding his time, trying to make sure that as many of these minions do go down. But because of that, Chovy is able to make his way back over here and is going to be able to save this turret for the next little while.
Oh wow, ja, er geht Mortal, du hast recht. What the fuck? Also irgendwo, sie haben ja Healing, aber...
But that doesn't change the...
Do you ever try to hit something very hard with a ring on your finger?
It does? Yeah, no, it hurts me when I do that.
Yeah, it doesn't really hurt the structure you're in quite too much. Chovy
RFC fertig, wow.
Here 20 minutes.
Wow.
TF4 setting up engage.
Prime-Position für GENG.
He is the gold lead.
20 Minuten 3 ist so viel.
A Rise and a Sivir in the same composition. Insane wave. Even the Gragas without AP, their wave's decently fine. T1 can just hunker down. They got the early double dragon and scale up. And I think right now, that's what you've got to do. Just don't get caught, don't get pinched by this TF, the Renekton Italy, and just farm waves over and over and over again. And there's a way back into this game. We've seen FaZe do it countless times. Faker potentially caught, as I say it.
Last cone going to come in though, and Faker just gets out.
Escape artist, man, from the level 1 gank all the way to now.
But it does.
Problem ist, dass der Herald ausgelaufen ist und sie nicht von den Jack bekommen, ne?
The outer ring of turrets likely to fall down on this next push. This turret is not long for the world. Chovy actually looking for a bit of an angle here as Faker taking a lot of damage.
Geiler Blutboss.
That blue card with the Lich Bane stacked up.
Renaissance Flash wird nicht direkt ab sein bei dem Drake. Das ist vielleicht ein Problem.
But it does cost them 2 turrets in the end.
Does feel like the pressure is mounting on T1. Dragon up in 45. They're already up 2. They don't need to strictly fight this, but obviously we saw last time Canyon secured the Dragon and they punished him for it immediately, so I imagine they will set up and look for
Seekers 187 bei Canyon.
and give it up the Dragon itself if they don't see a window in, or if they'd rather just...
Also, sie wollen wirklich den Drake nicht spielen? Das sollten sie auch nicht, ja. I agree. Aber die sind nicht dafür bekannt zu geben. Mal sehen. Aber ich stimme dir zu. Sie sollten nicht fighten.
Definitely need to play for the smoke and mirrors, play for the side lanes, and try and catch targets unawares. Getting this outer ring of turrets, making the map as dark as possible is so important for this Gen G position.
I think
Carrier slow down.
The main goal for Gen G here is to...
Die müssen Renekton vielleicht abwarten. Oh wow, das ist ein sehr früher TP. Wow, das ist ein sehr, sehr früher TP.
Yeah, he is very durable. So they're gonna
Okay.
have to give up on that
Seekers auf Canyon ist available. Nicht vergessen.
Kane's teleported in though, gets that big old shield. And let's see what the Renekton's gonna be able to do. Pop Blossom under 3! The secure
Wer gewinnt?
soul point for T1.
Wer gewinnt?
Can they win the fight? That's the question. Doran is such a problem. He takes down
Schaut auf Keen. Keen ist komplett OP. Ja.
so many problems himself, and Carrier running the wrong direction on the map. Faker and Ono though, still huge threats in this fight, and Duro is limping away. And without Canyon, without Ruler, there is so much damage missing from this Gen G
Wow.
competition.
Ulti-Proc von Chovys.
Goodness, Carrier in a lot
Top-Tier. Gehen die rein?
taken down as Keen locks
Oh, wow, Chovy.
Why are we still going back? What is crazy? The crash
Oh mein Gott, Chovy und Keen.
almost survives in
Nee.
Keen.
Oh my days.
Sink his fangs in, playing around the vision that they
Oh my
but it
days.
doesn't work. And Faker locks them all down with a triple kill for the Rise. Why?
There's so many things that go wrong here.
Oh mein Gott.
Side of Gen G, but the Smite secure is there for T1, and they're set up for the longer fight. They have the more consistent damage.
Fuck, Mann.
Actually, it's a great engage from T1. There's actually a pretty big error from FaZe in the follow-up because it's Doran and Carrier who get this engage.
Das Seekers ist so huge, Mann.
And we see Faker following up, but then FaZe moves up to this wall and wants to go to flash over it.
Oh, Pace Flash, wow.
And
Okay.
just dies as a result. So the fight would have been so one-sided if that hadn't happened. It ends up a three players on both sides left available. But Gen G, this is the point where after they clean up Carrier, they just go too far.
I mean, there's a Rise here, and the Rise isn't ahead. The Rise is 3 levels down on Keen, but it's a Rise.
Zu früh, zu früh, zu früh, zu früh.
Keen can't collapse fast enough. And
Zu
so
früh.
just cleans up house. There isn't enough damage here to take him out. Imagine what it's going to be like later in the game when Faker isn't this behind. They put a huge dent in the gold lead here. This Sivir is scaling.
Oh, for fuck's sake. Wait, der ist weg, oder?
Genji's main goal to win this game is to look for a turn off Baron.
10k.
Now, Baron against them. They
TP.
gotta come contest.
And Faker has actualized
6k.
now. He is so
Doran hat kein Flash. Kenny hat kein Flash.
Some magic happen. It looks like the answer is absolutely not.
Oh, Duro.
As they look for the Magnet Storm combo with the bullet time, and Duro is just dead. Owner is able to secure the Baron, grab the kill, and now Genji are desperate
Oh my
for
God.
their lives, and it will not.
Oh my
And
God.
Owner is able to stand strong, and Shobi getting here late, and he will go down. It's the ace, and it's clean for
Oh mein Gott.
Ace for T1, and the crowd erupts. 5
Oh.
minutes dead on the back of that play, Baron in pocket, and they just cannot deal with all these threats.
Fuck. Yeah.
7 kills. How can you shut down this Neferi?
I think they just
Fuck.
I think
Scheiße.
on Soul Point. They got Baron. They have the scaling composition. And here with Genji, the comp turns defensively so well, but on the attack with no plywood sword. Look at Duro and Ruler. Try to set this up, but it's too disjointed. T1 are already out while the bullet time flies. And as the result, it's easy for T1 to actually turn. They lost their engage. Ruler kites it out so well.
Es muss fast Keenshow sein, oder? Also, at this point ist schwierig, wahrscheinlich jetzt, aber davor, damage-wise. Schade.
Lead. It's a Baron. And finally, T1 fans, I feel, are starting to feel like they are going to Daejeon.
It's looking like it, as Duro, as soon as he missed that Magnet Storm, the flash came through, the spell shield was there from Pays. And Ruler was so ready to trust the bullet time just hitting the air. And T1 now, they've taken the inner turret towards the bottom side of the map.
Actualizer fertig.
Going to be going down as well. And Genji well and truly on the ropes. It's a 6,000 Red Bull Baron power play already. And they still have a minute left on that one. They're looking to break the base in this bottom lane.
Oh, ja.
Genji's composition, it doesn't have legs. I mean, it does have a lot of legs based on the champions, but it doesn't have legs as far as the late game power.
And we're in the late game now. And
Kommt am LCK wieder? Ja. Yep. Jetzt gleich offline und dann so 21:30 Uhr, I guess, mich online spätestens.
They now have the ultimates back up and available as that Destiny Gate does come back in, but it's going to take a miracle here if Genji are going to do it with this composition.
Ruler doesn't have, or Duro doesn't have flash to set up Ruler for success with a Magnet Storm. They just don't really have any ins here.
Look at Doran, he's just cutting them off from the tower.
Yeah, just wandering away. Doesn't actually hit the body slam. As now Ruler trying to get some work done, but that does hit the air once again. Pop Blossom!
Großer Gott.
3D engage from Carrier. Absolutely beautiful, but the follow-up isn't quite there necessarily.
Oh, sie haben kein Damage, ey. Oh, Mann, oh. Schade, ey.
On the menu, Fangs go in down.
Schade, ey.
And it's a double for the Neferi.
Nein.
They're going to take another inhibitor and maybe even
Schade, ey.
the game.
They're going to TP Doran back in. They're going for the end.
Going to end. I don't think there's any
Keine mehr heute, nein. Keine mehr von mir.
bullet time. There's no answer to this push.
Well, let's see. Ruler is still up and available. Vitorin is trying to stop
Das ist unplayable, sie haben 0 Damage. Oi.
And the Nexus turrets are following suit. They're looking for pace to spell.
Fuck.
And Shobi is likely to fall, but it's Ruler that falls first.
So eine Scheiße, Mann.
The world is not going to do it. The defending MSI
Fuck's sake.
champions will not make
GG.
it this time. And it's T1 that reclaim that position.
Scheiße, ey.
Often we've seen Genji overcome T1 domestically, but when it comes down to just one of these
Schade.
attending MSI, it's not the back-to-back MSI champions.
Das ist sehr schade.
It's T1 who take them down in 5 grueling games.
5 grueling games and so many
Schade, ey.
comebacks between the two of